and 650 the best.
And presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Man, hearing DeMeco Ryans say, great day, give me some juice, baby, really accentuates the fact we are into the football part of the calendar now. The weird feeling of not having any baseball in the last week of October has set in, and it set in last night watching that damn NL Game 7. I could watch like 3 innings of that. I'm like, I can't do this. We should be scouting these two teams for the Astros right now, but we're not. Hi, Seth. How are you?
I started watching that, and then I decided instead to watch some stupid Nicole Kidman movie about her going to a wedding and abusing her child. It was, yeah.
Well, let's do the review of the movie here earlier. How was the movie?
It was a bit weird. It was one of these. It was made for the literary folk. It was like this New York writer up visiting her sister for her wedding while she's having an affair with some other writer and all this. It was bad. It was bad.
Sounds like a movie you were roped into.
I kind of was, because I was trying to figure out what the hell's going on. There's a little new thing they do with a lot of movies these days, or TV series especially. It's kind of the Lost method, the TV series Lost, where they just throw a bunch of crap at you that's like some kind of a mystery and maybe part of the mystery and solving it, and yet a lot of it actually is just complete nonsense. They just impossible at you to where you're like, why is this? Why are they doing that? What's going on here? Okay. And you never actually find out. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds a little like Dusty managing an Astros game from time to time. What's he doing? Why is he doing this? Why isn't he doing something else?
Yeah, this whole Margot at the wedding was the same as Dusty at the ballpark.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, I got about 2 innings in. I'm like, no, man, I can't do this. It still hurts a little bit for the Astros to not be playing. And by the way, for those of you just waking up, like, I don't know if we're going to look back at this era of Astros baseball and be able to celebrate the 2 World Series championships more than looking at the ones that got away and be like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. They should have. Arizona won last night. The Astros swept Arizona fairly resoundingly in the final series of the year and would be a heavy favorite, I think, over the Arizona Diamondbacks if they were playing in the World Series against each other. But they're not. It's Texas versus Arizona. Seth, like, I look at this. I still look back at 2019. That one still hurts. That one's like an axe right in the middle of your chest, losing 4 games at home. And, yeah, man, big missed opportunity for the old – big missed opportunity. They lost 11-4 in Game 7, so it's not like they –
It wasn't – yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's almost like the Rockets versus the Warriors, where it's going to go another couple games, but the Warriors have this conference championship won. That's in hindsight, I think that's what it looks like. It didn't the whole Astros at Minute Maid dynamic and whatever the hell that is this year. Whatever happened in 2019, all of that just happened. So I don't sit there feeling like, oh, this is a lost opportunity or they would have beat the Diamondbacks or anything else. I don't know what this team would have done at any point this year, Sean.
That's true.
I don't think this team couldn't beat the A's when they needed to beat the A's to improve their playoffs. There's no part of the Astros 2023 where I feel like, well, yeah, if they had just done this or just done that. There was a whole lot off the whole year long.
Yeah, that's a really good. Okay, you've talked me off the ledge. You've talked me off the ledge on 2023. You have anything for 2019 for me here where I can get rid of those 4 years of pain from losing 4 games at home to the Washington Nationals? You had anything for me here, or am I screwed?
No, I got nothing for you there. That's just that was a squandered
travesty.
Opportunity.
Yes.
That was
Texter pointing out Brent Strom is going to have Arizona sweep Arlington. I keep forgetting Brent Strom is on the staff in Arizona.
You do?
Yeah.
How do you? I feel like you've ignored me every time I've mentioned that Brent Strom should be the next manager of the Astros.
Okay. No, I heard every time you said that. I heard that. No, it's just not front of mind for me. Like the Diamondbacks winning last night, I didn't wake up this morning and go, man, that's good for Brent Strom. I'm glad he's in the World Series again. Like it's not front of mind for me. I'm happy. Because it makes me feel like Arizona might beat Texas. Brent Strom is a big bullet in the holster right there for you.
Well, the whole thing about Brent Strom is when he left the Astros, okay, there's all kinds of speculation and rumors as to why or who he didn't get along with or whatever else it might. I think it's fair to say that, and he was very publicly endorsed Jeff Luhnow, talked about him in the past tense, how awesome Jeff Luhnow was, and he deserved more respect for what he built there in terms of the pitching system that they built. But the other thing about Strom was that he was a late bloomer and had not really made it as a major league coach until relatively late in life, into his 50s, I believe. And so all of this success that he's had, it's not like he feels like, okay, it's time to put it to rest and here we go. That's a career well done. He wanted to go and replicate the same system that they have in Houston. He wanted to do that in Arizona. This year they finished third in team ERA. So he's done pretty well so far. Dude, and the Astros, I think if we're sitting here going, okay, what was the difference between this version of the Astros this year and previous versions? It's the pitching. The pitching was like a run higher ERA-wise this year. So that's what they were. You know where Arizona was in 2000, I guess. So 2021, because Strom was here in 2021 and then left, right? Correct, yeah. They were 29th with a 5.11 ERA. Yep. In 2021. 2 years later, they're third in Major League Baseball. Yeah, that's a bit, obviously that's a huge jump. They would have gotten better probably anyways because it was a young team 2 years ago. Yeah, but not people. Yeah. But not 29th to third. That's huge. So I guess we're on Dusty watch now, Seth. If we've got if there's anything, as we head into the offseason here, the Baker retirement become official here. I wonder, I would guess within a week. Yeah. I don't think he wants to. If the reports from Chandler Rome are correct that multiple people, well, I do believe that multiple people have told Chandler Rome that Dusty has already said he's going to retire. It's just a matter of whether those people are accurate or Dusty has a change of heart. So it's I would imagine he didn't want a whole lot of fanfare about it. Maybe sometime before when the owners' meetings are when. They were last year. They were the week after the World Series. You talking about the meetings? Talking about the meeting Click went to as a dead man walking. Those meetings. Yeah, it was the week after the World Series. I would bet out of respect to the team, he would do it before the owners' meetings, just because that's when a lot of the whole kibitzing begins about if they got to talk to somebody who's under contract at another team or something like that. I think it'll be within 48 hours after the World Series ends. Because I think he also respects the game too. To not that he would be some news item that all of a sudden all the reporters would stop covering the World Series. I just remember A-Rod. Yes, I remember A-Rod a few years ago. This is a while back. This is, I think, when the Red Sox and the Rockies were playing in the World Series, in 2007. And let's back up here and say A-Rod is an infinitely more insufferable human being than Dusty Baker is. Dusty could get away with it because everybody loves Dusty. But A-Rod announces, in the middle of the World Series that he's extending his deal with the Yankees. And everybody's bro, you had to do this in the middle of Game 3 of the World Series. It's like a personal announcement at a wedding about something, It's just tries to upstage just as the bride's about to, have her special moment or something. He's like, I just got to tell everybody. Right. I just found out I got a raise, and I thought everybody should know. Yeah. Why is this guy standing up to toast? Oh, and now why is he toasting himself? Yeah. So I'm anxious to see some odds come out on who the next manager is going to be. It seems like Joe Espada is the leader in the clubhouse. No pun intended. Leader in the clubhouse this is probably a team that needs continuity as much as anything else, Seth, just because they're bringing pretty much everybody back next year. So Espada would seem to be the favorite for me right now. One of our listeners got incredibly hissy with me yesterday, and I'm still a little bit confused about it. I was just kind of pointing out the irony of Espada pinch hitting Singleton, and it was widely lauded as a good move. Whereas Dusty pinch hit Singleton a couple days later, and it's widely derided. They were different circumstances. It wasn't completely the same thing. It was just a little bit ironic to me. But man, he went all in on me about explaining to me that Yiner was in first and got a hit before Singleton drew that. Yeah, I get that. I understand all of that. That person's not up right now, probably. No, he is. He's a really faithful listener, but he was he would not let go. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yiner was in first. Yeah, I get it. The situations aren't different. And he would go on to the problem was, this is the thing. People get so emotional about Yiner Diaz that they don't want simple agreement. They want like a resounding yes, we need to burn Minute Maid Park down if they don't care. I think that's what he was looking for. I left. The same thing happens to me with Will Anderson. If I try to explain how Will Anderson can get more sacks, oh my gosh. Oh, have you not seen PFF? Have you not seen ESPN win rate? Have you not seen no? He's doing very, very, very well. But he himself would enjoy getting more sacks. Okay?
He was mic'd up. Will Anderson was in the New Orleans game, and several. I don't know if you saw the video. They chopped it up into about 5 minutes worth of footage. Several times he was in the backfield in that game. Several times he got a hand on Derek Carr in that game, and every single time he went jumping off the field, so angry with himself.
I know.
So angry with himself that he couldn't pull him to the ground.
He's very, very close in a few different areas, and it's part of it is. I think because he was more of a linebacker in college. He played on the defensive line a lot, but he had multiple responsibilities, and he wasn't like a pure pass rusher the way he is now. There's parts of his game that are really, really close, and he just has to tweak them a little bit, and I think it's going to end up being really, really good. But for some reason, just even when it's like you suggest that a rookie can improve. There's a certain segment of people that are so damn gung-ho that they can't handle it. It makes their head explode. And then it makes my head explode. Yeah. Sean, I had to shut down a live stream on YouTube last week.
No.
Because I was reading the comments and I couldn't get through like some simple things about Will Anderson without people accusing me of torching Will Anderson.
How did this go? Is this still posted on your YouTube channel?
No, I deleted it immediately. I had a complete old school Seth Payne meltdown. This was like 16 meltdown by me. I thought I had gotten better than the person I was last week.
Yeah, we all have bad days. It's all good. Did your subscribership go up or down after the meltdown?
It was like I had just gone live unannounced, so I only had like a couple hundred people on there. Okay. I don't think it affected too much. I don't know. Nobody's reached out to me, though, to ask about me.
Are you okay? Yeah. Are you
thought they cared about me or something.
Doing all right. I don't know. If I had just subscribed and I saw that, I would definitely stay subscribed.
It was pretty entertaining. It was actually, honestly, it was pretty good. I was like, I should keep this up, except that, honestly, I think people cutting it up would make it look like I was saying Will Anderson was bad or something.
Yeah.
Because I was getting pretty emotional as I was explaining where the areas where like he just needs like one little boost over the hump in a couple different areas, and he's going to start getting a lot of sacks. Some of which aren't his fault. Some of it's based on the defense itself.
He's close. Yeah, we'll talk more about Will a little later on the show for sure. All right, we're off and running on a Wednesday. John Mclain, noted Ranger rooter. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. I'm disgusted with some of our coworkers here.
Can't flush your toilet in Dallas without, I don't know.
Sports Radio 610 colleagues here. I'm just disgusted with two of you at least. Not you, Seth. C.J. Stroud, definitely not disgusted with C.J. Stroud. I am disgusted with a certain institution that was cheating when they were going against C.J. Stroud.
What?
Victim of cheating.
What?
We got the details next.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You know what you need to make yourself.
Experience you can trust.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
C.J. Stroud, we love C.J. Stroud here in Houston. So if he is wronged, we need to talk about it. And apparently,
Egregiously wronged.
He was egregiously wrong, not as a Houston Texan yet. I'm sure people will start cheating against the Texans pretty soon. They'll need to.
That's what do you think the Panthers have been doing with their bye week?
It's true. It's true. It's how do we get out of this funk?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing a lot of you listening have at least seen the headlines and heard bits and pieces of the story, or maybe some of you are just into it. I'm at the into it stage now with this story. I like this story about Michigan, the University of Michigan, stealing signs by using a former Marine, and not just flying him to games, but he's got a little mini network of people working underneath him that they have been flying to games of potential opponents or actual opponents, future opponents for Michigan, so that they can film the opposing sideline and their signals, their defensive signals.
Yeah. They're looking at their placards and their hand signs and everything like that, which you're not supposed to do from like on the normal sideline copy for in games. You're not supposed to get the signs. So it's one of the things that's prohibited. And it was traveling to – this is the part I didn't realize, Sean – traveling to opponents' games instead of just using the film exchange has been prohibited for a couple of years by the Big Ten as a cost-saving measure. So the old school way of scouting where you'd send people to games and to watch in person and everything, now that everybody does film exchange and it's readily available, they look, we don't want teams spending we don't want the Michigans of the world spending all this money sending people to places to scout in person when we can't do it. So that's the crux of why it's illegal, especially.
Well, that's interesting then. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Let's just lay out a few of the details of the story here for the people not up to speed. The ex-Marine who is on the Michigan staff, he's a paid member of the Michigan coaching staff. He's an analyst. That's his title. His name is Connor Stallions, which if your Connor Stallions is your name, you better be an ex-Marine. That's a badass name, Connor Stallions. He and a few others working underneath him had gone to 5 games across 17 different stadiums over the last year or so to videotape sidelines of future Wolverine opponents and get their signals, their defensive signals. There has been video that surfaced yesterday of a Michigan-Ohio State game involving C.J. Stroud last year. Mm-hmm. And Connor Stallions in that footage is literally standing next to the defensive coordinator holding a laminated placard. Right. it is an operation they've got here going, man.
Right, okay, and then in this scene you see CJ looks to the sideline to get a new play call. Like he does a snap count, then looks to the sideline to get a new play call. And as soon as CJ turns back to look at his center, like the entire Michigan sideline is pointing to the sky, probably because they know it's a pass.
Yeah.
Or for whatever signal they're using that for. So immediately what the Michigan people will say was like, well, that's perfectly legal. You can steal signs. I don't know if this sounds familiar to anybody yet. Yeah, it's totally legal to steal signs. Like, as long as you're doing it in-game, it's how did they come by the information and knowledge and ability to be able to steal those signs. It's an NCAA rule, not a Big Ten rule, that you can't send people in person to scout other people.
Right.
So if they've got this network of spies that have been going to games and filming signs so they can sit down and study it, let's call it a code breaker, and then use it in games. That's where the penalty lies. Now, Harbaugh could get in trouble for this, whether he knew about it or not, just because that's how they, you're the captain of the ship and all that institutional control, yada yada yada. But it's worse if he did know it was going on. It's the more details that emerge, it's hard to believe that there was as much activity going on involving more than just one potentially rogue scout. It's hard to believe that Harbaugh would have been completely unaware of this. I'm not saying it's impossible, just hard to believe on the face of it.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Harbaugh put out a statement last week where he denied, quote, illegally stealing signs, end quote, and said he had never, quote, directed any staff member or others to participate in an off-campus scouting assignment, end quote. So unless we're going to get into a word here or a word there. You know, like the word, people have focused in on the word illegally as part of it. Like maybe he knew they were stealing signs, but he didn't think it was illegal.
Right.
That kind of. Harbaugh has categorically denied knowledge of this scam, I guess, that Michigan has going on. So they've, and Seth, it wasn't just Big Ten games they were going to. According to the reports yesterday, they've certainly got plenty of Big Ten games that have that has a paper trail, a digital paper trail of Connor Stallions purchasing tickets to all these games and then transferring them to one of a couple of 2 or 3 minions he had working for him so they could go get the signs and then bring that intel back to the University of Michigan. They also purchased, there's record of Stallions buying tickets to the 2021 and 2022 games. So these are both seasons in which the Wolverines are late in the season. They're in the playoff hunt. They end up making the playoffs. They had people at those games presumably scoping the sidelines, I would guess, for both teams. I know that reportedly this past weekend, Ohio State played Penn State, and this whole thing came to light before that game. Connor Stallions had tickets purchased on each sideline, like on each side of the stadium, because they played
the 50-yard line, like primo seats. He's got it.
Primo seats, and so
it's not a bad gig if you can get it.
Right, and so he had tickets on both sides of the stadium for that game because Michigan plays both of those teams in November, Ohio State and Penn State. They ended up not using the tickets because the tickets went unused.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, ESPN confirmed that the tickets went unused
after this all came to light.
I wonder, like, this is where I don't know what's to be done with a lot of this stuff where, like, they're using iPhones for this. You know, it's not like back in the day somebody maybe would have had some high-tech NASA-created boutonniere with a spy camera on it, and it would have been an involved affair or something, where now anybody with, like, an iPhone from 2011 onward could be doing something like this, especially when you think about the signs that they hold up are easy to see. The hand signs would be something different, I suppose. But I guess from the NCAA's perspective, you gotta look at it as, well, you can't police all of these things all the time, so you got to come down on it real hard when you do find out about it. Is this the thing that ends up pushing Jim Harbaugh to the NFL?
I think it could. I think it could, and not because I think it's the most egregious thing in the world, but I think a couple of things when it comes to Harbaugh. One, he's already been suspended 3 games this year because of recruiting violations. So he's got some priors right there. And again, it wasn't anything that was like program changing or anything, but he's already run afoul of the rule book this season. Like previous seasons, but he got punished this year. The other thing that we know the NCAA does not like, and that this toothless organization that it is now might come down hard upon, is if it is found out that he knew this was going on and he was lying about it. Hell, Jim Tressel got fired from Ohio State for lying back in the day, and he won a national championship at Ohio State. So we know that, as is often, it's not just the NCAA. Most ruling bodies, governing bodies, that lying about it is viewed as worse than the actual transgression itself.
That's how Martha Stewart went to the clink.
That's right.
Ended up being a kingpin of that federal facility.
That's right. And
Martha, you walk into Martha's salon, she had a bandana tied around her head.
Yep.
Not like she was doing housework.
No.
She was a bleeping boss is what she was.
That's right. The meals were never better for those 6 months she was in prison. They ate like kings and queens in prison when she was in there.
High thread count sheets.
So yeah, that's as far as the Harbaugh angle goes, Seth. That's where I'm at with that. Like, it may be the thing that drives him back to the NFL just because he gets tired of dealing with stuff like this. You know, like it's the NCAA and
right, yeah. Like dealing with it might be. You don't have as many things to worry about in the NFL.
No, I've got 2 other thoughts on this.
Okay,
this story, and non-CJ Stroud. But the overriding thing is
go ahead.
So the 2 things, my 2 things, real quick.
Yes.
One is that first the personal one. I'm hoping that this doesn't torpedo my J.J. McCarthy Heisman ticket that I got in Vegas back in May. I have J.J. McCarthy 20-1 to win the Heisman.
Oh yeah,
for a lot of money.
Now he's just a cheater who will be hated forever, whether he participated or not, whether he knew about it or not.
Dude,
he's a cheater. Damn
I'm
it.
legit nervous about this. I'm legit nervous that the Heisman voters use their platform J.J. McCarthy's the favorite to win the Heisman right now as of this week.
Yeah.
He's a 2-1 favorite, and I've got a very lucrative ticket I'm sitting on. Put it this way. If the baseball writers knew about the Astros banging a trash can in September of 2017, no chance Jose Altuve wins the MVP that year. Zero chance he wins. Hell, I think they want to take it away from him retroactively after finding out about it 3 years later. That's number one. Number two, change your signs. How about that? How about change your signs, coaches?
Yeah. That's no, that's what happened. I remember. Oh, it was Texas Tech. Damn Cliff Kingsbury. Their defensive coordinator left, and then at Tech they started complaining about how that guy, he ended up being on the sideline somewhere else a couple weeks later, and he knew their signs. Right, change them. Like, what the hell? What do you think happens?
Yeah, dude.
How do you? You don't think it's gone into the transfer portal and told somebody, yeah, it sucks, but you got to change your signs?
Dude.
It takes like 5 minutes in a meeting every day. Come
right,
on.
man. I have zero empathy. For teams that complain, that feel like they got done dirty because some analyst in a crowd filmed their signs from 3 weeks ago. Like, yeah. I have a hard time feeling sympathy for those teams.
It's tough, though. I mean, you remember, but the flip side of that is, remember the 2017 World Series when everybody was paranoid about signs? You know, the Astros, part of the reason the Astros were spurred to do what they wanted to do was what they did was they were paranoid and they knew that other teams out there were doing. So both sides. Remember, Lance hated. Lance McCullers was PO'd about like how much they had to change signs and guys were getting crossed up and everything. Endless visits to the mound. So you got to find some balance in between it, I guess.
Okay. Here's what I would say to Lance McCullers and others who are uptight about that. This is just collateral damage from living in an age where you can do everything on your phone. Okay? Would you like to go back to where you actually have to go to the supermarket and you actually have to, you have to buy a flashlight instead of using one on your phone? You know, all those things?
I hate using the flashlight on my phone.
I love using it. I use it to read. I use it for everything.
You got to get yourself a flashlight. Sean, have you bought a flashlight lately?
No.
Now that it's all LED, oh my gosh, it's light. You can use it. I've got a full-size flashlight that I could use as a reading light in bed because you can just control it with two fingers. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Get yourself an old school, new age flashlight.
Fair enough.
LED light.
100 other things I can do with the phone that make 2023 pretty badass compared to like the 30s and 40s.
Will you concede, though, that if you hear something scurrying in your garage, the time that it takes to fumble through your screen and to turn on your flashlight and everything is not as good as just having a flashlight to... I
promise I will concede that when I live in a place where I have a garage with creatures scurrying through it.
Okay.
Not too worried about where I'm living right now. The creatures...
Had your truck stolen, but
attempted stolen.
You had a big old school, like a badass flashlight that you could beat them over the head with. That would have worked.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So this story is I like this Michigan story.
The thing that what's happened in the NFL. It used to be illegal for teams to use the TV copy to try to figure out what the opponent's audible system were in. You're like, all right.
You're holding your hand.
TV, everybody.
I'm holding my hand over where that coach is sending in signals. Honor code.
You would take the primetime games. A lot of teams would do this. It was one of those things. It's an unenforceable rule. So you take the primetime games and you get a feel for the audibles. Not even most of the time. Most teams would change their audibles, but sometimes not. So you'd get that, but mostly just to get a rhythm of the snap count and everything to get a feel for what you're up against. But then when they started miking everybody and putting it on the court, like miking the center and hearing all that, they didn't bother a mockery of a rule at that point because you can hear everybody all the time. So yeah, the NFL teams have to be a lot smarter than they used to about disguising and changing things up because it's all out there. And I think likewise with college football, like there's some things you just can't police because it's omnipresent.
Yeah. I will say this I'll say with confidence. There is zero chance Michigan gets punished this season. Like zero. Like less than zero. They ain't getting they ain't banning a team that's in the playoff hunt, the favorite to win the whole thing. The TV executives would step in and go, no, this is not happening.
Because the NCAA has moved away from punishing people retroactively, and yet they're still snail slow when it comes to investigating things.
Yeah.
So it kind of puts them in a get-out-of-jail-free zone where if they win a championship, it's probably not going to be struck down. They'll get away with it a little bit, and then Harbaugh will be off to Arizona, and it'll be all she wrote.
That's it. Yeah, Harbaugh will be in the NFL when this whole thing plays itself out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. I'm super interested in that story, man. That Michigan story is wild. All right, let's get to some headlines. We're on Dusty Watch right now. We know what the World Series is going to look like. What's the latest on the James Harden situation in Philly as the NBA season is underway? We'll get to all of that in headlines next. West Point Lincoln, here's a headline for you. West Point Lincoln. 2020 his last season. And so now the names are starting to pop up as to who might be replacing Dusty Baker. Joe Espada, the bench coach for the Astros the last several years, seems to be the favorite. Other names we're going to see, Seth, over the next few days, I would imagine, as this story grows some legs here and it maybe starts veering more and more towards likelihood that Dusty is no longer going to be the manager of the Astros. A.J. Hinch's name will come up on some of these lists.
Yeah.
I tend to dismiss that. I don't think A.J. Hinch is going to be coming back to be the manager of the Houston Astros.
I don't think that, like, Jim Crane, who, I don't know, in a lot of ways feels like over the last year or so has decided to make this more like the boys club that he always wanted it to be. Just living out a fantasy of like, yeah, this is a baseball team. This is the way the organization I dreamed of having when I was 16 years old. I feel like he doesn't need the headache or the hassle of extra scrutiny by bringing A.J. Hinch back in. Right. That would hurt his whole vibe that he's trying to go for over there.
Yeah. I saw a list yesterday that had Buck Showalter's name on it. I'm like, no.
No more. Honestly, I don't want to. It's not an age thing whatsoever, except that I guess it's you could correlate it to age. I need a different level of energy. I need I don't need a spaz, a spaz or anything, or somebody that's like bouncing off the walls all the time. But I need something a little bit different than Buck Showalter.
Yeah, same. As far as the goes, it'll be the Texas Rangers against the Arizona Diamondbacks. A World Series that has America on the edge of their seats. Yeah, I know. Poor Cataldi, man. Poor Cataldi. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Phillies last night 4-2. So they do what the Texas Rangers did to the Astros. They go into the opposing stadium as underdogs, and they win Games 6 and 7 of that league championship series. And now it'll be the Texas Rangers, the 4 seed in the American League. I believe the 4 seed, and maybe the 5 seed in the American League, versus the Arizona Diamondbacks, the 6 seed in the National League.
Sean, I don't know if you remember that time that I said that I might not want an older manager for the Astros. But
38 seconds ago.
What was that again?
The one, but to prove to you that it's not about age,
yeah.
I honestly would love a Brent Strom experiment. I think that whatever is going on with the pitching organization, or with the pitching infrastructure on this team, where their ability to freakishly, with regularity, bring guys who are under-heralded and turn them into Cy Young candidates. Took one on the chin this year to an extreme degree, and then we saw regression from others. I think being fully 2 years removed from Brent Strom being the leader of the pitching instruction, it started to take its effect this year. So if the way to get Brent Strom back into the fold is to make him the manager of the team, I'd be for that.
This is like making somebody the head coach, like got our offense stink. Like in football. Well, remember when that guy was our OC several years ago? I will say this is how you wind up with Mike Martz as your head coach sometimes in football, probably. Like, boy,
that's true.
That guy's offense is incredible. Let's make him our head coach.
But he lacks some of the other attributes that you look for in a head coach, perhaps.
Very basic ones, yes.
I don't know. I think with Strom, there's a bluntness to him that I think maybe is needed. I don't know. Maybe Kyle Tucker just needs somebody who's going to be kind of blunt with him. I don't know. Maybe, and I'm not saying that Dusty wasn't blunt with him at times, but we know that A.J. Hinch back in the day had to tell Kyle Tucker that he just needed to get up to speed and he needed to operate with the same level of urgency as the other Astros did back then. Does Kyle Tucker strike you as an urgent fella these days?
No.
Does it strike you as somebody who's just kind of...
And when he's not playing well, he looks way less urgent. You know what I mean? Like it's
he needs the body language discussion.
He
needs a football coach to come in and tell him, like, listen, this is what your body language is projecting. This is how it affects other people. This is why you can't act like this if you want to be a 10-year contract.
Amen, man. Amen. Yeah. All right, so it'll be Diamondbacks and Rangers in the World Series. Meanwhile, Texans, they're back at practice today, getting ready for the Carolina Panthers this weekend. So we look forward to that. Sunday, noon kickoff. Right here on Sports Radio 610, 9 a.m. Texans Countdown. That's me and Seth. Game is in Charlotte. Texans a 3.5-point favorite as of this morning. Jim Irsay, just sticking with the NFL for a minute, Seth? Last night at 8:27 p.m. A 2-bullet point tweet, all caps, urgent NFL Colts news. Hear ye, hear ye. He didn't put that. I added the hear ye part. The first bullet point, QB Anthony Richardson surgery today in LA. I can't do his voice this whole tweet. It's a long tweet. He basically said that Anthony Richardson's surgery was a success, a long procedure, and his shoulder has been repaired. No new surprises were found during surgery. They just repaired what was expected. Anthony is doing well, and thanks everyone for the support. There's presently no date for his return. That's one bullet point. And then Jim Irsay saw it appropriate to, in the very same tweet, put a second bullet point.
Yeah.
Right aside Anthony Richardson's, potentially career-altering shoulder surgery. The NFL admits and understands that they did not make the correct calls at the end of the Browns-Colts game on Sunday. I believe we need to institute instant replay for all calls, including penalties, in the last 2 minutes of all games. Okay, well, that's an interesting wrinkle. I thought he just wanted a blanket replay, carte blanche. What do you think about Jim Irsay's proposal that everything is replay reviewable in the last 2 minutes of games? I like how he puts of all games. Like there'd be some games where they don't do it.
Yeah. And I think the problem with making it all calls is then you open the door to offensive holding by offensive linemen. Thing. I don't know. I guess would it be all calls or potentially all? If it's non-call, I don't think you can ever extend it in non-calls. You can't go back in and find something and say, oh, that was actually that was a penalty. But yeah, if there is a flag or something, I suppose that would be. I'd be cool with that.
Well, that's
inside of 2 minutes.
The impetus for him doing this is exactly what you just said. They didn't call two things. They did call. That's right. They called pass interference on him. That's right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. So it's an interesting proposal.
I think the other thing that's interesting about this is just he continues to go outside the lines in terms of what's commonly done. And you might think it's no big deal or whatever, but like teams typically don't disclose when the officials admit that they made a mistake or whatever. Teams kind of keep that in-house. They don't want to get sideways with the officials necessarily. But in this instance, when the owner does it, it doesn't give Shane Steichen the opportunity to not do it or not address it. So it kind of just – it's one of these increasing number of moments where Irsay makes life uncomfortable for his GM or his head coach.
Yes.
Like for no good reason other than that Jim Irsay seems to enjoy being on social media.
That's right. Hey, let's get the latest real quick here as we do headlines on the James Harden situation in Philadelphia. Here's Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday as Philadelphia gets ready to start their season this week.
No, it is unclear whether James Harden, when and if James Harden plans to return to Philadelphia. Now, the organization has taken him at his word that he's away on a personal matter, that there is something that but how long will they do that is certainly a question. And the possibility now, very much looms that beginning Thursday on opening night against Milwaukee, if at some point here the Sixers want more clarity and a timetable for James Harden to return to this team and start playing, that if they don't get that, they are certainly within their rights to start fining James Harden as much as $390,000 a game for each missed game. Wow. And that comes out of his, $35.6 million salary this season.
All right, so there you go.
So just for anybody that was going to ask, Lil Baby's birthday is December 3rd. So the personal matter was not Lil Baby's birthday party, I don't think.
That's great.
That was because remember, I was like, well, I remember when he was giving them the cash to Lil Baby for his birthday, and it was a big deal because of it was right at the beginning of the season, but it was the COVID season, so that was why it was in December 3rd. Then it's not unless Lil Baby's having a hell of like a 2-month blowout or something for his birthday.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be the personal matter.
It was the first season after the bubble, so everything was pushed back like 2 months. Training camp. Remember the season opened in January.
Yeah.
Training camp was in December, so it was in the middle of training camp. He went off to Atlanta to go party with Lil Baby. Yeah, so. Boy, they're trusting James that he's tending to a personal matter. Like, meanwhile, like he's been spotted in Houston eating quesadillas at El Tiempo. Like it's.
Is it the specific? Was he definitely eating quesadillas?
I don't know if he's eating quesadillas.
Okay.
He was spotted in Houston. I do. Now he's family here, so he could have some personal matters he's attending to, I suppose.
But real quick, Harden giving little baby $100,000 in cash. Is that? I typically don't think like it's a good idea to give friends cash for their birthday. I feel like $100,000 is that's a good exception. You can. If my buddy gives me $100,000 cash, I'll be like, I'm not insulted.
No,
I know you didn't put a lot of thought into this, but I'm cool with it.
No.
Yeah.
January 22nd, Seth. That's my birthday.
That's it. Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right. We mentioned the World Series is set. So who are we rooting for? There's a couple of our colleagues here at Sports Radio 610 that I'm frankly disgusted with right now, and I will express my disgust for them next. Tell you one.
play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. World Series is set. TV in studio here is replaying highlights from last night's Diamondbacks win over the Phillies. Sucks watching other teams have the goggles on, spraying alcohol all over each other. Rangers are a heavy favorite in this World Series, minus 185. So that's almost a 1-2 favorite. You got to bet 185 just to win a scant $100 if you think the Rangers are going to win the World Series, and I think they will. They're a very talented baseball team. The problem for me is that I would hope that if you're a diehard Astros fan, and I've said many times, Seth, I don't want to tell people how to fan. I will not tell people how to fan. I will tell you if I am disgusted with the way that you fan. Because I don't expect you to listen to me like I'm ordering you to do something. But, boy, it started with Clint Stoerner the night that the Astros lost to the Rangers. I mean, the dead body that is the Astros 2023 playoff run isn't even cold yet. And here's Clint on X, formerly known as Twitter, 10:35 p.m. I don't even think they'd cracked the champagne yet. And here's Clint on Twitter. When my squad's eliminated, I fan by two lines of thinking. I pull for the team that knocked my squad out. And Texas, call me crazy, but I'm pulling for the Rangers 100% in the World Series. Who's with me? Not me.
Yeah, I don't. At the risk of John Mclain telling me I don't understand this because I'm not a
we'll
native
get to him.
Texan.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I understand. I understand hoping that the team that beat you does well because then by extension you look better, or at least it allays some of the either humiliation or heartbreak from losing because that team was really good. You lose to the Warriors in the conference finals. The Rockets lose to the Warriors. The Rockets at least can say, You go up against a generational team. It's like in another era, the Rockets won the championship. It's empty and it doesn't feel great saying it, but at least you get that satisfaction, which is like a little bit less pain perhaps. But I don't get like wholeheartedly rooting for them just so quickly after you hated them just a couple days earlier.
Yeah, I think the difference to me, it's a fair example, obviously, because the Warriors did the Rockets several times back in the day.
Yeah.
The difference for me is that Warrior fans they're all the way out in California. They're not on our front doorstep. We're not in the same division as the Warriors. We're in a sport with baseball where divisional play is crucially important, and there's a ton of it. They're less than there used to be, but they play 13 times a year. This is a team you're going to be in a race with probably not. They reside in a city, Dallas, that we are pre-programmed to not be very fond of, and there's Rangers fans in this town. And we hear from them all the time. And when these two teams play each other next year, the last thing I want to see is a bunch of Rangers fans gloating on social media and in person. And I don't need that. I
don't want to go back to the days of having to run away from the cops on Kemah Boardwalk for pushing some obnoxious 12-year-old in a Rangers cap into the water.
Exactly.
And that's what it was like back in 2013 or so. Little kids in Rangers caps getting shoved into the water.
Yeah.
Because I hated them.
Yep.
And I don't want to do that again, but I'll do it if I'm forced to. So, yeah, I think you got to remember, like, the average person working in a workplace where there's one obnoxious, drunken forklift operator. It's always a drunken forklift operator from Dallas that won't shut up about the Cowboys in the 90s or something. You don't want to add to his arsenal of 7 jokes that he says over and over and over again. It's like, it'll add a little bit of variety to it, but it's still going to be the same comments over and over and over again. You can't have that. You got to squash that out.
I will concede. Look, Clint is originally from here, so the whole Texas thing. I've been here since '94. I love the state of Texas. I don't universally love everything in the state of Texas. I love living in Houston. I love this city. I love the people here. Love doing the show here. But Dallas, that's just because it's in Texas doesn't mean that we've got to root for it.
If you don't think that a Texan should hate a fellow Texan, then you have not been paying at all for the past several hundred years. So, like in general, or I guess millennia, whatever it might be. This whole, like, what are you choosing to be aligned 100% universally with all other members of your state? Is there, like, what other things in life is it like, oh, yeah, well, I'll pull for him because he's a Texan? I don't get it. I don't abide by it. I think it's garbage. I think it, frankly, I don't know if I could trust you in a time of war. I feel like you're like, well, everybody makes a good point,
Treason.
And I don't know. Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Sure, my two brothers are being held hostage elsewhere, but they've got their reasons, I suppose. So on we go.
So that's Clint. Then there's John Mclain. He didn't take to Twitter. He took to the airwaves with this yesterday. This was on In the Loop, John making his weekly Tuesday appearance, and they were doing the leg hiking segment where John and Landry read statements to John, and he either agrees or disagrees with them. Here was the topic of rooting interests in the World Series.
The Texas Rangers winning the World Series would be the worst result for the Astros possible.
I could figure. I think it'd be the best result because the team that beat you won a championship. And I'm pulling for the Rangers over the Phillies.
Oh, here we go. That was going to be my next one.
I'm pulling for the Rangers. They're a lot of fun to watch. What they did, choked the last game of the season. And what they accomplished under Bruce Bochy is amazing, and they got my respect.
Okay, I cannot believe you want the Rangers to win.
Me either, Landry. Me either. Actually, I can believe it. I'm just disgusted by it.
If the reasoning is all right, look, if you want the team to beat you, at least to be a really good team. And that, remember when the Texans lost to the Chiefs? You remember that time? But they lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs in 16 or 17, whenever it was.
Not the Mahomes game. You're talking about the one where they got smoked 30-0 at home.
Yeah, and then but then the Chiefs lost to the Colts the next week.
Yeah, it was 2015.
2015, yeah. Like then it was like the Chiefs got destroyed by the Colts, and you're like, oh, well, it was even worse than I thought. So I feel better about my team if the team that beats them goes on to do great things in the playoffs. But it's not the same as rooting for them. So Mclain took it too far when he started talking about how they basically are better than apple pie, the Statue of Liberty, and anything else in America, because just look at what Bruce Bochy has done.
Yeah.
That's where he took it too far.
Yeah, I'm just
sorry.
Not accepted. Sorry, apology not accepted, John. You're rooting for the Rangers, rooting for Victor Wembanyama. Oh, John, did you know that John joins us a little later on in the show, so I'll be able to tell him this live. But I'm just checking here, Seth. The NBA season opened last night. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, boy. John's going to be conflicted tonight, Seth. The Spurs play the Dallas Mavericks. Boy, who's John Mclain going to root for?
Yeah, I know.
The Mavericks and Spurs. This is quite the conundrum.
Everybody hope that it goes to like septuple overtime or something, I suppose.
You just call it a tie.
And then you have to win it by a coin toss.
Yeah,
right.
Victor. Yeah. That's what John's doing.
There's something, I get an uncomfortable feeling when I watch Wembanyama. It doesn't look right. It's
computer generated.
It looks CGI. It does.
Yeah.
The angles aren't right. The distances aren't right. It looks like a creature that was created on a computer more so than an actual human being. And I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable.
All right. So I think we've firmly
I feel like I'm watching the movie Mask. I'm I'm sure he's a great kid, but
Rocky Dennis.
Something's just not quite right. I can't put my finger on it.
Played by Eric Stoltz. Good 80s movie. Starring a frisky version of Cher. Kind of a dirty biker version of Cher.
Cher never lost her friskiness. She's off. She's on vacation with some 17-year-old right now in a country where it's legal.
Live life. Yeah, go do your thing, Cher. You do you. You brought this article to my attention yesterday. I did not know who Michael Mitchell was before yesterday, but he writes for Medium.com, and he wrote an article where the headline is "Nuclear Winter Looms in Houston."
I don't know if he's even a writer by trade. Just Medium.com, you can go and it's like having your own little blog on Medium.com.
He should be. I was riveted by this article.
He's a pretty good writer. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, look at this. This guy's actually using words artistically.
Dude, he goes in on what I think you called it earlier, Seth, the boys club that Jim Crane had were operating the team for a little while last year.
He just wants a nice, fun clubhouse with his buddies to hang around the old way.
Yeah. So it's a good article, and it's basically a list of grievances about the way the Astros were run last year and what it kind of sets them up for here in the future. This Michael Mitchell is very concerned that a lot of damage was done in that month and a half that Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and Jim Crane were kind of running it like it was their own rotisserie team. He says in the article here, following a World Series victory that included 18 players acquired by former mastermind Jeff Luhnow, as well as a dummy-proof short relief bullpen built from scratch by James Click as a bridge from Luhnow starters to Ryan Presley, Click was dismissed and not replaced. No reason was ever given because none exists beyond hubris and boredom. He then goes on to call Jim Crane, as he was running the team, retired freight shipping magnate Jim Crane, directly presiding over a 30th-ranked WAR per dollar spent in the offseason, as he ignored 90% of the other possible moves out there and bid on late career free agents. He looked like a guy that 29 guys who could easily, against 29 guys, the other owners, the other GMs, who could easily bleed Jim Crane dry at a poker table in less than an hour.
Yeah, I feel like that's where the fan part of him. He's an economics teacher
Very well written,
by trade.
Though. I don't know if I agree.
Is a fan. I know. This is a fan. I feel like some of the emotion over the top, he really was letting it all out. Yeah. He was bleeding himself with this one. So I don't know if the 29 other owners, you got to remember, there's some genuine jackasses out there. Could poke table, but so he's exaggerating a bit, but he does feel like Jim Crane was out of his element in the offseason spending.
Let me rapid fire a few of these at you. He said Dusty Baker, quote, managed the team as a petty tyrant who wanted to assert his own claim to power, end quote.
I don't know
Is that
about
fair?
I don't. Again, he's speaking as a fan. He's not a journalist. I think that the petty tyrant part, I think, is going a bit far. I do think that there was a part of Dusty that, for whatever reason, had his hunches or his feels about guys, whether it be Corey Julks instead of Yainer Diaz, or whether it just be the way he feels about Maldonado in general, whatever the hell was going on with him and Chas McCormick, I feel like that's the part where maybe Mike Mitchell feels that it was a little bit more about Dusty's hunches than input from others.
The one thing that I disagree with him on, this Mike Mitchell in this piece, is that he says we saw more evidence of Crane's influence at the trade deadline, where Dana Brown's professed interest in strengthening the bench, the bullpen, finding a left-handed bat, and hoarding his top prospects was spectacularly overruled by Crane, who couldn't resist a reunion with Justin Verlander and allowed the Mets their pick of the farm system in sending out Brown's top two prospects. No other moves were made in the final 72 hours. I can't get with the idea that the Verlander trade was not a good trade for this team. They're not in the playoffs without Justin Verlander, in my opinion. He was the only one pitching well in the last 2 weeks of the season.
The part that's hard, and it's especially hard to do in the moment, is that and Dana Brown were both confronted with situations that were almost impossible to manage your way out of. It was more a matter of okay, could Dusty do better damage control on this starting pitching situation that's just fallen apart into tatters so much, so abruptly and so much against expectations and a whole lot of bad luck. That's the hard part. It's not as cut and dry as, Dusty was the reason for all of these pitching woes or the need to go out and get Verlander. Mike Mitchell, by the way, who on Twitter, he's at MikeMitchNH. He first came across my radar because he had one of my favorite tweets ever that's been copied on memes on Facebook and everything for a long time. But it was this when he tweeted out, if you want to know how the week is going, I just took a pillowcase out of the dryer, put it over my head thinking it was a T-shirt to wear to bed, spent 15 seconds inside it searching for the neck hole, and then mumbled, what is this, pants? So
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite tweets of all time.
Okay.
So I forgive him for a little bit of his exaggerating, but I understand. I feel like the core of how he feels, I think he strikes an emotional truth in much of this.
I got one more paragraph I want to read from this, but we're up against it. This is where I'm going to read a paragraph, and this is where I think the reason Seth Payne might have liked this article so much is that Mike Mitchell is really just a pseudonym for Seth Payne, who is ghostwriting for himself. This is a paragraph that I feel like Seth Payne would himself have written. We'll get to that. Also, the Texans are one of 10 teams with this amazing distinction 7 weeks into the season.
Oh.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, my guy down there in West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. He is.
D&M leasing today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, last ad here on the article that we were looking at by Mike Mitchell on kind of a airing of the grievances on the latter part of the Jim Crane era, where this team was run in between GMs, and where I think he thinks Dana Brown is maybe doesn't have as much power as his title would seem to indicate. I just want to read this last paragraph where he kind of summarizes. He makes an analogy of watching Jim Crane go down this path of veering away from the analytics that made this team so good and veering back into this this baseball zeitgeist, like this gut feeling kind of thing that he ran the team with Bagwell. This analogy, this is where I think Seth Payne might have written this article. Here's the analogy. As a fan, watching Jim Crane go down this path has been maddening. It's like having someone you truly care about, your childhood best friend or your sister, get tempted out of her stable marriage to a pediatrician and her successful on-paper family life by a hedonistic coworker who tells her she can do even better if she starts boldly following her own instincts. First comes the boob job, then the affair with the personal trainer from the gym, and finally a spectacular implosion that leaves everyone worse off. It was simply a bad fit, you see. This is better.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's everything was going along great. Everything was fine. The plan and the sitting, and for some reason they decided to go back into more old school.
YOLO.
Yeah. Like flying by the seat of your pants, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like they went back to, you know what they went back to? They went back like those old school Moneyball scouts, or the scouts in Moneyball that weren't hip to all the analytics and everything. They just wanted guys with a big, the cheek full of tobacco making decisions based on whether they like the cut of a guy's jib or not.
Yes, cut of the jib. Yes, cut of the jib, square jaw, the look in his eye. All those things, like,
part of it is, okay, at some point there was going to be a need to be a transition between the growth stage and development stage Astros into, okay, now you're a mature organization. And understandably, things were, like, you were going to have to operate differently. I wonder if, like, such an emphatic move away from the analytics side of things was, if it needed to be as drastic as it did. Like, you could argue that a lot of the analytically minded people and stuff were like the reason you got yourself into trouble. You divorce a little too much human judgment from things.
Yeah.
And it's all of a sudden you've got AI operating the the people in the office with no regard to either optics or what's right, what's wrong, all of that. I could see where maybe he just wanted the organization to have a little bit more soul, but that's also scary to be moving away from some of the very things that made you as good as you are.
Yeah. Convincing. Why, of all off seasons to do it, why would you do it in an off season after you just won the World Series?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people that are, like Jim Crane. Jim Crane built his empire from the ground up. He's an entrepreneur. A lot of those guys like to stay 2 steps ahead of everything. Like, they see 2 or 3 years down the road and go, okay, well, I'm not gonna wait till we stop winning World Series to do what I think is the best thing to do for this team.
Well, the whole thing with the Astros is that, Luno and the Cardinals had seen, when Luno was with the Cardinals, he had seen other teams starting to use the same talent identification processes, and it was starting to even out. So Luno realized that, okay, player development is the next unexplored frontier where there are a lot of inefficiencies. So we're going to nail that down. And I think that's still where it is, because player development is one of those things where you can tell people all day long about the things you should be doing, and the fact of the matter is it's hard to do those things, and it's hard to build an organization like that. I think you can double down on that forever and still have an advantage. And maybe, that's where Brent Strom was the perfect guy, because he was so old school in a lot of ways, but also 100% open to all the analytics and everything else. So when you can find those people that can blend those together, A.J. Hinch was the same way, where now, it's, Jeff Bagwell is decidedly not that guy. Jeff Bagwell is accepts the value of analytics with a sneer and grudgingly, but still thinks crap at the end of the day, which like there's value in his opinion. Like you need to balance these things out. They still have a huge analytics department. It's not like they forsook it completely, but it's got a much different feel, for better or for worse.
Yep. All right, so shifting gears to the Texans. You brought this chart to my attention yesterday, Seth, and it's radio, so it's a visual thing, this chart. I'm going to do my best to describe it. It's basically it's a quadrant chart, with four squares. And the teams that are in the upper right square are the really, really good ones. You've got four quadrants. Teams that are good on both offense and defense. Teams that are good at offense but not defense. Teams that are good at defense but not offense. And then teams that are terrible at both in the four different quadrants. So there are 9 teams right now, Seth, that according to these advanced metrics, points earned above schedule average, that's offense, and then points allowed below schedule average, that's being good at defense. There are 9 teams that are in the quadrant on this graph that are considered good offensive and defensive teams right now.
And so it's basically just points for and against, adjusted for strength of competition.
There you go.
If you put it that way. So they try to balance out the good and the bad from that. Yeah.
I said there were 10. I'm not putting Minnesota in there. Sorry, Minnesota. You're on the line. You don't get to be in. You're not allowed to straddle the velvet rope at the VIP club.
No,
yeah,
and this includes the Monday night game. So
yeah.
No.
Okay, so there are 9 teams that were by these metrics considered good at offense. Those teams are the San Francisco 49ers, the Baltimore Ravens, the Kansas City Chiefs. This all passes the eye test so far. The Buffalo Bills, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Cleveland Browns, okay, the Los Angeles Rams, and the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans are one of 9 teams on this grid that are considered to be capable football teams on both sides of the ball right now. Does this pass the Seth Payne filter muster test?
I think it does. I think it's early in the season though too. So obviously you don't want to get super excited about any of this stuff. I do. I think that a lot of these graphs and charts that are fun to look at this time, I've had a lot more fun looking at them than in the previous couple years because the Texans do find themselves up and to the right in a lot of those. Whether it's a graph, most of these fancy charts. Usually, if you're up and to the right, you're like that's the better defense. That's both defense and offense are good. So that's what I look to first. Like where's the battle red and the Liberty blue? Okay, there it is. It's in the upper right quadrant.
Right.
We're in the top quartile of the top quartile of the bottom third of the 18th.
Yes.
36th of whatever.
Tell us where we are, Jim Irsay.
Quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Damn right we are.
I think the other 2 teams that would probably be surprises to people just are maybe the Browns and the Rams. Just because the Browns defense we know is very, very good, but it felt like more of a week by week assessment there. The Rams too. I think the Rams defense getting it done without hardly anybody on their defense of note other than Aaron Donald and a couple other guys has been interesting. And they're better on the defensive part of the graph than on the offensive part of the graph.
Yeah, Sean McVay's doing a good job this year in LA, I think, considering they've had no draft capital to go get young players. Then they draft Puka Nacua in the 5th round, and the guy's one of the best wide receivers in football. They've been really good at finding day 2 and day 3 guys to supplement that team.
San Francisco's kind of off by itself, in a good way in the upper right quadrant here. They've separated themselves, and everybody else is kind of in the bunch. I guess the other team that I think people are, the team that isn't currently where they are on this graph. Like this graph is based on the first 7 weeks. The Buffalo Bills, who are still actually fine offensively. It doesn't feel like it because so much of it still depends on Josh Allen running the ball. But defensively, they've got so many injuries. And Matt Milano especially at linebacker was a huge key to that being a really good combo run and pass defense. And they're just it's impossible to know exactly what the Bills are going to be by the end of the season because of their injury situation.
Yep. Among the worst teams in football, the furthest one outside, you said up and to the right is the good place to be. Down and to the left is the worst place to be. according to that, maybe a sort of a quasi-tie for maybe the three worst teams, which would be Washington, Denver, and the Texans' opponent this weekend, the Carolina Panthers.
Denver looks like it's bad defensively in the same way that the Raiders are bad offensively, if I were to read that. So, I might add the Raiders to that mix, too.
Yes.
They're in a little bit of a different part of it. So, Raiders have been a huge disappointment offensively. Denver is a huge disappointment defensively. Washington, I was wondering, this is why I get nervous about people being so over the top in praise of Deshaun Watson early, because a lot of, I feel like otherwise smart people were also telling me that Sam Howell was the real deal. And meanwhile, he's on pace to get sacked even more than David Carr because he just flat out seems to be generally clueless out on the football field.
Yep.
So, I take everything with a grain of salt when I start hearing praise about C.J. Stroud, just because a lot of those same people were praising Sam Howell ahead of the curve. C.J. continues to play well, whereas Sam Howell has lost all the shiny.
He has. By the way, C.J. Stroud, minus 175 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Got to bet 175 to win 100. Ahead of Nakua is plus 240. You would get better odds right now on that Badgett kid that played for the Bears this weekend than you would on Bryce Young to be Rookie of the Year.
That kid looks like the reason shopping malls are struggling. He's like a kid from Mallrats. The kid that people are I don't know if I want to go shop around those kids.
No, it's FCS Division II kid over here with his rat tail and his skateboard beating up on whoever. Who did they beat this? They beat Washington this? I can't remember who they beat this weekend. But you can get him at 50 to 1 right now. Will Anderson, by the way, Seth, 7 to 1 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year, behind Jalen Carter and Devon Witherspoon, who have both been great so far. With
Will, there are a couple things that he just needs to get a little bit better at that would make a dramatic difference in his sack totals. He's doing right now. I went back and I compared some of his pressure stats and everything to other guys. So in total, if you add quarterback hurries, quarterback knockdowns, and sacks together, he's actually been more productive in a lot of ways than a young Nick Bosa, a young T.J. Watt, certainly a young J.J. Watt. And a young Myles Garrett. But when it comes to the actual, the sacks and the quarterback knockdowns, that's where he falls off. So, he's making a lot of plays. He's making his presence known. Sacks are somewhat overrated, but they are still the most important thing you can do as a defensive player, as a defensive lineman. The sacks are 5 times more impactful than a quarterback hurry on the outcome of a game, on points added to a game. So, they're a big deal. And, Will is getting really, really close. He just needs to, on some of his outside moves, he needs to finish with crisper moves and a little bit more violence. And then on some of his power moves, he needs to extend some of the power that he plays with in the run game into his power moves in his pass rush. He's just kind of laying on into and easing into guys in a bull rush in a way that he's capable of doing much better. So it's these small things, and his hand fighting too. His hand fighting is almost there. But he's very, very close on all those things. The other thing that's beyond his control is that he's on a defense right now that they don't blitz much at all. But Nick Bosa is on a defense where they don't blitz much at all. He gets a bunch of sacks every single season because he's a finished product. Will's he's close. He's very close.
You're still very optimistic about Will Anderson.
I'm very optimistic because he is some of these ESPN and Next Gen stats are kind of bogus because they're just based on they're considering it a win if you get close to the quarterback. Well, all right, if a good quarterback. If you're slowly bull rushing an offensive tackle into a good quarterback, that doesn't feel like pressure to a good quarterback. Right. But the computer stats are saying it's a pressure, and it's close, but no cigar. And other guys are better at getting the cigar. He's close though. He's very, very close.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the top 8 stories at the top of the hour. 8 at 8 o'clock. There was Deshaun Watson through none of his doing. Twitter fights were starting yesterday over Deshaun Watson between prominent, well-known people. We'll put it that way. We'll have that for you next. Berkeley Eye Center
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the 8 at 8 o'clock, top 8 stories, the Ocho at the top of the hour. Quincy Avery, Deshaun Watson's personal quarterbacks coach, and Brady Quinn, former NFL quarterback, now a Fox Sports Radio host, along with part of the game day presentation for Fox on college football, Big Noon Saturday. They got into it yesterday on social media, on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, Seth, because here's what Brady Quinn said about Quincy Avery's prized pupil, Deshaun Watson. Everyone with a medical opinion has cleared Deshaun Watson. The situation is almost similar to a kid getting a $230 million trust fund. You ask them to get a job, and they have no incentive to do it, end quote. In other words, Brady's saying, look, now that Deshaun's gotten paid, he doesn't have there's no real super incentive for him to do things like take a bus to Jacksonville to play in a game.
Yeah, look, I understand what Brady Quinn is going for there. I guess where it falls short, and Tiger, it's the same logic Tiger Woods tried to use in why guys shouldn't go to the Live Tour. I thought guys shouldn't go to the Live Tour, but when you try to say, well, now they don't have any incentive, okay, are we going to pretend like there aren't plenty of other guys with guaranteed contracts or huge amounts of guaranteed money who are still working just as hard? So it's not, I think Brady Quinn, what he's going for is saying that no, Deshaun is that kind of a guy, that now we got that money, without actually saying it. But I could see where maybe Quincy Avery or somebody else is like, all right, that's not like just some general economic theory you're putting out there. It's you're saying that Deshaun's a bum. Well, yeah. Only a bum would just take that money and then decide that I don't need to work all that hard.
He's clearly talking about Deshaun. Everyone with a medical opinion has cleared Deshaun Watson. The situation is almost similar to a kid getting, and he mentions $230 million, which is the exact amount Deshaun Watson got paid. So he's definitely taking a shot.
No. I mean, Go ahead. I'm drawing too many fine lines.
So here's Quincy Avery. Quincy Avery sees this on Fox Sports Radio tweeted it out, and Quincy Avery retweets it and says, Brady, I'm going to be real. You don't know what the bleep you are talking about, and sit behind a microphone gossiping like a little high school chick. All right, so that's Quincy Avery's first reply. The conversation continued. Brady Quinn said to Quincy Avery, replies to that and says, come talk anytime you want in person, open invitation. Quincy Avery then says, I just seen you Saturday. I don't have anything I want to talk to you about. I'm telling you, you are talking about things you don't know. Talking on another man who doesn't know you is weak. Brady Quinn says, LOL. Well, I didn't see you. And I don't know what Quincy meant when he said, I just seen you Saturday. I don't know if he was at the game that Big Noon Saturday was at. I have no idea.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
He might have been. Who knows? But Brady says, Quincy Avery. Point being, and then this is the salvo that Brady Quinn then deleted along with other things, says, how about we massage this conversation and get it to a happy ending? Does that sound satisfactory?
Yeah. So he went right there. I didn't even read that right the first time. I thought he said, how about we message this, like DM it. I didn't even see that he went as far as to say massage, but obviously the happy ending was going to be enough, which, obviously I don't think anybody listening to this show needs an explanation.
It's not a crime.
Right.
And Quincy Avery left that one alone, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the end of the conversation.
There's no response to that to after that.
That's a tough one to come back to. What are you going to say?
That's the problem is honestly, that's where it's always been curious. Quincy Avery, I think, is like trying to do right by his friend and associate, client, Deshaun Watson, but there are times where I think sometimes the personal staff, the personal trainers, the throwing coaches and what have you should try to remain out of the public fray as much as possible, but to each his own.
Quincy's the opposite.
That's not Quincy's philosophy on the thing. Yeah.
Not his deal.
But yeah, once you go in there, was Brady out of line for taking it there? Was Brady out of line for making that? I'm guessing he deleted it because he felt like, all right, that's making light of a very, very serious situation, and it was obviously more than allegations of happening.
You're talking about the last line. Did he go too far?
Line, yeah.
Did he go too far? Probably. I mean, maybe in the eyes of his employer he did anymore. So either Brady thought to take him down, or maybe Fox said, hey, maybe no massage jokes, okay? Maybe we got to stay above the fray.
Adam Schefter felt the need to clarify exactly what was going on with Deshaun Watson's injury, since he's been cleared to play now but then didn't play. And so Adam Schefter said, some clarity on Deshaun Watson's injury. Doctors told him that he has a strain of the subscapularis within the rotator cuff, and he continues to have both pain and weakness with movement. This type of injury in baseball normally causes pitchers to miss 4 to 6 weeks. Watson continues to work to regain strength and velocity in his shoulder and shorten that window. So he's a hero, is what Adam Schefter is saying.
I love when guys like Adam Schefter tweet a body part like subscapularis.
Yes.
Like they know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I didn't realize that it was the subscapularis. Yes.
I thought it was
a whole different story altogether.
I thought it was the antiscapularis. I'm sorry. Okay.
Some other doctor says this means he has a tear in his rotator cuff muscle. Bruise of the rotator cuff never made sense, and the real diagnosis has finally been released. Based on timeline so far, it sounds like he has a grade 2 strain. Typical healing time 4 to 8 weeks. I think Deshaun's in a situation now. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's his fault or not, he is in a situation where he's going to be under extreme scrutiny. And he's missed a lot of time for various reasons now in his NFL career, including an ACL with the Texans, but now with where people are going to lose patience with it, and Browns fans are going to lose patience with it, whether it's his fault in this particular instance or not. It's just that's where he is, and it's going to be. And he's also, let's remember, he's a guy that had told Cleveland no, and then after Cleveland upped the offer way above everybody else's, he decided, oh, wait, this is the best place for me. So there's always going to be that question as to how much does he actually even really want to be in Cleveland, and how much of this is something perhaps above and beyond just. And we're living in an era where because of his agent partially, there are guys who fake injuries, who claim they have injuries when they have a contract dispute, and then all of a sudden their injuries are healed when they go somewhere else. So that's added to the dynamic too. That's how it's going to be. And it's not whether in any one given moment it's Deshaun's fault or not. That's the treatment that he's going to have from here on out. So the only thing he can do to rectify it is maybe be better than going 1 for 5 with an interception the next time you go out and play football.
Yeah. I would say this, even if he didn't pump fake on Cleveland and then go there, Seth, like you just pointed out, at first he said no. Then when the money got to $230 million fully guaranteed, he said yes. I would have said this even if he willingly said yes and signed the first time that Cleveland made him an offer. He's always seemed like an awkward fit there. It's always seemed like square peg, round hole. There's nothing about Deshaun Watson that screams Cleveland. That's about choosing to go there. When you get drafted to a place, you get drafted there, and you try to make the best of it, and that's where you're, that's where you come into the NFL. He willingly chose Cleveland over cities that seemingly, at least geographically, have more of a Deshaun Watson vibe to them in Atlanta and New Orleans.
He reached out to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta pulled the old from In Living Color, from Harlem Nights, saying, hey, I ain't never coming home no more. Yeah. They called up Matt Ryan and said, hey, I'm never coming home no more. And they booted him out the door in favor of Deshaun Watson, who turned out to be just teasing him cruelly.
Goes to Cleveland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's always seemed like an odd fit. Now, that said, Cleveland, to me, early on in the season here, is one of the more interesting teams in the league. Maybe not to watch necessarily because it's tough to watch P.J. Walker play quarterback, but they're 4-2 right now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or 3-2. I forget what their record is right now. They're above 500, and they've won 2 games that Deshaun's gotten knocked out of with P.J. Walker at quarterback. One of them's against the San Francisco 49ers. They handed the Niners their first loss of the year. I don't think they're a super sexy team to watch, especially if Deshaun Watson's not playing good football, but they're interesting,
Everything's going well for Cleveland. This is where the panic in trying to go after the one big guy is just such a dicey proposition. Yeah. Everything that Cleveland had done for years in building up that roster, it's actually come to fruition this year. Their defense is really, other than the fact that they let up a bunch of points to Gardner Minshew, for the most part has been really good this season. And but so far they've gotten very, very little out of that quarterback, and they're still a 4-2 football team.
They're 4-2. That's right. They're 4-2. They would be the 6th seed in the playoffs right now if the playoffs were to start today. And
they're 4-2. They're 4-2. They've scored 19 more points than they've allowed. I mean, it's not like they're a definitively winning football team.
No, but if you told me P.J. Walker had to come in for 2 games for Deshaun Watson, there's no way I'd say they're 4-2. I put a poll out yesterday, real quick, just to look ahead, because I wanted to get the vibe on what people think of Deshaun Watson and these injuries right now and his performance. He's not been good, generally speaking, when he's been in. Look ahead, Pender poll for Texan fans. Deshaun Watson has been injured multiple times and underperformed this season. The Browns have won without him. Bottom line, do you think Deshaun Watson starts against the Texans in Week 16 at NRG Stadium, Christmas Eve? Do we think Deshaun Watson starts? We're several hundred votes in. I don't know if you've looked at it, Seth, or if you want to take a stab at this one.
I haven't looked at it. I'm going to guess. This is one that's impossible to say. I'm going to guess it's split down the middle.
It's almost split right down the middle. Yep.
I'm not saying like I refuse to choose. I just figure it would be split. Yep. It's like you're asking something it's based on like zero. Like we have zero information about just like how he's going to act in these situations, other than he's already done it once before. Yeah. So it's more about projecting injury. But I think if he's healthy, he's going to play. It's just a matter of whether he's healthy or not.
This is 100%, in my opinion, an emotionally based poll, which is however you feel about Deshaun Watson. I think there's very few people looking at something like this analytically at all. He doesn't play anymore. He gets hit one sign of trouble and he's out the door. You know, that kind of thing. 52.3% say they think he will start in Week 16. 47.7% say they don't think he'll start. I think the interesting thing about that is if you asked that question about Deshaun Watson 4 years ago, they would have said, why are you asking this question? What do you mean? Is he going to start in Week 16? It's Week 8. Yeah, he's going to start. Like, what the hell? But it's split down the middle. That's where we're at with Deshaun right now.
There'd be odds on whether or not Hannah acknowledges Deshaun Watson. And,
that's off the board because the answer is an unequivocal no.
The answer is no. She will turn her back on Deshaun Watson.
It is a no.
Yeah.
All right. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's get to the 8 at 8 o'clock, the Ocho. Number 1, the Astros. They were a little less than 48 hours removed from the season being over. It's a weird feeling. It's not a good feeling. We'll get to the World Series matchup here in just a second that we've been dealt by the baseball gods. I would say the biggest thing probably, Seth, right now we're awaiting word on is the fate of Dusty Baker. And you and I hashed this out a little bit earlier. I think we're in agreement on this. This whatever announcement is going to be made about Dusty is probably going to be made once the World Series is done. Sometime. And you mentioned the owners' meetings, too, would be an ideal time.
I think it'll be done before the owners' meetings. I just don't know. I don't know why he would wait until after the World Series. I don't like him making an announcement this week or something. It's not like it's going to detract from attention on the World Series this year.
That's a good
Major
point,
League
actually.
Baseball itself doesn't give a damn about most fan bases do not give a single damn about the Arizona Diamondbacks or the Texas Rangers for the matter. You know, like the Astros. People care a lot more about the Astros than they used to just because they want to hate the Astros. But it's not one that Major League Baseball executives get excited about.
No.
Yeah, so I mean, not that I care about Major League Baseball executives, but they're especially not happy about this one.
Well, I care deeply about the Arizona Diamondbacks winning this because I don't want the Rangers to win it. So that's my dog in the fight. Like, I actually am interested in this because I don't want the Rangers to win the World Series. I don't subscribe to the whole, hey, whatever team beats you, I want them to do awesome. It's not like you get a trophy. It's not like the Astros get a smaller trophy of the little ballpark with all the pennant flag trophy they use. It's not like they get a smaller version of it if the Rangers win. So I just don't want Ranger fans to be happy. When my team's out of it, I root for the fan bases to win that are the most off in the woods, not going to bother me, going to take the least amount of satisfaction publicly in their team winning a championship. And boy, the Arizona Diamondbacks fit that bill. I don't know a single Arizona Diamondbacks fan, not one.
You know, the crazy thing about Dusty and whether there's a decision to be made at all or it's just a matter of whether he's announcing it or not. Flashback to 3 years ago, 4 years ago almost this time, and he was happily retired. Like, I don't think he expected anybody to ever call again. He was tending to his roses and a burgeoning professional baseball player, and just all of a sudden, boom. It's just a life-changing. The Astros, in their being better than everybody else scandal, did one of the most selfless things they could. They redeemed an older man and gave him a championship that had eluded him for all those years.
Well, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame now. I think that's the big game changer for Dusty. He was not going to get into the Hall of Fame. I think he gets in now because of this 4-year run, particularly the World Series championship last year. But I think this 4-year run with the Astros is what punched his ticket to Cooperstown, which is that's a big deal to a lot of guys. All right.
2.
All right, Texans, they're back at practice today, getting ready for Carolina. The guys that we are waiting, Seth, to see activated off of injured reserve, I'm not getting a feeling like we're going to see that activation this week. Derek Stingley Jr. and Juice Scruggs are the two big ones on that list.
It doesn't feel when we talked to Nick about that yesterday, I didn't think there was any hint of those guys having an imminent return or anything. He almost talked about it like it was, we'll talk about those guys when the time comes, when we get down the road, which makes me feel worse and worse about Derek Stingley and just his complete, really, I guess, frailty since his freshman year at LSU. It's been 4 years now where he hasn't been able to complete, 4 years in a row where he hasn't been able to stay healthy for an entire season, and where his play has been affected by either half. So this being anything more than just a little bit of a tweak that needed a few weeks to rest, just doesn't make me feel any better about that.
We asked Nick about Stingley yesterday, and I thought the interesting thing, we asked him about correlation of injuries, to not correlation of injury, but like when you're looking at a guy who was injured in college, how does that factor in to your evaluation? I mean, they took Stingley with the 3rd overall pick in the draft, so obviously I'm sure they assessed it, but it didn't deter them from using a very, very high pick on him. He said multiple times in that answer that Stingley came in, I'm paraphrasing, but that Stingley had one of the best off seasons of anybody. Like came in stronger, came in bigger, came in really ready to go this year. Brought that up multiple times. I agree with that. Like Stingley was a guy, like just looking at him in training camp, like, okay, if he can stay healthy, this looks like a kid who's getting ready to take that next step.
I'm going to make a bad comparison here, but screw it. I think it's got some validity. I think that sometimes what really sets athletes apart isn't their work ethic, but it's their ability to stay healthy while overworking. Lance Armstrong is the comparison I'm going to make. Like some of what Lance Armstrong was able to do, when every other cyclist was doping out the wazoo as well, but he was just worked, like did more volume that would lead other guys to end up getting injured or, getting sick or what have you. And like that's an athletic trait, just in the face of extra volume. There's a lot of guys that want to work really, really hard, but just their bodies break down, so you got to find that balance. And I don't know, maybe Derek Stingley is one of those guys. Like, yeah, he's got all the want to in the world. He works his butt off. Sometimes that's not the best thing for some guys.
Yep.
3.
Big story that is beginning to grow some legs here in college football, this Michigan sign stealing scandal, where if you're not up to speed on it, there's a ex-Marine on the Michigan football coaching staff by the name of Connor Stallions, who...
by the way, Sean, real quick correction, because all the Marines, you're always a Marine. So he's I guess you're allowed to say former Marine, but not ex-Marine. But I don't know.
Gotcha. I thought I read it.
I don't want you pissing off the Marines out there.
No, I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah. And if they were to be angry, I would point to the articles that I read that said ex-Marine yesterday. I would blame it on the writers.
Well, they've had letters written to them, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, they're going to get more because I ain't taking the fall for this one. At any rate, Connor Stallions is he's on the Michigan staff and apparently tasked with going and finding out the signals for future Michigan opponents, calls, the offensive and defensive signals that get sent in from the sidelines in college football. Connor Stallions had a small staff of a few people, 2-3 people, that they would send to different games of future Michigan opponents. They would spend the entire game sitting at the 50-yard line, 45-yard line, good premium seats, filming the other team's coaching staff, sending in plays, sending in formations, and then they would use that information all games on Saturdays, and they've been doing it for a couple of years. It didn't just span Big Ten games. It spanned to SEC title games each of the last 2 years. The thing we are most put off with here in Houston is it also included Ohio State games. So they cheated to beat C.J. Stroud, Michigan.
There's
did.
a pretty and just to, the reason that it's illegal is that in the NCAA you're not allowed to send in-person scouts to future opponents or other opponents. That's the part that's different than high school, and a lot of high schools at least, and in the NFL. So like the electronic part of it is almost a separate part of the discussion. The big rule is just sending people in general.
Shouldn't even be in the building.
Yeah. So that's and there's a video of C.J. Stroud going through his cadence, then looking to the sideline during a Michigan game, getting a different call, and as he turns back to face the defense, the entire Michigan sideline, including with this Marine fella, they immediately are doing a hand signal for alerting the defense for what play is about to come. So that in and of itself wouldn't be illegal if that's all you saw, because you're allowed to steal signs as long as you're doing it in person and during the game. It's how they came by the information to be able to do it that's the illegal part of it.
Yep. We'll talk more about it a little bit later because there's some interesting angles that continue to come out on this story. This is a growing story, and I think the big thing that people are wondering is what's going to happen to Jim Harbaugh with all this, the coach of Michigan, who has categorically denied any knowledge of this whole scheme.
4.
All right, NFL news, and I'll say urgent NFL/Colts news because that's what Jim Irsay tweeted in all caps. Jim Irsay tweeted this last night. First, an update on Anthony Richardson's shoulder surgery, the rookie quarterback for the Colts, who looked really good in one half against the Texans in Week 2. He had surgery in Los Angeles. It was a success. The shoulder is repaired. No surprises found during surgery. Jim Irsay says they just repaired what was expected. Anthony's doing well. And thanks, everyone, for his support. There's no date for his return. He won't be back this year. Jim Irsay also says, as we are in the 2-3 days after the Browns beating the Colts 39-38 in Indianapolis with two very controversial calls in the last couple minutes with the Colts on defense, Jim Irsay says that the NFL admits and understands that they did not make the correct calls at the end of the Colts-Browns game on Sunday. I believe we need to institute instant replay for all calls, including penalties, in the last 2 minutes of all games. Proposal by Jim Irsay to institute replay for pretty much everything in the last 2 minutes of games. You're the head of the competition committee, Seth. What do you say to Jim Irsay's proposal?
I like that. I like that little tweak on it. I think various other coaches have proposed making all calls reviewable. Doing it in the last 2 minutes, I guess, is it going to come from the booth then? Is every call or from coaches' challenges?
It's got to. Coaches can't challenge in the last 2 minutes.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Are you going to tweak it? If it's every call is reviewable, then, I guess it would just remain just coming from the booth. They're going to review every call,
That's what I would think. Yep.
5.
All right, Kareem Jackson, who is all of a sudden the dirtiest player in the NFL. At least that's the perception of Kareem Jackson. In this day and age of viral videos, he's got several that include him knocking people's heads off. The latest one was Luke Musgrave, the tight end for the Green Bay Packers, who Kareem Jackson laid a heavy hit on this weekend. In the aftermath of that, the league suspended Kareem Jackson for 4 games, which would have cost him $558,000 in salary. The appeal, Kareem Jackson has appealed it. The appeal has been heard by Derek Brooks, Hall of Fame linebacker. And he has reduced the discipline on Kareem Jackson from 4 games to 2 games. So he's eligible to return to the Broncos roster on Tuesday, November the 4th. So Kareem Jackson.
So the worst defense in the league will just still be bad with or without Kareem Jackson.
Yeah.
And but rest assured that Kareem Jackson will be back to face the Texans and potentially injure one of our guys.
Yes,
so
he would have been.
Who does it? He does his hits are not dirty. They're illegal, but they're he's trying to hit them properly. He's just off by a few degrees here or there. So it never makes me angry when he has any of these hits. I would just prefer that he not be able to do it versus Texans players.
6.
All right, the latest on James Harden started last night. I don't know how many people knew that, but it started last night. The Sixers opened their season on Thursday against the Milwaukee Bucks. James Harden remains away from the Philadelphia 76ers, looking for a trade to the Los Angeles Clippers. Here's Adrian Wojnarowski with the latest on James Harden.
No, it is unclear whether James Harden, when and if James Harden plans to return to Philadelphia. Now, the organization has taken him at his word that he's away on a personal matter, that there is something that he has to attend to. But how long will they do that is certainly a question. And the possibility now, very much looms that beginning Thursday on opening night against Milwaukee, if at some point here the Sixers want more clarity and a timetable for James Harden to return to this team and start playing, that if they don't get that, they are certainly within their rights to start fining James Harden as much as $390,000 a game for each missed game. Wow. And that comes out of his, $35.6 million salary this season.
That's wild to me. He makes $390,000 a game.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so in Houston, when the Rockets, realized that John Wall was not going to be part of their future, they pretty much just let John Wall stay at home and collect a huge
$1 million. Yes.
Yeah, a huge salary. So I guess the question becomes, do the 76ers, with not as much, cooperation between two parties, but do the 76ers say, all right, this isn't worth this distraction. We know what it is. He's going to show up and he's going to loaf around on the court if he does show up. So we're just going to go ahead and say, no, go ahead and stay home. Or do they follow it through? Because this is what I'd love to see. I'd love to see James Harden come back, James Harden pull what he did on the court with the Rockets to where he was just completely disengaged. He had other players, basically almost by name criticizing him for it. Because I almost want that to happen just so it can then go to arbitration and have Harden get up and show on the video, explain himself. Explain what exactly he was doing in these situations and why he was loafing. I don't know if the 76ers really want to go that far with it, but I would love to somehow get the footage of James Harden explaining why he was only taking 3 steps on this possession or staying in the backcourt on this possession.
The part I'm with you on, the least interesting scenario is they just pay him to stay at home like John Wall. There's nothing interesting about that. If they make him come back, and the difference too, Seth, is the Sixers think they've got a chance to win some things this year. The Rockets were a total rebuild, here's 47, but just stay away from our young guys, okay? In his heart of hearts, Daryl Morey wants James Harden on the floor playing with Joel Embiid,
He wants the guy who went and badmouthed him where in a state, in a nation. Does everybody really do people appreciate what Harden did? Honestly, look at the dirty pool BS this is. He went to China and stood in front of a bunch of Chinese dignitaries and bashed Daryl Morey, who China has decided to act like is the worst person on earth because he voiced support for the people in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And China does not like its citizens having any kind of say in things that they don't like.
He's a hero over there.
Harden went over and bashed human rights, bashed Daryl Morey to the most human rights violating country, one of the most violating human rights countries in the world. And it's disgusting. And yet he's going to get away with it.
For the 4th time or whatever it is.
7.
Hey, Bun B. Good job, Bun B, with Trill Burgers. But Bun B, leave something for everybody else, man. Now he's in the chicken tender business. How about this? Trill Tenders, which is co-owned by Houston rap icon Bun B. Got some other people on his staff there, including our friend Nick Skirfeld as part of the Bun B entourage there. They were Bun B and his team created Trill Tenders after an invitation to compete in the world's largest celebration of chicken tenders called Tenderfest. A festival organized by Los Angeles Hospitality and Lifestyle enter the H-Wood group. So Trill Tenders is competing with all these celebrated culinary superstars. They were invited to participate in this, and they come up with a recipe for some chicken tenders, and they win the whole damn thing again. Yeah. They did the same thing with Trill Burgers. They won Best Burger in America, and now they're going to Tenderfest, and they're winning that. Sounds a lot like Pendergast, actually.
I know, but I like how
I'm going to change my name to
7 seconds after introducing the concept of Tenderfest, you're now referring to Tenderfest. Like, can you believe they went to Tenderfest and won?
I know.
Oh.
I'm disrespecting the people who came in the last 7 seconds.
You went, wait a second, Sean. Are you telling me they pulled it off?
Seth,
they won Tenderfest?
There's an article about it. It's got to be a big
crap.
deal. There's an article about it.
He has Bun B doesn't mess around, though. It's not like this is Bun's. This isn't just Bun's recipe that he came up with the kitchen. He's got his own experts on staff.
Dude, he's got experts on staff. Trill Tenders is said to have used a classic French brining technique, ensuring the chicken remains succulent and the batter stays crispy. They're served with soy OG and pink OG dipping sauces.
I knew as soon as he was going with the French brine that they were on the right track. That's when I was like, man, I was looking at the Trill Fest odds, and I saw Bun B shoot up, and I realized they're going with the French brine.
It's the Tenderfest, not the Trill Fest. Respect the event.
Excuse me, the Tenderfest.
Now it's the Trill Fest. They're going to rename it because Bun won the whole damn thing. It's awesome that you won Tenderfest. And I can't.
So now, is he going to start a new restaurant with these Trill Tenders?
Doesn't
or is Trill
say.
Tenders going to be a menu item at Trill Burgers?
I'll ask people that would know, but I'm just congratulating him on winning Tenderfest. All right, quickly here. Number 8 is we're going to talk to John Mclain next. And we're going to find out, we're going to get to the bottom of why he keeps rooting for these teams that aren't Houston teams. This is the big thing we've got to get to with John Mclain. He joins us for his weekly appearance.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Texas Rangers winning the World Series would be the worst result for the Astros possible.
Hey, Kid Figgy, I think it'd be the best result because the team that beat you won a championship. And I'm pulling for the Rangers over the Phillies.
Oh, here we go. That was going to be my next one.
I'm pulling for the Rangers. They're a lot of fun to watch. What they did, choked the last game of the season, and what they accomplished under Bruce Bochy is amazing, and they got my respect.
I cannot believe you want the Rangers to win.
I do.
He does. That's John Mclain, Hall of Famer, and he joins us every Wednesday. He's our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. So, John, if the Rangers win the World Series, how many thousands of words are you going to write on SportsRadio610.com about your new favorite team, the Rangers, winning the World Series?
Zero. I don't give a rat's, about the World Series. As far as writing or talking about it, unless people ask me about it, I want the Rangers to win. I think it'd be great if the team that beat the Astros won it. They could say we lost to the champion. And I think it'd be great for baseball in Texas, and it would only enhance the rivalry even more next year.
John, a lot of our listeners, and I include myself in this group, a lot of people want the Diamondbacks because Brent Strom has taken that pitching staff from one that was 29th in the league in 2021 to now is like one of the best three pitching staffs in the league. And also maybe there's a chance that Brent Strom comes back and is manager of the Astros next year.
I think it'd be great if he won it because he was so respected here. I still don't understand why he left. They said he retired, went back home to Tucson. Next thing you know, he's coaching the Diamondbacks. He's done a fabulous job. He gets a lot of credit here. But I've been, for most of the season, because I try to keep up with baseball as much as I can, and when I read about him, I'd see, of course, Torey Lovullo, manager, has done a great job. And they talk about all the pitchers, and you'd think Corbin Carroll was the greatest rookie in the history of baseball, and he never got any credit. But he does get a lot of credit here because people know how much he's man. He's one of the greatest pitching coaches in history, but I never understood why Brent Strom actually left and then actually why he came back.
You know what, and it was when he left, a lot of people assumed he was retiring because he was 71 years old at the time, but he didn't frame it as a retirement, and then he took that job in Arizona a couple of weeks later, and he's spoken very, very highly, continues to speak very highly of Jeff Luhnow. I think regardless of what rumors are or what have you, I think it was just the direction of the team and where he thought it should go might not have been on the same page.
What's he been? Has he been in Arizona now for 3 years?
He left in 2022. This is his second year there.
Well, good for him. He has done a magnificent job. Watching those relief pitchers last night blow through the powerful Phillies lineup, it was impressive.
Yep. John Mclain joining us for his weekly visit. John, we'll get to the Texans in a second, but just the big topic with the Astros, as long as we're talking about this, is what the future holds for Dusty Baker. Rumors that he's going to retire. What are you hoping for out of this, whether it's Dusty staying, Dusty to replace him with? Do you have something you're rooting for here with this whole Dusty Baker scenario?
No, I'm not rooting. I want whatever Dusty Baker wants. I hope it's what he gets. It sounds like he wants to ride off into the sunset. The story in the Athletic said he might want a job in baseball, might not. There were a lot of mights in there. He's talked a lot about retiring, but then he could change his mind. So Dana Brown has not been on the job for a year, but this was his first season. He was hired late. He came from Atlanta. Toronto before that. New GMs always have a guy or two or three that they would like to hire. Now, and Jim Crane, I think, has said that Dana will hire, but if Crane's got to sign off on it, it's got to be somebody he likes. So I'm guessing if they hire a new guy, it'll be somebody Dana Brown is familiar with Atlanta or Toronto. And then, of course, they got contracts and all that. But whatever Dusty does, I hope he's happy because he did a magnificent job here when they hired him to get the stench off the team from the scandal. It was met with universal approval, but nobody could have envisioned Dusty and this team doing what it has done.
John, as we move on to the Texans, I got to tell you, I've got an uneasy feeling right now, and it's because I'm looking at a team that's 3-3, and I find myself very satisfied at 3, which should disgust me, because obviously the ultimate goal isn't to be 500, it's to be much better than that. So, what with the Texans right now, where I think most of us just feel like pleasantly surprised by the progress they've made, what's the thing that they should be most concerned about in terms of keeping this trajectory going? What could upend them and keep them from being an improving football team?
I think the only thing that could hurt them is because they've overcome an inordinate number of injuries. If something were to happen to C.J. Stroud, they haven't run the ball anywhere near what they're capable of. They're 25th in rushing. I think after 2 weeks to work on it, I think this is the game they break out running the ball, because the Panthers are 31st against the run, and that is very important to Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans. So I think they're going to have their best game rushing. And I'm with you. You want a time, and Sean had said this on our Utopia Football podcast last week. You want to come to a point you're going, man, 3-3, they should be better. They're not at that point now. I look at it, they're 3-1 in their last 4 games, and the one they lost was on a field goal with no time left. And now they got to win on the road again. They got to win a game like that at Carolina. They should beat Tampa here. This team should be 5-3. But what's interesting from Carolina's perspective, Frank Reich gave up play calling. He's got an offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown, never been calling plays against the Texans. He's never called plays. So he's in Bobby Slowick's shoes and doing it for the first time. And I think most people around the NFL, when they see Reich giving up play calling 6 games into the season, probably the owner, David Tepper, made him do it. We'll never know. They'll never admit it. But it's going to be interesting because nobody has anything to go on with a new play caller. Maybe that's good for Bryce Young. Maybe it's not. But the Texans now have made every game so interesting when you analyze it, when they prepare for it. And one of the things DeMeco Ryans talked about Monday is the physicality that they play with and how important it is. And one of the things I'm going to ask him today is, how do you do that when you can't hit? And when you played, Seth, you can hit. You can develop that physical mentality in camp and on the practice field. But I want to know today how he does it, because he definitely has done it.
It's funny because the 49ers, back when Ronnie Lott was on the team, they never hit. Bill Walsh was one of the first coaches that said, no, this is dumb. Guys are getting injured in practice. So they didn't hit at all. And in the NFL, guys for decades, they haven't hit as much as you do in college and practice. So there's a lot of, DeMeco will give a good answer for how they do it specifically. But whenever a coach starts blaming practice for why they can't hit or tackle, it's a complete cop-out, because the fact of the matter is nobody in the NFL is going to the ground tackling, and some of them are tackling well. Blame it on practice rules, it's just a cop-out. You're fraudulent as a coach if you start blaming the practice rules. But I am interested in hearing what DeMeco has to say about it. As far as the Texans, sorry, I got off on a tangent about Ronnie Lott, so I completely forgot what I was going to ask you, John.
I got a stat I want to put out there, guys, that is amazing to me. The Texans are +6 in turnover differential. That is tied for second best in the NFL, only 1 behind Tampa Bay. They have committed the fewest turnovers in the league, 3. And if they keep up that kind of performance on the turnover differential, they're going to win games, because how coaches say that's the most important thing. Well, it's working, and it's mainly working because they don't throw interceptions and they don't fumble. And it's amazing what they've been able to do in that regard. Now, they would like to force more. That's important to DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator. And so I can't wait to see when they play the Panthers and the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield here, if they can start forcing more and committing as few as they've done so far. That's amazing what this staff has been able to do in that statistic.
I'm trying to remember so they've only turned the ball over 3 times all year, which is remarkable. I remember obviously CJ had the interception. He had the strip fumble against the Colts, and I'm trying to remember the third one. I'm sure our texters will remind us what it is. But that's a great stat, John. That's a real. As far as the division goes, I think it's perfectly acceptable to start dreaming about the possibility that the Texans could win the AFC South. But the Jacksonville Jaguars, since losing to the Texans, have been one of the best teams in football. They've won 4 straight since losing to the Texans. How real is this Jacksonville Jaguars team as far as being not just maybe a division contender, but an AFC contender?
Oh boy, you see them win some close games, and that's what it's all about. Trevor Lawrence has not been dominant like a generational quarterback should be. He was hurt in the last game, and they won, and he was the leading rusher with a bad knee. They're doing what it takes to win, and I can't wait till the Texans play them here on November 26th. And with the way things are going, that could be a huge game. Could the Texans win the division with their schedule, which is tied for second easiest the rest of the way? Sure. And with Indianapolis not having Anthony Richardson, Will Levis is about to play for the Titans. There's a good chance Texans are going to have a good record in the division and compete for the wild card and compete for the division title if they win games in which they're favored. And it's amazing that they're favored on the road. When's the last time they were favored on the road? 2019?
2020, actually. Fairly late in the season, too, for a team that wasn't very good. But they were playing the Bears in Chicago in Week 14. They were favored by 1 point, the Texans were.
And they got hammered.
They lost by 29. Didn't go very well that day for the Texans. Mitch Trubisky got them, John.
Greatest game of his career.
No doubt. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Hey, John, before we let you go, I'm glad you mentioned the Titans. You mentioned Will Levis playing. I'd seen a tweet from somebody yesterday saying that they were going to – Vrabel was saying they're going to play Malik Willis and Will Levis, I guess, if Ryan Tannehill can't go. How do you think that whole thing ends up playing out, particularly knowing that the Texans play them twice in the last 4 weeks of the season?
I'm guessing by that time, if Levis is healthy, he's playing. They have to find out if they think he can play. And because they could be in a position to draft a quarterback who's higher rated next year than Will Levis was this year. And I think if they thought Malik Willis had a chance to do what Levis does, they would be starting him. And so this is the beginning of the Levis era. It might end quick, and they might put Malik Willis back, but fans up there are always eager to see the high pick, and he was, I think, their picked high in the second round.
That's John Mclain, joins us each and every Wednesday. John, what's going on the website for you the next couple
I've got
days?
an Astros column from yesterday, and I've got today I'll have one of C.J. Stroud versus Bryce Young. We're all excited to see that matchup of the first and second quarterbacks taken in the draft. Thank you guys very much.
All right, good stuff. Appreciate you, John. That's John Mclain joining us for his Wednesday visit. We do it each and every week. He mentioned DeMeco Ryans talking about the Texans being more physical. What was his biggest priority when he was brought in as the head coach of the Texans back in January? We'll let you hear from the head coach on that. Next, Yuengling Flight had 1 or 2 yesterday over at my favorite watering hole. They've got Yuengling Flight. There are more and more places now where you can get your hands on that Yuengling Flight.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. C.J. Stroud had a strip fumble in week 1 also. That was the third turnover I couldn't think of. They've only turned the ball over 3 times all year, according to John Mclain. That's a good stat, the Texans. Nice job. DeMeco Ryans, head coach, what was his biggest priority when he took the job back in January? Here was DeMeco Ryans earlier this week.
The most important, piece for me and what I wanted to implement is just a style of play, physical style of play, relentless manner of play. That's what I wanted to implement, right? I think it starts there. You want to win, you want to be recognized and respected by your peers in this league. It's about what you put on the tape. And so that's the first thing that I wanted to do is make sure, people respect what we put out there on the field.
How would you grade DeMeco Ryans so far in accomplishing that goal, Seth?
I think as far as, being a respectable opponent, I think they've accomplished that so far.
Yeah.
Like obviously you keep raising the bar on that every step along the way. Like one of our listeners earlier said, hey guys, you're talking about the Astros like it was a disaster. They did just go to Game 7 in the ALCS. And I would say, no, we're not talking about them like they're a disaster. We're talking about them like they weren't as good a team as they were in the previous year. And the very discussions that the team will be having is, how do we get better next year? They're not going to be like, hey, guys, hey, we're awesome. We just went to the ALCS, so everything's cool, right? No, they're going to try to get better. So with the Texans, I think if what you wanted to do is establish it first and foremost a level of respectability, I think they have that for the most part. I don't think there's a team in the league that looks at the Texans and says, whoa, be careful, they'll run the ball right down your throat and make you look like a damn fool. They're going to take your manhood. They don't they're not doing it in the running game. Everywhere else, they've got a very respectable passing game. And I think they're playing credible defense. They've got a chance to become a genuinely good defense if the pass rush can just a little bit, and with the linebackers in general need to get better, and some of that can come just by younger players getting better, hopefully. But there's kind of a ceiling on just how good the defense can be this year. I feel like there's less of a ceiling on the offense just because C.J. Stroud is still very much in the growth phase.
Who's their best defensive player right now? John and I did some superlatives on our podcast last week, bye-week superlatives thus far, like MVP, best rookie, blah blah blah. And one of them we did who's the defensive player of the year on the Texans so far. I don't want to say who I picked. I'm just curious who you think has been their best defensive player.
I think honestly, and this is a guy that still has a lot of room for growth, I would say Will Anderson.
Yep.
Defensively. He's an impactful player. He's been very good against the run. He needs to and people get all weird about talking about sacks because yes, sacks are somewhat overrated in some respects, and yet for a guy like Will Anderson, the measuring stick over time is going to be, is he a multi-sack per year guy? And he's played very well, but there's some things that he just needs to refine in his pass rush that will result with him getting the quarterback on the ground more often. Once he gets there, then he's definitively the best. But right now, I think just because of consistency and because of him consistently impacting the opponent, Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, all the linebackers just sit back and catch blocks a bit too much for my liking. There's times when they come up and they're making plays, but there's times where the run game there's times where the Texans are getting hurt in the run game simply because the linebackers are standing there stationary waiting for guys to come out and block them. So those guys aren't making as big an impact as I'd like.
Yeah, mine was Will Anderson also. When John and I did that exercise, Seth, mine was also Will Anderson for a lot of the same reasons you just brought up. I think the fact that it is Will Anderson, who's been really good but not spectacular, but the defense statistically has been a pretty good defense this year so far. Yeah, it may to some degree speak to the level of competition. It always does. But a lot of these metrics where they are rating the Texans as a top third of the league defense factor in strength of schedule into all this. So they're empirically they're a solid defense, and I think the fact that it's that you have to think really hard to come up with who the best guy is, and you're coming up with guys who are all like pretty good, but none of them are just off the charts good. I think speaks to the level of team defense that they're playing right now.
And I think too, so for the things that Will Anderson could be doing to get more sacks, some of the things are like just him learning how to be a full-time pass rusher as opposed to what he was in college, which was more of a multi-responsibilities, read and react a lot of times, playing linebacker as much as defensive end. Like he wasn't in the same role that he is now. But some of it is also just the team around him. Like if they get more good pass rush, have opportunities for sacks. If the coverage improves, Will's going to have more opportunity for sacks. So it's a combination of both team and himself. But yeah, just big-time impact playmakers, there just aren't enough on that defense right now for them to be a genuinely good defense. That's what's going to come, hopefully, in the next year or two.
Yep. Here's one more from DeMeco Ryans. He mentioned the physical play that he was looking for, the physical mentality. How do you balance the physicality with trying to keep guys healthy?
I feel like the game is played one way. It's a physical game. That's what football is all about. When the game was first invented, it was meant to be played physical. And that's how I learned football, and that's how I believe it should be played, and that's just a style, a brand that I want to put on the Texans. And I think we're starting to build, that type of brand where we're a physical football team.
Yeah. Plunk DeMeco back down in the 60s and 70s, man. When men were men and you could hit them wherever you want to, whenever you want to on the field.
You could clothesline a guy the way God intended for football to be played.
Right. When the cavemen were playing football, they were just swinging things at each other and knocking each other out. Yes.
Clotheslining them like nobody's business.
Amen.
That's right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's DeMeco on the physical play. And I would say, that matches the eye test. The Texans, a far more physical team than they've been the last few years on defense for sure.
Yeah. I think even as they miss, they're missing too many tackles. They lead the league in missed tackles. I don't know. Well, I haven't checked because they didn't play last week. But leading into the bye week, they were leading the league in missed tackles. I'm not going to make an excuse for that whatsoever. They need to get better. At least one of the reasons for it is I think that DeMeco does preach, shoot your shot. Get in there and hit somebody, arrive as early as possible. And then the swarm mentality kicks in where if you miss your shot, there should be 2 or 3 guys behind you, so it's not as harmful missing that first tackle. But it's also always nice to just go ahead and get that first tackle.
It is, but it's funny you say that, Seth. When we had Blake Cashman on the post-game show for the New Orleans game, he kind of said what you just said. He even brought up, voluntarily, we didn't ask him about missed tackles. He brought up himself missed tackles and how, I'm paraphrasing, but he said they don't get too caught up in the missed tackles because it's really about getting a bunch of guys there to eventually make the tackle. Shoot your shot was the way you put it, and I think that's the sense that I got Blake Cashman was saying a couple weeks ago.
The only thing I worry about that, with being a little too cavalier about whether or not you care about missed tackles, is that's regular season thinking. That, on average, if you just get a lot of guys there, he's going to go down. That's great, and that adds up over the course of the regular season. But, at some point in the postseason, when you're facing, I don't know, the Philadelphia Eagles or somebody like that, they got a lot of guys who can make multiple guys miss, and it's not good enough at that point. It's a different standard.
Yeah, and especially where some of those guys can make guys miss, where there's not enough guys around to swarm. It's in the open field, like Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, guys like that. They're catching balls 20, 25 yards down the field. You're not really in the swarm zone at that point. You got to be solid in your fundamentals. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Big questions facing the Astros. We're heading into the offseason now. Adam Spillane's got a good piece up on SportsRadio610.com. Adam, of course, he's our Astros expert. He is our Astros insider. He's got a piece up about the top questions facing the Astros. What's our level of anxiety over the answers to these 3 important questions? We will have that for you next.
What's your level?
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. 9 o'clock hour is here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Adam Spillane's got a good piece up on SportsRadio610.com. The Astros, season's over. What are the biggest questions facing the Astros this offseason? 3 big ones he's got in here. And let's see what our anxiety level is with the answers to these questions. Knowing that it's a new GM. This is his first offseason. Dana Brown is the Astros GM. So new territory for Dana Brown, GM of an MLB team heading into November and December. They will likely need a new manager. There's players' futures you got to think about here. Here are the 3 big questions, Seth, and let's rate our anxiety level with the Astros coming up with good answers to these questions. Spillane points out that the bullpen could look very different for the Astros in 2024 than it did in 2023. As we know, in 2023, they just brought everybody back. They re-signed Montero. Everybody else was on either, club control, arbitration, or under long-term deals like Ryan Presley. Here are the guys scheduled to become free agents. Ryan Stanek, Philip Maton, Hector Neris, in all likelihood. He's got an $8.5 million player option that Spillane says is almost guaranteed to decline. Leaving us with, left behind, Ryan Presley, Kendall Graveman, Rafael Montero, under contract for next year at a combined $33.5 million. So, and you got Brian Abreu, who might be their best reliever. He's arbitration eligible for the first time. So Brian Abreu is still going to be relatively cheap. So they've got 3 or 4 spots that they've got to fill in here with guys who could leave or maybe bring some of them back. My anxiety level over retooling the bullpen is not that high. I think you can find a lot of these guys out there on the market.
Yeah, I guess like Neris is going to be 34 years old, or 35 years old. Relievers, right? You can go out and find another Neris. Stanek is just not that same guy. I guess Maton's not the same guy specifically in that he's not throwing as hard as he used to be, but it's not like he was a fastball thrower to begin with, If you go from 91 to 90, I'm not overly concerned about that. So I guess for the relievers, I guess with Maton's the one that I would say most likely is going to end up coming back.
Yeah. I'm not worried about finding guys where they need to. I'm more worried about the guys who they have in-house recapturing their magic than I am them finding other guys. Like Montero, for most of the year, was not good. You're paying him $11 million. Kendall Graveman, you traded Corey Lee for Kendall Graveman. He's not on an inexpensive deal. I think he makes about $10 million a year. He wasn't great once they got him back. And then Ryan Presley was okay during the regular season. He was solid in the postseason, as he's always been. I think Presley is always going to be who he is. He's never going to be a closer that just blows guys away. But specifically the setup guys that are still in the building, Montero and Graveman, I'm more worried about them getting back to close to where their price tag dictates they should be than I am about finding other guys to fill in.
I guess with Montero, too, you just wonder how much of this is him. Like, how much of it is age, where he's not overly old, he's 32 this year, versus how much of this is the pitching, coaching, or the structure of the pitching staff being the same as it used to be under Brent Strom. And I don't want to overly simplify it by saying that it's all Brent Strom or nothing. I mean, Josh Miller was here through a lot of the really good stuff, too, and the resurgence or the coming into their own of Framber and all of those guys. It's hard to ignore that some of these young guys that routinely developed and it's easy to imagine we got really cocky to where we thought that a J.P. France or a Hunter Brown was just going to come up and all of a sudden be a potential Cy Young candidate, or that a guy who had recaptured some version of himself from early in his career was going to remain that way, like Garrett Cole or Charlie Morton. And it hasn't been that way. Montero, you got the best version of him before you gave him that contract, and now he's kind of regressed back to who he used to be. Yeah,
you bought way high on Montero. It would appear right now, 1 year into that 3-year deal. Next category of questions from Adam Spillane. It's titled "Trade If You Can't Extend?" And basically, this is guys that are in the building and figuring out, okay, what do we do with these guys contractually? Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez have 2 more years of club control left. They're going to get pricier because the arbitration salary they're going to get is going to go up compared to last year. Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman, those are the 2 big ones to me. Altuve and Bregman, they're set to hit free agency after next season. So the Astros have been used to being here before. They've let a lot of guys walk in free agency. We know that. But I think the point Mclain makes, let guys walk in free agency, there's always been a solution to backfill those guys walking. Dallas Keuchel leaves in free agency. Well, you still got Justin Verlander and Garrett Cole and a bunch of young guys on the farm. Garrett Cole leaves. Okay, well, Framber Valdez and Christian Javier and Lance McCullers still healthy at that point, and you have Justin Verlander. George Springer leaves. That one has been harder to fill, the Springer one, but Chaz was good last year. And then Carlos Correa, you had Jeremy Pena set to go. When Verlander left last year, you thought you had all kinds of solutions. Turns out you needed to bring Justin Verlander back. I don't know that we're in that world now where you look at these guys who could potentially leave, whether it's Kyle Tucker or Framber Valdez, or even, I don't think Altuve's going anywhere, but let's say Bregman leaves. If he leaves in free agency, someone offers, he's only going to be 30 when he hits free agency. Do you have the solutions on the farm to backfill these guys right now? The answer is not nearly as emphatic a yes, or maybe it's a no, as it was a couple of years ago.
Right,
Yeah.
and I guess that's where it becomes, what do you want to be as you, let's say if the Astros have to try to find some way to do a reset while still being competitive, which isn't impossible. I mean, the nice thing about teams tanking is that it's because so many people have tried to join the tanking party that tanking probably isn't worth it like it used to be. And especially when you've already got really, really good guys on your roster, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I figure the fact that Bregman's going to be 30 and has already demonstrated once before that he's willing to sign up ahead of time and to just kind of have that steadiness, the bird in the hand, so to speak. I wonder if that ends up being kind of the way it's always been with Altuve, an extension done without a whole lot of fanfare, and perhaps one done under perceived market value or whatever it might be. The fact that he's 30, he's at a spot where he's not good enough for some team probably to want to give him a 10-year deal. And yet there's always that chance or that possibility. I'd prefer to see them lock that up sooner than later.
Yeah, I would too. I think some of it comes down to, for the player, I think some of it comes down to how much you love being in Houston, how much you love being revered in Houston. I think Carlos Correa liked being revered in Houston. I think he liked the idea of a 10-year contract and becoming the highest-paid shortstop ever more than that. I don't know if Bregman's wired the same way as Carlos Correa when it comes to that. Like, I'm not saying he is or isn't. I literally don't know. But I think if Bregman, he's played well, he hasn't been like he's not regained his 2019 form where he was runner-up for the MVP and he had 40 home runs. I don't know if that Bregman is ever coming back. It's been a long time now since he was that guy. Granted, he suffered through some injuries in 2020 and 2021, and he's been healthy the last 2 years. Been the healthiest Astro the last 2 years. He hardly ever came out of the lineup this year, so there's value in that. I think with Bregman, it might, because someone will overpay for him if he's healthy and he's playing well, and he's a really good defensive player as well. That doesn't show up on the back of the baseball card necessarily. I think it's going to come down to, and I think it'll come down to this with Altuve as well, although I just feel like Jim Crane will overpay if he's got to keep Altuve. I think Altuve holds a different place with this franchise in their history and in the heart of Jim Crane than Alex Bregman or anybody else does. So Altuve I'm not really worried about. Bregman I guess I'm moderately worried about. Just I don't know what his appetite for testing free agency is. The ones that are the big ones are this Tucker. What are you doing with Tucker and Framber right now? Because I think my guess is they made offers to Tucker and Framber last year that, especially with Framber, that they may be a little bit glad that they said no to at this point.
Yeah.
Framber especially. Tucker will be fine, but Framber especially.
Well, Tucker, the biggest question is, all right, what can you forecast for Tucker? And he went through a really, really bad stretch here, which happened to coincide with the playoffs. I'm trying real hard to be as nerdy as possible about that. That like guys go through bad stretches. They go through slumps. Sometimes they coincide with the playoffs, and it's not like Tucker hasn't shown before that he can be clutch. So I don't think Tucker hurt his value nearly as much as people felt like he was hurting. I saw a whole lot of people making comments about how much money Tucker cost himself this postseason and everything. That's just not the way front offices look at it. If anything, they look at it as maybe an opportunity to buy a little bit lower, but they expect you to come back around on it. The other thing, too, so the other big concern about Tucker might be, all right, well, like, is he cut from the same cloth as Altuve, as Bregman, as some of the would be? Just like all about 100% full force, passionate about baseball. I don't know if that's always that clear with Tucker, but I also don't worry about him being a guy that's going to end up having off-field issues or having any kind of alcohol issue. Like the things that I would worry about for a baseball player not aging well, you worry about some guy that maybe just enjoys nightlife a little too much or something and also then doesn't have that same level of urgency, then you worry about it. Tucker being kind of a laid-back persona might end up rubbing you the wrong way in a lot of ways, but I expect him to be really, really good for a long, long time because he probably also just likes to go home and sit around and watch TV at night.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to be depleting himself or diminishing himself off the field.
Well, I think, and we'll get to the manager part of this here in just a second with Dusty Baker. But just to kind of put a bow on this bullet point, Seth, I think as I sit back and you and I are sitting here talking about all the things that they need to do, you need to get Bregman extended, you need to get Altuve extended, you need to, at least entertain Tucker and Valdez and whoever else. I think one thing you can feel good about, the one thing we don't have to talk about, the one name that never comes up in conversations like this is Yordan Alvarez because they've got him locked up for 6 years.
Right.
Like that's huge. Like he's more important than any of these guys we're talking about as far as the future is concerned. So I think that's a real saving grace in all this is that Yordan is taken care of. As far as the manager goes, The Athletic, of course, reported late Monday that Dusty Baker organization that he plans to retire. So it would appear they're going to be in the market for a new manager. Spillane was the first one I saw point this out when these conversations about Dusty and who to replace him with, when we start kicking around names. Joe Espada is the name, obviously, that seems to be at the top of the list. That's not what Spillane brought up that was unique. What he brought up and brought attention to was Jim Crane has gone outside the organization for every GM and manager hire since he took over the team in 2011. He went outside the organization to get Bo Porter. He went outside the organization to get A.J. Hinch. He went outside the organization to get Dusty Baker. With the GMs, he obviously brought Jeff Luhnow in. He brought James Click in from Tampa Bay. He brought Dana Brown in from Atlanta. So is it as easy as everybody thinks it is? Well, just elevate Joe Espada because you're keeping continuity in place. Crane under his watch, the team has shown a proclivity to go outside of the organization to go get their guys.
Yeah. So I guess it's, small sample size, I suppose. I wonder if part of that, too, when it comes to the front office is there are a lot of front office members who remain but who were part of the being better than everybody else scandal.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe part of it that might be less of an issue now.
There aren't as many as there used to be.
Right. I don't know. Is there any rising young star? What's his name there? Top young future stud GMs before he got a little too rambunctious in the clubhouse there. I don't. So if we had to handicap it, he's going to go from outside the organization.
Well, no. I just think it's an interesting trend. If I had to handicap it, I'd say Espada's the favorite. It's just something I hadn't thought about. As we just, I've just sort of conceded that Espada's the heavy favorite, but it's worth noting that Jim Crane has not always stayed inside the organization to do things like that before. And to your point, when there's, there may have been candidates to do that with back in the day. The manager one, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about hiring a manager. I don't know that there's anything, to your point about the sample size, I don't know if there's anything I take away from those three hires, Bo Porter, A.J. Hinch, and Dusty Baker that make me go, aha, he's going outside the organization to get another manager.
Just as far as Espada goes, Espada got here in 2018.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, anything that happened in the dugout or anything was, that was 2017. The 2018, when in the first month they were still dabbling in the dark arts, that was with that was just a front office operation with the code breaker. So Espada would be removed from any kind of the stuff that maybe Crane wants to move on from. So yeah, maybe that's maybe that's one more potential ceiling thing in favor of Espada.
None of these things are worrying me too much. The bullpen, who they extend. I guess maybe who they extend, because there's certain guys I'd like to be here. I'd like Kyle Tucker to be here long term. He's a really good player. And back Kyle Tucker in the farm system. The manager one is the one that intrigues me the most, just because how much leeway, how much does Dana Brown factor into this? Is this a Jim Crane decision, or is he truly letting his GM go pick the next manager? Because if he's letting his GM go pick the next manager, then it could come from outside the organization.
Well, yeah, and then the big question is always going to be, what level of control does the GM have over the manager? Where there was very much a division of responsibilities here. Like in this year, it was kind of like Dana Brown. Dana Brown a few times would basically say, well, it's Dusty's decision. He wouldn't disapprove of things that Dusty was doing, but he would not necessarily wholeheartedly endorse them, and not in a way that was sketchy or anything. It was just it was clear that there were some things that were Dusty's decision and Dusty's decision alone. I wonder if the next relationship will be a little bit more fluid.
Yeah, we'll see. The juiciest one would be if they somehow hired Brad Ausmus to be the manager, because then people will go, well, looks like Bagwell's still running things.
God,
that's his buddy. That would be fun.
But is Bagwell definitely like the alpha in that relationship, or is it that Bagwell is Bagwell would be telling Ausmus what to do?
I don't know.
Or
there's a lot of intrigue. That's what I'm saying.
Or just by virtue of having his buddy in there, you mean just Bagwell's that much of an influence?
Yeah, it'd be saucy. Yeah, absolutely. All right, there's people mad on the text page.
Oh no!
At two of our coworkers.
Oh, okay.
And not at us. Not at us. No, they're rightfully mad at tend to agree with the texters wholeheartedly. We'll let you know why.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Here was John Mclain yesterday on In the Loop. The World Series is set. It's Texas, the Rangers, the hated Rangers, or so I thought.
That's what I thought.
I did too. You and I must be living in a dream world or something. I thought everybody hated the Rangers around here.
A dream world where we're all filled with hate.
Hate. Yeah, it's my kind of dream world. Yes. Against the Arizona Diamondbacks, who I feel nothing about. Say Arizona Diamondbacks right up in my face. What do? I just stand there and stare straight ahead. I feel nothing about the Diamondbacks, except I want them to beat the Rangers. You know who doesn't? John Mclain. That's who.
The Texas Rangers winning the World Series would be the worst result for the Astros possible.
I could figure. I think it'd be the best result because the team that beat you won a championship. And I'm pulling for the Rangers over the Phillies.
Oh, here we go. That was going to be my next one.
I'm pulling for the Rangers. They're a lot of fun to watch. What they did, choked the last game of the season. And what they accomplished under Bruce Bochy is amazing. And they got my respect.
I cannot believe you want the Rangers to win.
I do.
All right. And he made that clear. John did earlier when he was with us.
You know, because the thing is, he could have hiked it on that one without saying that he wanted the Rangers to win. Right. It was just because what Landry had said on the hike it or whatever was the Rangers winning the World Series would be the worst thing for the Astros. Yeah. If the Rangers win the World Series, okay, well, the Astros took them to 7 games, and they're obviously a very good baseball team. So I feel it's not as bad. Like, if the Rangers go and get swept, then I feel worse about the Astros. But I don't have to actually, I don't have to just all of a sudden go get a Rangers tattoo like John apparently is.
Yeah, right. John volunteered that he was rooting for the Rangers. That was not the question.
Bruce Bochy should be the next president, and everybody knows it.
I'm going to put him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Johnny's a baseball manager. Yeah, so?
Well, sorry.
First ballot.
Clint Stoerner tweeted this yesterday, or on Monday night. I mean, Clint couldn't even wait for the final out to be recorded, and he's tweeting, when my squad's eliminated, I fan by 2 lines of thinking. I pull for the team that knocked my squad out, or I pull for the team from Texas. Well, this is your lucky day, Clint, because this fits both of these bills. Call me crazy. This is Clint talking here. But I'm pulling for the Rangers 100% in the World Series. Okay, which then who's with me? I did the Jerry Maguire moment where he's holding the fish in the bag. Who's coming with me? And Renee Zellweger stands up, and that's it. You know the only person that's with you, Clint Stoerner? Renee Zellweger. That's it. She's the only one.
Renee Zellweger, who's often, just as I'm always compared to Andy from The Office, Renee Zellweger, John Mclain is always compared to Renee Zellweger. It's constant with those two.
They look exactly alike.
Exactly. Same in spirit, too. They both have beautiful souls. Mm-hmm. So, and they both look a little bit like Jewel also. This is the thing. I feel like some of this is an offshoot of that SEC mentality chant has infiltrated. Yeah. It's infiltrated Clint's mind, I think, to where somehow you hear that SEC chant enough that you think somehow, oh yeah, this is an acceptable way to think about things. Yeah, that it's all about the no, it's not. It's not an acceptable way to think about things.
No, and I honestly don't understand Mclain brought this up earlier. The whole team that beat us. If they go on to win, then I can say that we lost to the team that won it all. Like, what conversations do you get involved in where the opportunity comes up to brag about getting beat by the person who won the whole thing? Like, who are you having conversations with where this is a topic?
It's not a topic at all. That's just the personal thing that I feel. That I'm just like, oh, okay, well, all right, oh, there you go. It's not as bad. But I will bring it up when my team loses to a team and then the opponent they lost to goes on to get just destroyed in the playoffs. Then I'm like, oh, wow, you know what? It was even worse than we thought.
Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. Like, the Astros went to 7 games with the Rangers, so that series could have gone either way. If they go on to win the World Series, I'm going to feel, especially if they destroy Arizona, I'm going to be like, yippee, we lost to the team that destroyed Arizona. I'm going to feel like we missed out on an opportunity. That could have been us. Could have been us. Yeah, now, you sleep better at night with the mentality that you and Mclain and Clint are espousing when it comes to rooting for the team that beat you. You sleep better at night, I would assume, because I don't sleep over things like this.
I don't look at it like a missed opportunity. I look at it as like this was not some flukish. That was not a flukish 6th and 7th game drubbing that the Astros took. That was one agent set in a lot of ways, and just the Astros through their postseason savvy were able to get to that spot. But like the signs were all around us all year that this was not the same Astros team as previous ones.
That series was not lost in Game 6 and Game 7. That series was lost in Games 1 and 2 at home. When Verlander gave you a great outing and you couldn't drive in runs. I mean, you pointed it out, Seth. You had a bunch of hard hit balls. You had a bunch of ducks on the pond there, runners on base. You couldn't bring anybody home. And then Framber spits the bit in Game 2, but you actually come back in that game and you make some noise in that game. But you leave bases. Bases loaded, nobody out. Bases loaded, one out. I forget what it was in the 5th inning of that game. You couldn't bring anybody home, and then it's curtains for you at that point. So I think Games 1 and 2, like if we're going to look back and go, man, it was a 7-game series. It was really close. Could have gone either way. You're totally right about Game 6 and 7. They got blown out. It's Games 1 and 2 that are going to stick in my craw where you couldn't, the Rangers weren't really hitting at that point. You couldn't take advantage of that. Text message 2990. Clint and Mclain should be banned from living in Houston for rooting for the Rangers, Spurs, etc. It's the most disgraceful thing any Houstonian could ever do.
Ever.
Dallas and San Antonio sports fans hate Houston and would never root for a Houston team. Never. Oh, here's the ultimatum right here. Never listening to those Houston frauds on the radio ever again.
Give me a...
No, that's not me, John. It's 2990.
It's not us.
Yeah.
It's Enter, who definitely is 100% going to follow through on that threat.
For sure.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people always follow through on their threats of never listening again.
We've had several texters through the years text us every day how they're never going to listen anymore.
So just take this. Congratulations on losing a listener, Clint.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll reconsider next time. You're so casual with your allegiances. Okay.
Well, Mclain too. Apparently, Mclain just cost us a segment and a listener during at least one segment every week, Wednesdays at 8:23. Thanks a lot, John. Allegiances with Dallas and San Antonio. Boy, John is already probably torn to shreds that the Spurs are playing the Mavericks in their opener tonight. Seth, on Friday, the Spurs play the Rockets.
Oh, how will he choose who to cheer for?
I don't know.
Could they ever?
Oh, you know what? I'll bring this up. John and I record a podcast tomorrow, so I'll bring this up on the podcast. I'll get an answer from him for that on the podcast.
I got excited because I was checking in on the NBA.
Yeah,
because it's that time of year. I'm not one of these fans that only starts paying attention at Christmas time.
No,
I'm one of these fans that doesn't start paying attention until maybe February. But for the most part, I am intrigued. I am intrigued by this young Rockets team. But I got excited when I saw that Zach Lowe did his annual watchability rankings.
Yeah,
and honestly, I did not have to scroll nearly as far as I thought I was going to have to scroll. The Rockets is the 19th most watchable team right now. For three, he didn't break it down into three main reasons, but I broke it down for him. One, he said Van Vliet was here to impose order. I would add to that Udoka, obviously, is here to impose order as well. Like, you just get this sense that this young core has some good examples and some tough-minded discipline, both to follow the example of Van Vliet and to accept the discipline of Udoka. So I'm excited about that.
Okay.
Zach Lowe is telling me that I should be super excited about Dylan Brooks because he should provide structural integrity on defense and that his villain persona is entertaining in moderation with proper accountability.
Okay. That's the most nerdy, stupid caveat that I've ever heard. His villain persona is entertaining in moderation with proper accountability.
Yeah, I have forced myself to kind of latch on to various personalities through my Rockets fandom that later I feel bad about. One of whom I feel extra bad about right now. Like, it's just, there's, so I'm not going to be so quick to be like, oh yeah, now I love Dylan Brooks and his scrappiness. I'll wait and see on Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
I do agree the structural integrity on defense is a good thing. The villain part, we'll see. And then this, honestly, high praise from Zach Lowe. The Rockets have accumulated perhaps the most intriguing group of prospects in the league. It's plausible that all 6, Green, Şengün, Jabari Smith Jr., Thompson, Eason, and Cam Whitmore make at least one All-Star team someday.
Okay.
That's
plausible.
That's why I feel like Zach got into smoking weed or something lately. He's not like that usually to make grandiose statements like that.
Plausible that all 6 of the young guys they've drafted in the first round the last 3 years could make an All-Star team.
I think what he meant was that any of those 6 could make an All-Star game. I don't think he meant like all 6. Because he also said that it's also plausible that some might bust out as empty-calorie chocolates.
The word all 6?
I know. But he's writing about all 30 teams. I think he meant that like each of those guys could be an All-Star in one version of the universe.
Here's what I'll say about those 6, and this may be where he was going, maybe where he probably should have gone, is I don't feel like any of them are busts. Like, I feel like those are. I feel like you got 6 NBA players that are all going to be around for a second. Maybe not with the Rockets, but they're all going to get a second. You got 6 guys that are going to be around the NBA for a while, which you may say, well, yeah, they're first-round picks, and 3 of them are high first-round picks. Go look at the NBA draft history, man. It's like the NFL. Like, some hit, some don't. I think they've done a really good job with the ones in the later part of the first round with Cam Whitmore and Tari Eason and Şengün. Those are good basketball players.
My favorite little blurb was this from Zach Lowe. Even Şengün appears surprised at times by what his feet have done and by the disbelieving referees whistling him for traveling. Some of his thread-the-needle passes bonked teammates in the head through empty spaces Şengün assumed his confused teammates might be occupying.
Okay, I like that better than the Dylan Brooks blurb that we read. That's good. He's surprised at his own feet.
I do. So Zach Lowe does feel like, okay, this is now we're getting for real with this young core. They got the right pieces in place. They've got the right coach, and he's excited about watching the 19th most excited about watching the Rockets.
You could mad-lib a lot of stuff we're saying about the Rockets for the Texans right now. They're on very similar trajectories, up to and including getting coaches that people feel like around the league are respected. They got this right. They got this right with the head coach. And they're the 19th. Have you heard the good news? The Rockets, the 19th most watchable team, according to Zach Lowe. Have you heard the good news? You've got a watchable middle third of the NBA, watchable level team here in Houston now, people.
By the way, I'm rereading that little piece about Şengün. He was saying that in a positive way about Şengün.
Yeah.
It was you could read that and take it one way or the other. Like if his teammates were confused because Şengün shouldn't have been passing it there, that's when they were like, no, a lot of Şengün's better things that he does have gone unused by inadequate teammates and cohesion around him.
Yep. I get excited reading those blurbs from Zach Lowe, man. I am definitely looking forward to some Rockets basketball. They start tonight against the Orlando Magic. So in Orlando tonight, in San Antonio Friday. First home game is Sunday evening against the Golden State Warriors. So this will be fun. Up next, the Michigan sign stealing story is becoming a bigger and bigger one. It directly involves Houston hero C.J. Stroud now, and there is evidence that this has been known, that Michigan's been doing this, evidence that it's been known by other teams and their fan bases going all the way back to 2022. We'll have that for you as well next.
wait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth and I are just trying to come up with our next get-rich-quick scheme.
I don't know how quick it would be.
None of ours are quick. Yeah.
The incredible advantage you'd have if you came up with some breakthrough in sports medicine to keep football players healthy, or just like hamstrings alone. And I know. As soon as I say this, there's going to be 29 people sending in their tips for hamstring strengthening and rehab and everything. Yeah, there's lots of stuff out there, and a lot of it's really good. But I'm saying, like, to actually be able to predict and then prevent hamstring injuries to an extreme degree, you could win Super Bowls with that power, that superpower.
Boy, Mclain is just taking some on the text page from that clip from In the Loop where he says he's rooting. Imagine if the NBA expanded to Nashville and Amy Adams Strunk owned the team. Mclain would have 19 favorite teams. LOL.
Or if the Strunk family bought the Grizzlies, I suppose.
Yeah.
Between that, and then if Justin Timberlake remained on, yeah, can you imagine how excited he'd be about Amy Adams Strunk and Justin Timberlake being owners of his new favorite basketball team?
He would love that. He would love 5819. Mclain is just going to show up in a Texas flag shirt for Rockets Mavs so he can't lose.
Did I say Timberwolves? My God, I meant Grizzlies. Jeez.
You said Justin Timberlake.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I may have. Okay.
Who's from Memphis? Anyway.
Yeah, and he owns part of the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if I said Timberwolves as I was thinking about Justin Timberlake.
You're good. Clint gets a pass for his time in Dallas, but not Mclain. We all know he roots for the Titans when they play the Texans. That's not true. He doesn't root for the Titans. I think he admires the Titans and Amy Adams Strunk, but I think when they play the Texans, as far as we know, we can ask him who he roots for when the Texans play the Titans. Yeah, McLean's just taking some here. The last one I'll read.
Doesn't help that you keep bringing it up.
I
feel
know.
like you're just, you're putting him right out there.
That's
what
right.
You're doing.
Yep. It's
parading him through the streets.
A bad teammate, letting people throw tomatoes and lettuce at him and things like that. Yeah, like Braveheart. What a coincidence. The two Southern-speaking people are rooting for the Rangers. Everybody in Dallas speaks with a Southern drawl. Is that true?
They have more of a drawl. Yeah, they have more of a drawl than – well, Houston, it's funny. Yeah, Kubiak's got more of a drawl, but, like, he grew up in a time where it was more – it was, like, more country out everywhere. Like, you go outside of the city limits – and it would feel a lot more country, where now the suburbs extend so far that it seems like a lot of the accent's been lost. Like from the Beltway in, it's not quite the same as it used to be.
Gotcha.
Not back when I was a young buck in Houston, back in 2000. Back when there were maybe 2 or 3 high schools in Cyprus, and now there's 472 high schools.
Those days, I know.
They've run out of letters to add after Psy.
Son, these fields used to just be farmlands. Now it's 17 high schools on this patch here of land.
I remember driving down through Pearland in 2002 in March, and people telling me how how fast it was growing, and there's all this change coming. I'd be like, I don't know, man. I see a lot of stores and not a lot of houses around them. Whatever. I'm certainly not going to buy a huge chunk of land right here in Pearland.
Yeah, that would
be dumb. You know who was smart? Gary Walker. Gary Walker bought I want to say it was a couple hundred acres in Rocheron, and because Gary's a farm kid, and he wanted to have a big old place and go out and shoot some hogs, and but then he held on to it for 20 years, and I don't know if he sold it or not, but yeah, that ended up being a really smart thing to do.
Yep. So the big story about the Michigan football team sign stealing scandal is in the midst of an NCAA investigation right now. The NCAA is investigating Michigan as to whether or not Jim Harbaugh knew this was going on. He denies that he had any knowledge that his staff was engaging in such activity. Just to give you the brief summary of the activity in case you're new to the story, Connor Stallions is the name of a, what are we saying, Seth? Former Marine?
You can say former Marine. You're always a Marine. But I don't know why you can say former Marine. You're just not supposed to say ex-Marine.
He's not serving anymore, but he was
he's a former Marine.
Yeah, he was an active Marine member at one point. He's on the Michigan coaching staff now as an analyst.
We're trying so hard not to piss off Marines this morning.
I know. Yeah, that's probably Not a bad idea.
It's good policy.
It's a good policy.
Many have learned.
Yep,
yeah.
That's right. Take that, world. This Connor Stallions had a few people working for him, and the Connor Stallions and the three people working for him would go to football games of various future Michigan opponents, actual and potential opponents, and they would sit at about midfield, good seats, and film the future opposing teams' sideline routine with their signals and their formations, and just get the signals there, so that when Michigan ultimately played those teams, they would have an advantage in knowing what the signals were. And
the reason it's illegal is because you're not allowed to send in the NCAA. You're not allowed to send people to opponents that you're not playing to scout them.
Right.
It's a cost-saving measure, so it's been banned for, and that's pretty much. So it's not even the electronic part as much as that they were doing the electronic part while present at a game they weren't supposed to be at.
Yeah. So now all kinds of videos surfacing of clips from Michigan games over the last couple of years, including one that surfaced yesterday, is when I saw it, of C.J. Stroud playing against Michigan last season. And C.J. Stroud, Seth, you describe it. He was coming up to the line. He was doing his cadence, and then...
Yeah, he looks to the side. He does a hard count. Then he looks to the sideline to change the play. And as he's turning back to face the defense again, you can see that the University of Michigan sideline has also gotten the signal from the Ohio State signal, just like C.J. Stroud, because like 8 of them immediately point to the sky, right, either to give a pass alert or something else. But like they saw exactly what play was coming, just like C.J. did.
And in that clip that we're talking about, Connor Stallions, the person who is sort of spearheading the getting the information on all these signals from other teams, is standing next to the defensive coordinator holding a laminated placard in front of him, like literally holding the answers to the test, presumably, in front of him there. So C.J. Stroud got by this thing, it would appear, as well. So we hate Michigan for that. How about this? Now on various message boards, including, I'm looking at a Tennessee volunteer message board, there is a member, presumably a Volunteers fan, that back on December 1st, 2022, so this scam just came to light in the last couple of weeks. This poster named Arnie Palmy Alert says, one of my little brother's friends is a scout for Michigan. They paid for him to travel to the UT Vandy game, and they planned that before Tennessee, because they were going to go scout Tennessee because they might play him in the college football playoff, to try to steal our signs. Tennessee lost before the Vanderbilt game, but he went anyways after the loss, since it was Thanksgiving. He says that, he being Connor Stallion, says that he and others are never allowed to talk to Harbaugh directly about the scam.
Yeah.
So Harbaugh is presumably insulating himself with some plausible deniability.
Well, either that or some ambitious underling has hatched this scheme and doesn't want Harbaugh to know about it. Like somebody, I always want, it's kind of like boosters acting on their own. If a booster does something, he's doing it without the knowledge of the coach. He just wants to help the team. So is there some super ambitious underling that has hatched this scheme, and also, by the way, then maybe paints himself out as the genius. So maybe this former Marine himself, or this Marine veteran himself, is painting himself out to be more of a genius than he is. The question is, though, okay, but who's approving the funding for it?
Yeah.
Like, who's approving the travel, the buying, the tickets, all of that? That's where it's hard to believe that, like, what's probably a pretty hefty line item if you've got multiple people traveling and attending various games.
You would think.
It's harder to the upper management.
Well, and these schools, 12 of the other 13 Big Ten schools, non-Michigan, have traced ticket purchases back to Connor Stallions. So he's bought tickets under his name. Now, at times he's transferred them to other people who are going to do the dirty work there.
Yeah.
But he has purchased the tickets. He purchased tickets to the 2021 and 2022 SEC title game. So this has been going back for at least a couple seasons now that Michigan has allegedly been doing this.
Yeah.
So it was funny. I was in Florida this week, and we were at the theme parks, and when there were some Michigan people, occasionally like one or two people in Michigan gear walked by me, and as they walked by me, I may have been drinking a little bit, like drinking around the world. As they walked by me, I just looked and I said, "Cheater." And I had an Astros shirt on. I had an Astros golf shirt on. And by the second one, Amy's like, "Will you stop it? Stop it, please."
I got out of the for a while there when I was at my most heated about everything. I would wear bright orange whenever I traveled.
Yeah,
I would try to. I wanted confrontation. I would, and they never did. They never did.
I wore Astro stuff to the parks every day. I got a few Ghost from people. There's some Houstonians down there.
The bright orange is the key. When you go to New York and you're wearing bright orange, and you just want to be sure you educate people one person at. How many New Yorkers could there be? You could educate them one at a time about exactly what exactly happened with that. Okay, and by the way, Sean, Marine Corps veteran. That's the easiest way to say it.
Okay.
Say Marine Corps veteran, because if you're a veteran, that's past, like you did serve, so you're not active now.
Marine
so there you go.
Corps veteran, got it. Yeah, I appreciate you pulling me out of harm's way.
I don't want you to get rolled by some ex-Marine.
Oh, dude, like 10 of them waiting in the parking lot downstairs. Hey, listen, radio guy. John Lopez is here. So, John, are you as disgusted with our coworkers as Seth and I have been today? I heard Mclain on your show yesterday saying he's rooting for the...
And now he's changed his mind.
He's not rooting for them anymore?
He changed his mind this morning. He said because Brent Strom is the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks, I think Brent Strom is more important than, I don't know, Texas.
He didn't say that when he was on with Seth and I, right? Or did he tweet
No,
it?
he tweeted it.
Okay, he tweeted it. Okay, maybe I got to go look at the timestamp.
Why wouldn't he just tell y'all he changed his mind? Why do you have to go to Twitter?
Well, maybe he changed it after he talked to Seth and I, because Seth and I gave him the what for.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it. I don't give a damn about Brent Strom, honestly, but I just don't get how you could root for the Rangers, like with everything. Like do you think anyone in Dallas in their right mind would root for the Astros?
Oh God!
Like it's weird that that's even a thing. And he's not alone. Clint's the same way.
Oh no, we got Clint. Yeah,
we talked to Clint about it yesterday.
You did? Okay. Yeah. No, I heard the conversation. Well, I heard him. I can't remember if I heard him talking about it with you guys during Crosstalk, or if he was explaining himself again later in the show. His explanation did not pass muster with me. No sirree, Bob.
No sirree, Bob.
Yeah. So how you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah. It's Hell Week. It's Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud Week.
Don't let anybody tell you any different, by the way.
No. How do you think C.J. Stroud's going to handle Bryce Young questions today at the press conference?
Perfect.
Like a pro.
They're brothers, man. When is he not going to handle questions? You kidding me?
Everybody's his brother.
Have you heard the Slob Fest lately with T.J. Stroud? We got some Bussin' with the Boys audio. I mean, Taylor Lewan, big fan. Will Compton, big fan.
Everybody loves him, man.
How can you not?
Well, he just handles it perfect. Like College Game Day, Herb Street, Corso.
Yeah, he was good.
McAfee,
they were good.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Gave a little tell. Said he loves Keon Coleman, and I said, okay, I'm moving him up my draft chart. Florida State, that would be nice.
Oh, he's on. Okay, so he was on with Bussin' with the. You know what? Taylor Lewan right after the draft, like basically insulted. He gave CJ some insult about not being able to beat Michigan or something, which, like, I feel like if you know Taylor Lewan and you're on the podcast or something, that's all well and good. But he was delivering the message through Will Compton to CJ like immediately after CJ was drafted. I felt like that was a bit uncalled for by Taylor Lewan.
CJ's the bigger man,
and Michigan was cheating.
Apparently.
And Michigan was cheating.
Yeah.
Yes. And C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, Taylor Lewan was just trying to cover up the cheating scandal already preemptively.
Scumbag, crumb bum. Absolutely. All right, we are done. We are out of time. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and God, just strike down any of these bastard cheaters. Yeah. Disgusting sign-stealing fools.
Horrible. People.
Cheaters.
All right, we're done. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
All right.
How are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I am fantastic.
Starting out our time slot with the B word.
Well, you were
smiling.
You were smiling.
Yeah, Hey. Cool. All right, let's get it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader.
Let's start out really strong and then got a little weird.
You are not B words to me and Lopez.
Yeah,
anybody, dude.
Exactly.
We are completely good. I do not want to minimize this game. And the one thing that I'm worried about that has happened, and rightfully so, I think a lot of it has to do with excitement.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it has to do with just how good CJ has looked. DeMeco Ryans was actually asked on Monday, are you worried about your team potentially overlooking the Carolina Panthers? And I'm like, what? Brother, we are not there yet.
Yeah.
We are not there yet. In a league in which the Browns beat the 49ers, the Eagles lose when you don't, like, we are not to the point where
they won't be there all year.
They will not be there. and with DeMeco Ryans, you hope that won't happen ever.
Yeah.
But I hope that we realize, for a lot of reasons, because Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud was a large part of the dialogue, that this is a big-ass game. This is a really, really big game.
This is a big game for ownership, for the general manager, for the front office, for the scouting department, for public relations, and, oh, by the way, yeah, the players. It's that big, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I was telling the boys, Sean and Seth, because it's about validation. It's about feeling good. It's about flexing a little bit. Nobody here is wishing horrible things on Bryce Young, but you want to have the right guy, except maybe Sean, but you want to have the right guy, and you want the guy that people are going to say, boy, they nailed that in 10, 12 years. It's a big game. It's a big game.
Yeah, it's a massive game, and I think these teams are closer to the tier than the teams that, you know, are in the playoff chase right now. Like right now, like if we were putting tiers and we were trying to put, like, the Texans aren't up there. They're a game out of the playoff race, but they're not up there. This is a big game. They have not gotten to the point of looking past anyone, especially when you're trying to get above 500, trying to build some momentum, getting above 500. I'm really excited for this game. I'm intrigued, and from the other perspective, I don't want to say it's like one game season type of crap, but Carolina being able to hang their hat on, okay, Bryce Young went out there and outplayed C.J. Stroud, and we at least have a visual of, while this other guy's getting all the love, he's on all the shows, he's getting all the accolades, he's breaking all the records, our guy on a Sunday went out there and got the job done. And, oh, by the way, we don't benefit from losing because we traded our draft pick, so it's not like there's like any compensation for losing like there was with the Texans last year, and there is a lot of squads. Like, it's big for them too.
Yeah,
really big.
From the Carolina perspective, it's more about quashing all this nonsense about C.J. Stroud, even if it's just temporarily. You know, they just want even just to sort of validation on their own part. But yeah, it's big on their end because they've heard it all, they've seen it all. They probably have their own fans on their message boards and on their timelines saying, "Hey, man, we could have really used CJ instead of Bryce." So they want to quash it just temporarily.
I'm absolutely pumped for this game.
Just to be back at it.
Real excited. Back at it. Meanwhile, I've gotten probably, I think, 11 DMs from 11 different people.
What?
Talking about the former quarterback and his latest drama.
Gosh. I don't know if I loved it or hated it. I think I did both.
We'll get to it at 120. I don't want to give it too much time, but man, if there's ever a time where you should probably cut bait, it's
it's now.
I know, but that is not our problem. So I was at the Texans fan council yesterday.
Oh, nice.
It was cool. A lot of questions.
Did you offer some input?
No, I was just more observing.
Yeah.
There was a lot of questions. Shout out to all the most.
Hit me with a couple of them.
I mean, they're just talking about, season tickets and game day entertainment and creating new traditions and stuff like that. They're doing. I mean, I think they're on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
But the big news that I did hear is apparently they're gonna get the jersey this week.
Oh, really?
They're gonna get they already have the helmets. JJ saw them.
This is badass.
So JJ is a big enough deal to where he got to see the helmets.
Yeah.
And he said he said that's the one I would want to play in if I were a player. And Doug said that it's going to be one of the best helmet in the league.
I buy it. I believe it.
So there's a few of those. The jersey, the prototype, the new uniforms that are coming out in 2024. they're going to see it.
Yeah. You said today?
This week.
This week.
Mm-hmm. I don't know when it gets there or not, but Nike or whatever is going to send it to them, so they're going to get to see it.
And this is as close to the final as we'll get because this is the prototype.
Right.
That's cool, man. I got to cash in a couple of favors over there.
Oh, right.
I got to cash in a couple of
they ain't
favors
gonna let you
over
see
there.
nothing on that. I can assure they ain't going to let you see nothing
they can trust
on that.
me.
Nah, they can't trust you for nothing.
They always trust me.
That is for damn.
Some guy on the radio, yeah, we could trust them.
Hey, I've kept secrets big time from the Texans.
Nah, you're the worst at keeping a secret in the building.
No, I am the best. I am the absolute best.
Figgy.
Didn't you get a slime off nomination for this?
Yes, and it was unfair.
You ruined a pregnancy.
Well, that was unfair. Because they told me it was out there. They just didn't tell one person.
No, it wasn't out there.
Her dad.
Yeah, I think you're the worst secret.
No, I'm the
secret
best.
keeper for sure.
I'm very good at keeping secrets.
You're at the bottom. Ain't no doubt.
No, lots of doubt.
So we'll get into this CJ Stroud love fest. It hit a peak this week on Bussin' with the Boys. He had Taylor Lewan, he had Will Compton on, and it was really, really impressive. What we had 11 o'clock, 10:40 baseball spo Adam Mclain. He has the biggest questions for the Astros. Just straight up, who's the manager going to be?
Yeah.
Just tell me who the hell the manager is going to be.
And when.
And when and how and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, no, baseball spo is going to be. It's a great day for him to come in. I got questions for him too, but you know what was interesting about last night? I didn't want to go here just yet, but you got me thinking about it. I got frustrated with Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado again.
Wait, what?
I got last night.
Move on.
I thought I had. Dusty.
Move on.
I thought I had.
It's all on Dusty.
I thought I had.
Dusty being Dusty.
I'm telling you, Figgy, I got frustrated with Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado again last night, even though I thought I was past it.
Dusty in over his head.
Well, here, tell me if this is unfair, because I think it's very fair. You know one of the most pivotal players for the Diamondbacks, by the way, Diamondbacks going to the World Series.
No, I don't. I don't watch the Diamondbacks, I'll be honest.
But you know who one of the most...
I haven't watched a Diamondbacks game.
Well, I didn't even watch the whole game last night.
I'll be honest.
I haven't watched them
with
since Randy Johnson was playing for them.
I was just checking in.
The most pivotal guy, Luis Gonzalez?
No.
Matt Williams?
No. You got to get a little more.
Tony Womack?
I'm impressed that you know these, because I wouldn't have drawn. I would have pulled Tony Womack.
Craig Counsell.
Well, that one I would have. One of the most pivotal players of the series, of the postseason, of the game last night was a 23-year-old rookie catcher named Gabriel Moreno.
Okay.
He went 2 for 4, had the game-winning RBI. Straighty, and it made me think about Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado again. He's a rookie catcher that is an offensive threat that they trusted the entire postseason. He basically has the exact same numbers as Yainer Diaz. And it just made me go, man, see, it's not like you're going to fall off a cliff. He's batting .284. Diaz, .282. 339 on-base percentage. Diaz, 308. Slugging, 408. Diaz, 538. OPS, 747. Diaz, 847. You can trust a rookie catcher.
Did you peep that quote that was making the rounds yesterday from McTaggart?
Which one?
From Dusty.
I'm trying to remember.
He said that people will thank him eventually for not playing Diaz every day.
That's from like September.
No. It was from months ago, but I didn't. It slipped my.
The city will thank me.
Yeah, the city will thank me. That was the quote. The city will thank me for not playing Diaz every day.
Yeah.
Then
and
he said
last
that.
night, they go to the World Series with a catcher almost identical to Yainer Diaz. And I was like, I don't need this in my life, but here it is. Here we are. I mean, I was like, God, dog it. You can have a catcher like that in his rookie year with those numbers and go to the World Series. Just saying.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I was
had to get that off my chest.
Flabbergasted by John Mclain today.
I know.
Saying that he was rooting for the
on second thought
Rangers. And now he's coming out and saying that he's rooting for the D-backs.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, so what?
I mean, I guess so. So what is the right one? Shocked.
He's on record for years. Well, I always pull for the team from Texas, even if my team doesn't make it. All of a sudden, he changed his mind. Why? because of the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks, Brent Strom.
Come on.
Yeah,
I like Brent Strom. He's good, but come on. Like, am I really going to sit there and be thrilled for Brent Strom?
What does that have to do with
I'm
us?
going to watch a series and be thrilled for Brent Strom?
Yeah.
Like, if Frank Ross goes to a different team and he's in the Super Bowl, am I going to be sitting, I'm so happy for him.
Got to cheer for Frank Ross.
Oh, I got to cheer for Frank Ross.
Yeah, that's a very good
Oh,
correlation.
yeah, let's get it.
Yeah.
Come on,
I cheer
he's
for
already
Texas. I have state pride. Unless it's a pitching coach in Arizona. I mean, come on, man.
You think he just got a little bit too much heat for that between being happy for the Spurs for getting Wemby to this? You think Mclain you think he just couldn't handle the heat?
I think he maybe is rethinking things in terms of his public perception on those things. Because you can't cheer for the Rangers. You can't cheer for the Spurs getting Wembanyama. And he heard it big time. So maybe there's a little bit more. Well, there has to be, right? I mean, he's not going to say Brent Strom in any other scenario, right? So he maybe is rethinking the whole thing.
So the theme of the whole start of this show is don't let good things lead you to minimizing things you wouldn't otherwise minimize. Does that make sense? Don't let good things don't let good things lead you to minimize things that you wouldn't minimize if things weren't going good.
I get you.
The game on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Young versus CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it lose luster because of what you've seen early on in their games.
Correct.
This was the game that we looked at first. When the schedule came out, what was the first game you looked to? When are they playing Carolina?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Maybe that'll be a primetime. That would be dumb of the TV execs to put this in primetime. I'm not going to take it that far. But what I am going to say is it's a big game.
Yeah.
And the Texans are not to the point where they can overlook. The Texans could easily lose this game. Very easily lose this game. We're talking about 3-4.
Yeah.
They need this win. This is a big game. The biggest.
It is, and maybe so far it is the biggest because I just can't emphasize enough. They all know what happened on draft night. They all know, are they settling for C.J. Stroud? Do they even want C.J. Stroud? We didn't even know until the day of the draft. Is Will Levis. Remember the old Will Levis thing?
Oh, he's playing this week.
Oh, Lord, is he? That's going to be fun. And Bryce Young, you and I and a lot of people were, I really like Bryce Young. They want to, you can't minimize how the Texans just want to say, see there. We got it right. This is the guy. And on the other side, as we just mentioned a second ago, Carolina wants to just shut people up, even if it's just for a little while.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good one.
It'll be a real good one.
That's a road game. I feel like I haven't been to NRG in a while now.
Yeah.
See, I'm actually missing it.
Yeah.
Told you.
Is it a destination?
I needed the splits. I needed the home, away,
home,
that's true.
Away. Yeah.
And after that Colts game, I said, I don't want to go here consecutive weeks. I don't want to be here.
And it's still going on for a couple weeks.
Now I'm missing it.
It's away, then home, then away.
Yeah, we're still there.
Yeah.
All the way till, I think,
is it?
Yeah.
No, it it is.
Yeah, but they're going to have 3 straight up
That's
there.
what it is.
And that'll be great.
Yeah.
I'm ready now.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready before. I'm ready now.
It's just it feels like the All-Star break almost. Like, a lot of things kind of you have to regroup. You have to maybe make those adjustments, and they have been. You have to bring in some players, and they have done that. You have to make sure that you're ready to take another step. You evaluate everything in the first few games, and then you make those adjustments. Kind of like an All-Star break, and I think they're gonna act accordingly.
What does that mean?
They've made all those adjustments.
Act accordingly? What the hell does that mean?
Act accordingly. You know what it means? You know what it means?
They're going to act accordingly?
They have
What
acted.
is that?
They have acted accordingly. They've treated it like an All-Star break. They're going to switch some things around, maybe personnel, maybe some scheme offensively that they want to, maybe the Devin Singletary thing. That's what I mean. They're going to treat it like, all right, here's our break. Here's our chance to kind of go through a mini change.
The Devin Singletary thing, I think, is the thing to watch the most. By the way, did you know it was Cal's birthday yesterday?
I just found that out this morning.
Yeah, Cal McNair's birthday.
Got the belated. I saw the belated birthday wishes from Larry and Stafford.
Okay.
He wished a good happy birthday to old Panky Ring.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Cal
Look
McNair.
at this slime ball.
So Cal McNair birthday.
Happy birthday, Cal.
What do you think he got for his birthday? Like some new boots?
That's a good one. I could see him getting new boots.
What size boots you think Cal wears? He's tall.
Probably about 13.
Man, if he's a 14, give me a hand-me-down. Come on, man. Give me a hand-me-down. If you're 14, holler at me, please. Let me get a hand-me-down. I know you ain't wearing those boots too long.
Yeah. Ever tell you about the time that
Get at me. Let me hold the old leather.
The time that Bob McNair offered to sell me his G-Wagon.
For how much?
Too much. I was at I've always wanted a G-Wagon.
Yeah.
And I was at practice one day, and he comes up. I said, man, I love that car. I've always wanted one of those. He goes, well, I'm selling it. I was like, how much? And I forget how much it was. I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to have to pass.
Yeah, you weren't getting a discount?
I'm going to have to pass on that.
You weren't getting a discount?
No, I wasn't going to get a discount. If you'd have said like 30, maybe. It was a white G-Wagon. It was badass.
He was rolling around in it?
Yeah, that was his favorite car. I think it was. I saw him in it. Yeah. One of these days, I'll get that G-Wagon.
You're not a G-Wagon guy.
I am a G-Wagon
No, you're
guy.
a truck guy.
No, I'll have a truck too. I'm talking about
wow.
one of these days if I get into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
What are you going to do in a G-Wagon? What are you going to do?
Be cruising, man.
You would look weird coming out of a G-Wagon.
No way.
Yes, you would.
No way.
With that fishing shirt. Yeah, you'd look
I was
goofy as
just
hell.
about to say that, man.
You are not a G-Wagon.
You can't ride.
G-Wagon is made for a fishing shirt.
Nah,
What?
brother.
It's made for a fishing shirt.
You do not belong in a G-Wagon, my friend.
I'll be swanging and banging.
Yeah. Yeah,
I want to go swanging and banging in a G-Wagon.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
That's what we want. Coming up, should the Texans be making a move to bolster the defense, and should they consider trading one of their young players to make it happen? Little EA Sports coming up next.
In the Loop.
I'm not even that.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous. It makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Shout out to Bob Barker. Shout out to the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, the host of The Price is Right and the man who once said everyone has a price. Trade deadline next week. Texans could be aggressive. We've seen the Texans make some trades at the deadline. Usually they're the team that is just giving guys up for teams that have playoff hopes. Texans appear to have playoff hopes. They're going to have a lot of salary cap room next season, and they have full draft compensation. So I asked this question. Do you feel that the Texans should be active in the trade deadline? And the name I want to focus on is 24-year-old defensive end out of Ohio State, now with the Washington Commanders, Chase Young.
Yeah, I do. Simple as that. I think
guy's not playing worth a damn.
I think
He's got 5 sacks. He's not terrible.
I think they have to, like, part of the thing about sort of recalibrating during the break is, all right, where are we? What can we do this year, really? And I think they're realizing, like the rest of us, they can get this thing done with the right players, with the right breaks and the right adjustments. And that includes getting a player like that. Their biggest weakness right now is getting to the quarterback.
Exactly.
That's their biggest weakness.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at this. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy. I'm going to ask you a question. I mean, there's going to be some immediate, what the F are you talking about? And then I think as we expand on it, you're going to start to think a little bit about what I'm asking. But with Chase Young, for me, are you going to give up a first-round pick? Probably not. You're going to give up a second? Don't know. I've seen third, fourth. I've seen a lot of stuff. If you're not giving up a first- or second-round pick for Chase Young, I would trade for him. And people will talk about his injuries, etc. I get it. He tore his ACL, okay? It's not like he ruptured his Achilles or anything. He tore his ACL. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year in year 1.
Mm-hmm.
Year 2, he tore his ACL. Year 3, he didn't come back early. He came back, and then they set him out the last 4. And this year he has 5 sacks, about a third through the season, which I think is pretty good. I don't think he has reached his full potential. And this is a buy low move for me. And this is a guy who I think has the right makeup. Don't know how he fits the system. Again, it's up to DeMeco whether or not he thinks he fits the system. But if DeMeco likes this player, I think if you put this player opposite Will Anderson this year and moving forward, it's a good move in the immediate, and I think it's a good move to make him a core piece because next year, Jonathan Grenard's a free agent. You don't know if he's an every down D-end. Jerry Hughes is a free agent. So you're going to need to get some edge guys. If you have Chase Young and Will Anderson on the outside, and I think Chase Young is going to have a chip on his shoulder, I think it's an ideal thing to do. I don't know how much it costs. Now, if Chase Young had never gotten hurt, you're giving up first-round pick and,
he's not
more
on the
for
market.
him. Yeah, he's not on the market. So, yeah, there is the but.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing him right now. He has 5 sacks there. There was a question about do you take Chase Young or Joe Burrow at the time. And the other thing is this, dude, has Washington been a stable organization? So we're going to sit here and act like this guy was supposed to reach his full potential in Washington?
Right.
Washington sucks.
Right.
They've had 3 name changes since he's been there.
They have. I'm not so sure I wouldn't trade a second, to be honest. I'm being 100% honest. It's just because of some of the things that you mentioned. And
now it does. We don't know, like we're not scheme nerds.
Yeah.
So maybe DeMeco doesn't think, but I just don't see how he does it.
But man,
I don't see how he does it.
Coming off that edge, I think it's pretty obvious no matter what your scheme is. Third would be awesome. Who knows what else? But I wouldn't be against the second because of what you said, and also the system fit for him. Now I know they've had decent defenses over the years in Washington, but the system fit here with Will Anderson on the other end. I mean, that is tempting. And the other thing about this is you're in a division where there's really only one good quarterback that you're going to face. And Trevor Lawrence gets hit, and to be able to have that weapon to go after Trevor Lawrence and everything else is going to be fine. You're going to be in real good shape if you can get that. It's the pressure on the quarterback. It drives me nuts.
I just think when you talk about like the magic dust of DeMeco and stuff, I think that you get Chase Young here, motivated, excited. He's got his fellow Buckeye CJ Stroud there. He's got Will Anderson. Like I've watched Chase Young a couple of times, like his interviews, followed him obviously up through Ohio State. I'm a big Chase Young guy. First, second, Lopez says second. Maybe you could talk me into that. But I look at this. I don't look at this as a rental. I look at this as in the offseason. Like, let's say when Chase Young if he's a free agent, I think he's one of the guys that I'm going to be pounding the table for. And I think a playoff push this year is valuable. I don't think this is like we were in like a get through the mud type of situation. I think you can be a little bit aggressive, especially when you have a quarterback, especially when you have that. So I would be down with Chase Young.
And he's 24.
24.
I mean, that's nothing.
And you'll start counting games, and you'll say, well, he missed this much. Yeah, he wasn't hurt at Ohio State. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year. He has 5 sacks right now, tore the ACL, and then they were kind of cautious with him year 3.
Yeah.
I'm down with Chase Young. You down with Chase Young, Fee?
Of course.
Okay. All right. There you go. Sorry for asking.
I knew you were.
Sorry for asking.
I knew you were.
I'm a big Chase Young guy. Now, here's a question I'm going to ask you right now.
Mm-hmm. You got that bleep-eating grin on your face.
Because this is going to take a lot of thought.
Okay.
Now, we've seen in the NFL recently that teams can overcome mistakes at the top of the draft. And I'm not saying the Texans have made a mistake in the draft. I'm not saying that. But we've seen the Jets give up on a quarterback that they selected 2nd overall.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the 49ers give up on a quarterback that they selected 3rd overall. So just because you're a top 5 pick doesn't necessarily mean, oh, well, you got to keep it rolling. You got to keep it rolling.
Yeah.
Would you trade?
Yes. I had to think about it a second because I don't want to give up on Derek Stingley just yet.
Now, he would. I don't know how that active stuff, like, would he have to be active? Would you have to activate him next year? Like, you'd probably have to take a physical, but would you? If you're taking back Chase Young, would you give up Derek Stingley?
I would. For Chase Young, because let's think about what you're really doing. You're making your front 7 and your front 4 next level.
Now, corner's going to be a need,
but you're okay right now.
You're okay right now.
That's why I said yes ultimately, because you're okay. You know what Steven Nelson's doing. You know what some of these other guys are doing. You're not really missing Derek Stingley in the secondary. You got to stay healthy, and there's depth issues. It would be a big roll of the dice, but yes, I would. No offense, because I like I just said, the jury is still out on Derek Stingley, but for what you're getting and not sacrificing a whole lot in the secondary,
I'll look at it this way. If you're bringing in Chase Young, you're bringing in a guy who you're probably going to sign to a contract, probably going to be in like the 4-year range. Mm-hmm. Really, probably a really solid contract, honestly, given what free agents make. So you're looking at it almost as like a 5-year plan. Let's look ahead, and I don't want to dismiss Derek Stingley. I just think it's an interesting discussion to have.
Yeah.
What do you think Derek Stingley is going to be 3 years from now?
I mean, he could be great. I don't know. We know what he was in college.
Yeah, but it was very short.
Yeah, and he was injured. He's
very,
been injured.
very, very short.
He's been injured. It was as a freshman where he had his best season. He might be great, but the same issues that are haunting Chase Young are starting to haunt Derek Stingley.
Chase Young had an ACL.
Yeah, and I'm saying just injuries.
Yeah, I know, but like Chase Young had like one ACL.
Mm-hmm. And that's
and then it was cautious.
Relatively speaking, that's nothing anymore.
Yeah, like he had an ACL.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
it's not like a hip injury where you're like his career could be over.
Yeah.
Stingley
had the Liz Frank, he's missed how many games is he going to miss before he comes back? That will be like 12, 13. I mean, I don't even know when he's going to come back.
Yeah.
So I would think about it. I mean, I think even after this year, if Derek Stingley's on your roster, like, how are you looking at the cornerback position? Do you feel like you're good there? Because Steven Nelson's going to be a free agent there, as well as is Shaq Griffin. And maybe that counters my point. Maybe that means you need Stingley even more, but for how long are you going to have him? Like, I was all okay with bringing Stingley in, but I mean, we're 2 years into this, and
y'all feel like it was a mistake at this point?
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was a mistake. I mean, I don't think they do it again. I mean, I think
that was going to be my next question. I think if we had to do this all over again?
Way. No, he's not dumb. Like, and it happens. Like, no, if Nick Caserio had a time machine, he'd go back on the clock at 3. No, he's not taking Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
I thought you were going to say Kenyon Green when you started that little setup there.
I mean, they don't want Kenyon Green.
Man, Washington would laugh, laugh, and hang up.
They don't want Kenyon Green. A lot of people want to give up Stingley. I mean, I'm just asking the question. Baseball Spo, Adam Spillane, he has a list of potential Dusty replacements. He also has 3 biggest questions for the Astros. Plus, let's find out what he thinks about old John Mclain rooting for the Rangers and then not rooting for the Rangers.
the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo.
It's over, Adam. It's over. Astros lose. I guess the Rangers wanted that. Where do we go from here?
Well, you got a big offseason, and they've got decisions to make, both in the dugouts. They've got to figure out the roster because they've got a bunch of guys who are free agents. You look at the bullpen; they've got three. They, in all likelihood, will have three key guys in that bullpen who are free agents: Stanek, Maton, and then Neris has an option that he will likely decline. So they've got to figure that out. They've got to figure out stuff with extensions, and they've got to figure out who the manager is going to be. So that's
is that all?
That's it, pretty much.
Doesn't Presley have an option?
He's got more year, and then
One more year,
then he's got I think it's a mutual option for 25.
Which he'll want to be.
Well,
a free
depending.
agent,
I mean,
yeah.
he'll be 35, 36 years old, so
Yeah.
he might just be content with taking that year.
What about the manager position? That's the biggest question.
Yeah.
And what you're seeing there, you tweeted something that I quoted yesterday on the show. I thought was very sound. Doesn't sound like Jim Crane to hire to promote from within.
That's just not how they've operated.
Yeah.
And Joe Espada would be just the natural successor to Dusty Baker. He has been the bench coach now for 6 years. He is highly respected within that clubhouse, highly respected within the game. He's interviewed for many managerial jobs over the last couple of years. So the expectation, I think, has always been that he would get the job. But you look at Jim Crane has hired 3 managers and 3 GMs since he's taken over as the owner of the team. They have not hired from within the organization with any of those. All 3 managers, Bo Porter was hired from Washington. AJ Hinch was, I believe, with the Padres in player development. And then obviously Dusty Baker had been, in retirement basically when he hired him. That's a little misleading just because of the situation where the organization was in.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at like the GM hires even. Jeff Luhnow was hired from St. Louis. And then after they fired Luhnow, they could have just promoted Pete Patillo from within. That would have been kind of just the natural thing to do. They went outside the organization and they hired James Click. They got rid of James Click. They, again, highly successful organization, just keep continuity, hire from within. But Jim Crane went outside the organization again and hired Dana Brown. So all signs would point to, if it were me, I would want the continuity and I would just hire Espada. But the way that Jim Crane has operated, at least some sort of a search.
And are there any names in that search? I mean, usually, I'll be honest, a lot of times you don't even know who these guys are until they come in. But is there any big name to look out for potentially?
I mean, baseball is hard. Like with NFL hirings, every team basically is interviewing the same group of guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's always you look last year, it was Sean Payton was interviewing, I think, for basically every single job. The successful guy who had been out of the game for a little bit. You have the up-and-coming assistant coaches. You don't really have that necessarily in baseball. But I guess some names to watch. Walt Weiss, I know, has been linked a little bit. I think he's the Braves bench coach right now just because he had...
the A's?
And the Braves, too.
The A's back in the day?
He managed with the Rockies. Obviously, he's got a little bit of background with Dana Brown, having been with Atlanta. He's managed before, which I think is important for this job because I don't think you want to hire a rookie with this group. You don't need somebody learning on the job when you have a team that's trying to win right now. So I guess that's maybe one name to look out for. A few others. Craig Counsell, I think, is an interesting one. His contract expires next week with Milwaukee, and it doesn't seem like, they've been eliminated now for 3 or 4 weeks, and there doesn't seem to be any traction on getting him an extension with the Brewers, so he could be out there, although I think a lot of people think he's going to go to the Mets and just join David Stearns there. Eduardo Perez he was on the Astros coaching staff. No. He's on the Astros coaching staff. I'm just throwing out names. He was on the Astros coaching staff in 2013. He has interviewed for many jobs as well over the last few years. Mark B. Network, he's never managed before, but he was the manager of Team USA.
Man, these are kind of out there, some of these.
Well, this is kind of what you're looking at. I
hate Walt Weiss, by the way.
A lot of people don't like Walt Weiss.
Why? He made the play of the day to keep the Astros out.
It was a great play
out of the World Series.
I hate him because he sucked in the baseball game I grew up playing.
He might be the greatest guy ever, but I'll
He was
never
a dip
forget
in the
that
lineup,
play.
man.
1999.
Well, the Rockies hired him. He was coaching high school, and then the Rockies hired him to be their manager. I guess it was in 2013, and he didn't have success there. But frankly, it's impossible to have success with the Rockies, so I don't blame him for that. I think he's thought of highly though around the game. I mean, there will be other guys that I'm sure that will get brought up. I've seen the name Don Kelly, who's the Pirates bench coach. He was the first base coach here not too long ago. So it's difficult though, because that's just kind of the net. The bench coaches and the third base coaches.
None of those sound like Jim Crane either, though.
Yeah, well, they're not famous.
Yeah.
So I've seen Buck Showalter's name. I can't see that happening. So that's why the easiest thing to do is just promote Espada.
Here's the bigger question, for me anyway. Who's influencing Jim Crane the most? Reggie, Dana Brown, or Jeff Bagwell?
So then we have to throw in the Brad Ausmus name.
Yeah.
Because again, I know.
I'm telling you, it's a legit question.
There was interest, I think, with him as being the GM. Ausmus has obviously managed in two different places before, and he's managed Justin Verlander before. So
who do you think is influencing?
You guys wanted Dusty to the manager out.
I didn't. I wanted him to go.
I'm talking to the listeners.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking to the listeners.
I'd fine with Lopez wants to pack his bags for him.
I just want him to be happy. But again, it comes down to, is Jim Crane gonna go rogue on this? Is it gonna be Reggie? Is it gonna be Dana Brown?
That's why when we talk about this, you don't know. Like, is this going to be a Dana Brown type hire? Is Dana Brown going to be in control of this, or is it going to be Jim Crane? I don't know the answer to that. And you look at just kind of how the trade deadline worked. Yeah, it was Dana Brown who went out and got Kendall Graveman, but the Verlander trade was spearheaded by the owner. So, the owner is very much in charge. The owner wants to make the decisions, and we'll just have to wait and see exactly how that goes. But I don't know I don't know if Bagwell has still got his ear, or if Reggie Jackson still has his ear. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of the stuff that they were in favor of doing, and a lot of the things that they tried to get Crane to do, they didn't exactly work out. So I would think that you maybe have to start looking in a different direction if you're going to get advice from people.
Baseball Spo with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What did you make of this series? Do you feel like the better team won? Do you feel like the Astros could have done anything different? Was there anything managerial that you saw? What did you think of that?
I think the Rangers were the better team for the balance of the season. I think that they were very streaky, obviously, in the second half, and you saw them kind of blow the division. I thought they were the better team throughout this series. Games 1 and 2 were close. The Astros won games 3 and 4 pretty handily, but the Astros were fortunate even to win game 5. And when you get blown out in game 6, at least game 6 turned out to be a blowout in the end. The Rangers were just better, and the Astros could not take advantage of the chances that they had. I mean, they had ample opportunities, both in game 6 and game 7. They couldn't come through. The things that you were worried about with the Astros all summer was starting pitching, and that's what blew up on them at the end. I think what's disappointing for them is that the guys that they were really counting on were the guys that blew up. It was Framber Valdez in game 2 and game 6 blowing up on them. That stings just because of how good he had been. He was an all-star. I think that he might have been the favorite to be the Cy Young winner in the first half. He completely falls apart. Christian Javier in game 7, everybody talks about just how cool and calm Javier is. I think he got kind of overtaken by the moment there. But just the pitching is what won them the World Series last year, and it's really what hurt them in this series.
I was telling the guys yesterday, this run is not over, but it's ending. What are your thoughts on that?
They've got some big decisions to make, just because you can run it back to a certain degree. But look at the teams; they won 90 games this year, and they had to fight and claw just to get 90. And there are other teams in the American League that are coming for them. And you just saw, I mean, Texas goes out and spends money. The Rangers, you look at all the money that they spent. Some of it's been good money, some of it's been bad money. They spent a lot of money on Corey Seager. They spent a lot of money on Marcus Semien. They spent a lot of money on DeGrom. That didn't work. They spent a lot of money on Gray. That didn't work. But then you go out and get Eovaldi, and it's just move after move after move. The Orioles are going to be great. They won 100 games this year early, and they've got money to spend, and they can go out and get starting pitching. Like, at some point, I don't think the Astros can just come back with this team.
I feel like the Rangers were a year early too. If we want to be honest, I feel like they're kind of early too.
Maybe, but when you go out and spend that money, you're expecting something. Like the Orioles didn't spend any money. I think the Orioles were surprised that they won 100 games. I think the Rangers have been kind of in this mode of, hey, we've got to win now. And some of their rookies stepped up. And then you see Evan Carter comes up in September and all of a sudden is batting third, and he looks like he might be a star in the future. So, the Astros, they've got a bunch of free agents like we mentioned at the top. I would not bring back the bullpen guys. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't bring back Neris, Stanek, or Maton unless you can get them on a very good deal. But you're not getting Neris on a good deal. He was too good this year for them. And then they got to figure out what to do with the extension guys. And I think I said this to you guys a couple weeks ago. They know what Kyle Tucker's going to want. They know what they know what all these guys want. If you aren't going to give them that money, then you need to start looking at trades.
Yeah,
because you can't just like say, okay, you can play out your RBers and then we'll just take the compensation pick.
No,
because that's not going to work. They've lost 5 All-Stars in consecutive off seasons. They have gotten back 3 comp picks. None of them are going to have any sort of an impact for them at the major league level. So you're basically just blowing assets at this point. So you have an ability to maybe help your roster that way by trading guys that you know you're not going to sign. Maybe you take a step back next season, but if you're trying to keep this thing going and sustain
especially
winning,
with aging players,
you might. So they're in a that's what happens when the farm system is bad. And I think the mistake that they made was not bringing back Verlander originally, because in order to clean up that mistake, you had to give up probably your 2 best prospects. And what we saw from Evan Carter during the postseason, that maybe could have been Drew Gilbert for them. Who knows?
Baseball Spo, we appreciate it. Basketball season coming. We'll get more into that as the year goes on.
It's here,
Appreciate
baby.
you.
Opening night.
Yeah, it is. Opening night. Got a little magic. Robert already didn't get me too excited yesterday. Goodness gracious.
How many wins did you predict?
Me, I'll say 39.
Wow.
You?
39, that's for sure.
Really?
Yeah, the number is 32.5. I think they might be hard pressed to get over that.
We go 39.
I mean, that's in the play-in mix.
I'm optimistic. In Udoka, I trust, man.
Big Rockets guy right here.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at that Walt Weiss play. Still hate him.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's you. Congrats. It's ridiculous. The best interview. This is a bold statement. The best interview CJ Stroud has ever done, and perhaps the most love he's ever gotten. Next. CJ Stroud, he's been all over the place. He was on College Game Day this weekend. He was also on Bussin' with the Boys. Love Fest continued on the game day stage. You could tell they loved him. This was Nick Caserio yesterday on Payne and Pendergast.
I did. I actually I caught a peek of it. He did a good job. So it sounds like Herb Street was pretty impressed with his knowledge and breadth of college football. But in all seriousness, I mean, CJ is kind of a football junkie. I mean, he's a football nerd in a good way. Yeah. And I think we see that on a day-to-day basis. He was prepared like he is for a game. So I think that was, it's a great snapshot of, I'd say, of who CJ is, kind of what he's about. And they always have fun with those sort of, when they pick the games there at the end. So, but it was good to see. It was certainly, and I think he had he had a number of other astute observations and assessments. But I think in a nutshell, that's who CJ is. You talk about being who you are, being authentic, being real, being consistent. I think you saw that there. So kudos to him.
All right, there you go. That was Nick Caserio. You can hear the whole 40-minute interview on the Odyssey app. Payne and Pendergast had him yesterday.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
But yeah, he is right. And when it comes to the podium, when it comes to being a face of a franchise, he's absolutely he's mashing it. Like, he is absolutely killing it, and everyone seems to be kind of falling in love with him, including Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. He was on Bussin' with the Boys over the weekend, and I thought they did a really good job of asking some really, really good questions and kind of like a player interaction type of thing. But they asked something that was a big talking point leading up to the draft about, a lot of times quarterbacks don't want to go to certain organizations. You're already hearing the whispers about Caleb Williams and stuff, and Caleb Williams doesn't want to go to Arizona or whatever. And there was talk, would CJ Stroud want to come to Houston? Here was Taylor Lewan immediately asking CJ that question, and this is what the quarterback of your Houston Texans had to say.
Getting drafted by the Houston Texans, I know you're sitting there and the PR guys are sitting right behind the computer right now trying to tell you what to say and not to say. When you get drafted by Houston, people were saying the franchise might be dead, a lot of issues. You've come in and have truly played incredible.
Yes, you really have, man.
What was the vibe when you got drafted? Were people like, oh, Houston? Or were they like fired up for you?
I know my inner circle, and including me, I was excited. I've always loved challenges and loved new things to work on and to be better at. And I haven't been anywhere where we've been bad, so it's kind of new. Just being honest with myself, the situation. So I knew there's a lot of work was going to be had to be made. So and I wasn't ducking from that. And so me and my family, we were really excited, man, because not only was it a new opportunity to flip something around, but I didn't live in the middle of nowhere anymore. So, which Columbus isn't, but I didn't want to live in the Midwest no more. So it was good to be into a city that was they were proud of being who they were, and I was just ready for them to rep the Texans at that point. So that's what my goal was, and we got a lot more to go in the tank.
So there you go. He hadn't. It was never an issue.
Never.
Yeah, it was never an issue. No. The representation was brought up. It was never an issue.
And he also knew that these weren't the same Texans. He'd already
got DeMeco.
Yeah, he already knew DeMeco, and he knew that there were changes, et cetera. And by the way, it's better to be drafted number 2 overall than number 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever it may be.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Will Compton loves him some CJ, man.
You can hear it there.
Let's hear a little more from Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. Perhaps CJ Stroud's best interview. Culture. That C word. We hear that C word a lot. We've heard it a lot the last few years in bad ways. Now we're starting to hear it in good ways. Here is Will Compton gasping over CJ Stroud and talking about culture.
Dude, you really have. You've had an incredible year thus far as a rookie, and I just use the word surprising in like an impressed way. Like, it's been very impressive to see you play and how everything has unfolded for you. When you got drafted to Houston, you hear it every year. When rookie quarterbacks, they play right away, they struggle, they do this. It's almost like doing them a disservice to play them right away. What do you feel like that organization and staff has done to help you transition so well to the NFL?
I really believe that they had a plan for me when I got in here. Not only just myself, but just like the scheme. Bobby Slogan, our OC, has done a great job. He coming from the 49ers with Kyle Shanahan, so we run the West Coast offense, and he did a great job of putting pieces together that kind of fit my playing style on top of the offensive scheme. Coached it really well, along with our receiver coach, Ben, and Drew Johnson, our quarterback coach, our tight end coach, Jake Moreland, O-line coach, Coach Strawson. We've all kind of bought into this new scheme. So that was kind of testament to what he's done over at Kyle Shanahan with the Niners and brought it here and kind of did his own twist to it, which has been great. But man, I really believe that, man, I don't believe that you kind of lose talent once you become to the league. I think either you work hard or you're just you either don't work hard or you just go into a bad situation. So I really don't think it's an in-between. So for me, no matter what the situation was, it was never going to be on me. I was just going to work really hard to make sure that this thing went the right way.
Okay.
He just answers everything perfectly. He gave a shout-out to everybody on the offensive staff and everything else. And I'm surprised he didn't talk about the cafeteria. But he just does everything right.
Went down the list, man.
Yeah.
Definitely went down the list. Now, him and Will Anderson, they're kind of the faces of this thing. They're both leaders. They're both captains. Here's CJ on Bussin' with the Boys talking about him and Will kind of, I guess, bringing in a new kick.
For me, I wanted to let it be known when I first got drafted, like, I don't want anything to be given to me. I want to earn everything. Coming from a place like Ohio State, like, that's how it was there. And that's why I feel like I was able to grip that locker room into falling in love with me and understanding that I was a natural born leader, not just bad. So I was kind of like the same thought process here, was I was going to come here and try to not just win guys over, but make them trust me, not only on the field but off. So just spending time with guys, building core relationships, and not just small conversations on just, man, how this doing, and not really caring and not talking about it ever again, but really just having deep conversation with guys and just being myself. We earned that, and we brought a new swag and new type of mindset and to this culture. And I think DeMeco also has that, and that's why he gave us that C on our chest to represent the Texans like we do.
So I'm Bussin' with the Boys, talking about the C on the chest. I think this is an interesting question because sometimes this can be kind of a question that traps you, where you get asked it, and then if you say, like Leonard Fournette did when he was a rookie, yeah, I think the NFL is easier, then all of a sudden you're getting headline point.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud was asked the question, do you think that the NFL is easier or harder than you thought it would be? And he answered it. And he did so, I think, in a good way that would not lead to headline porn.
Is the NFL as big of a jump as you thought it'd be, or is it a little easier than you thought it'd be?
I would say it's like in between. I wouldn't say it's easy nor like super hard. I feel like football is football, and of course the players get better. The windows are smaller. Throws are you have to be more efficient, a lot more accurate. But I mean, I feel like that's the fun part of the game. Like, that's what I enjoy. That's what I love. Just the grind of like how detailed you got to be every play, and just go 1-0 a play. And I think sometimes as a young player, you can try to do so much on one play, or really just you think that you're Superman when you come out of college. But for me, I knew that, man, I had to grow and I had to learn, and I knew that if I put in the work, not only would I be good, but I would hopefully be great and lead my guys to victory and lead my guys to be better, want to know each play, and not trying to put too much on my plate, control the controllables. I know it's easy to say, it's harder to do, but I really try hard to just get on my routine and make sure that I was simplifying everything so I can just play fast on Sundays. I have a great team around me that kind of filter out a lot of stuff so I can just focus on ball, which is a super good thing for me and a blessing.
Just checking every box as always. But the other thing is you just get the sense as you listen to him more and more, and we've heard him a lot, this year, like this isn't anything that's ever going to change either. Like, some quarterbacks sort of not get complacent, but they feel like they've got all the answers and they can kind of run on, cruise control. You just get a sense that he's always going to be like that, and that's what's reassuring. When as someone who's watching this team, just reassuring that he's always going to be like.
Just listen to this gushing. Yeah. CJ Stroud on busting with the Boys. So Taylor Lewan's acting like he's like trained, and then Compton's like, well, maybe he's not.
Mm-hmm. Can I just say something before you ask the next question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to your PR team. They have done a phenomenal job of, hey, this is what you say, this is what you don't say. You seem like you're doing a great job of being home and kind of trying to decipher what the show's all about, and you kind of just come in and think, hey, answer it, don't give him too much bulletin material, anything like that.
Him, like maybe he needs more credit.
Yeah, but he plays with too much.
I don't think it's a PR thing.
I think it could be like, hey, you're getting advice from everyone, but it is him.
I think he has awkward humility, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I was talking to this about this with someone over in the building yesterday, and it's like awkward humility, but not like obnoxious, like fake, but it's like, man, he is like really like humble. Like he was almost like, he almost felt like he didn't deserve to be on the college game day stage. Like it felt like, a lot of times you'll see guys go up there and they're just acting like too cool for school and all that. Like he almost felt like he was like overwhelmed and honored, and he didn't want to like speak over any, and he was like kind of just like Corso would say something and he would laugh. He was in the moment, but it wasn't like, he was almost acting as if, man, this is a legit, like, I truly feel like when he says it's a blessing, it's not Jack Easterby. I'm blessed.
Oh,
I just went and stabbed someone's in the back, and basically I'm going to get him fired, but I'm blessed. I don't feel like it's that. I feel like he really does like count his blessings.
Every day, every press conference, first thing he says. And the other part about this, in a weird way, it's not apples to apples. But it's kind of like the things we would say about J.J. Watt. People say, oh, he's corny, he goes over the top, it's too much. And we would say, no, that's really him. I think on say, boy, your PR staff's done a great job. No, that's really him. That's really him.
The thing that I'm most intrigued by is what he develops into. Because these are young men, 21, 22 years old. He just turned 22. We're seeing these...
On the field or this kind of stuff?
No, this kind of stuff. And like as a person. Mm-hmm. Because what you are at 22 is not what you are at 26. Shout out to Deshaun Watson. But it changes. Mm-hmm. J.J. Watt, he even said, man, I was a little bit corny. I was trying a little bit too hard. I don't know what this turns into.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how this really changes. Like this does not seem like something that really changes. So that's kind of what I find exciting. And same thing with Will Anderson and them is that sometimes we forget because these are the guys that are like, they get all the attention, they get all the criticism, they get all the accolades and stuff, but that's a kid.
Oh, it's a kid.
He's 20. He's just turned 22 years old.
When you were 22.
I don't even think I could form a sentence. Or don't. You're talking about 10:50 on a Saturday? I can't form a sentence.
But that's what I mean by like, and you mentioned Jack Easterby. We could see through that in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
First time we heard him.
Yeah.
You can see through this too, but it's authenticity. You can see that he's really meaning these things.
I just wonder what it looks like. It's fascinating to see, and you can tell that Will Compton and Taylor Lewan are friends, are big fans. This is their goodbye to him.
Dude, I'm fired up for you. I really am. I know I went to Michigan and all that. And I have these dumb jokes. Plus, you are really playing at a level that all Houston Texans can be happy about and be proud about, and know that their franchise is on the right path. Man, happy for you.
Yes. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you,
CJ. Thanks for coming on, man. Like legit, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of yours. I'm gonna be rooting for you the rest of the year. And I think the story that you gave when you were a freshman in college and you had a 3-hour conversation with your running backs coach and where your mental was, I think can relate to any good freshman player that is struggling with wrapping their mind around patience and waiting on their moment. And I think that is incredible. And I'm a fan of yours, so I'm excited to watch the rest of the year.
Appreciate that, man. Fan of y'all, man. Been a fan of y'all for a long time, so appreciate y'all a lot.
You'll be on here in the offseason, bro.
I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait.
We'll hear
you, CJ.
All right, y'all be blessed.
We'll hear that story in the noon hour. We'll hear that story in the noon hour that CJ told. It was really good. Like where you had to really test yourself the most. So we'll hear that, but just another example of, I know we've talked a lot and we've criticized the way that some stuff has been handled at NRG, but we've always said, rightfully so, it's not an easy job to have to try to sell what they've been putting out there the last 3 years and some of the people that were making the decisions. But I do think that CJ Stroud makes it a lot easier for them, like with stuff like this. I mean, he's already been on every damn show. Like this is like JJ Watt
and handled it perfectly.
And there could be an inevitable struggle coming down, but I just think he's going to handle it fine.
Every player goes through it, but no, man. When you hear him, you're like, what do you want? What do you think C.J. Stroud's how he's gonna handle this situation or that situation? I don't worry about anything. Not that he needs my approval. I'm just saying, as a fan, as someone who covers his team, you got the right guy in every environment. That's huge.
100%. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Baseball Spo joined us earlier to talk about the state of the Astros. The Tennessee Titans, though. The Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers, they're doing it this week. They are rocking those Oiler uniforms, and they're going to be doing so with an interesting choice at quarterback. Talk about this and the state of the AFC South next.
Payne and
the AFC South. Division.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I see you. Texans, TBD. This Sunday will tell a lot of things. Tennessee, are y'all trying to win? What are we doing? We have a high ankle sprain with Ryan Tannehill. We just traded Kevin Byard. A lot of people are speculating about potentially trade of Derrick Henry, etc. Tennessee's in a weird spot, and this week they are going to play Will Levis at quarterback. There's talks that they could play both quarterbacks, but Will Levis, second-round pick, selected with the original pick of the Houston Texans. He is going to be the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, Vrabel was playing it coy and said it could be either or both. But I think it was Ian Rappaport that said it's going to be Will Levis getting the start and the vast majority of snaps. You said a mouthful there, man. What are the Tennessee Titans doing? Are they going to win? Are they trying to win or not? I think they're struggling with that. I think I could see where, Vrabel is like, nah, man, we can do this and this and this. The division is takeable. My guys are, he's such a good coach, et cetera. But I think they also all realize, including Vrabel, that this is a very much a closing window, So I'm not sure they really know if they're tanking or not.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
But my thing is Will Levis over Patrick Mahomes.
Over?
Yeah, why would you start Will Levis over Patrick Mahomes?
What do you mean?
Like, that's stupid. What is Vrabel doing? Is he trying to lose?
I mean, Will Levis, it's going to be a bleep show when he's out there.
Yeah, so why not start Mahomes?
Mahomes?
What is you talking about, man?
Here was Quincy Avery with Adam Schefter.
Lord. I was like, Mahomes?
This is Quincy Avery, Deshaun Watson's quarterback coach.
You was having a seizure or something, man.
Who's in the news. This is Deshaun Watson's quarterback coach, Quincy Avery, who, by the way, found Deshaun when he was 16 years old, happened to be one of the top recruits in the nation, and since then he's kind of rode. That was a mere coincidence. Since then he's gotten in the crew and he's filled a void. But here was Quincy Avery. Malik Willis ain't starting. This was Quincy Avery talking about Malik Willis leading up to him arriving in Tennessee.
Malik Willis is really special. I know people are starting to talk about him now, but he does some things in a way that I've never seen them done. And I've seen like all the great quarterbacks that we're talking about like up close. Like I saw Pat Mahomes before his last season at Texas Tech. I see Malik Willis now, and the things that he's doing are more shocking to me than anything I saw Mahomes do at that age.
There you go.
That's one way to put it. They're more shocking.
There you go.
Come on. I mean, that the Will Levis thing, I mean, that's kind of telling us we're tanking. I mean, I know they drafted him.
But Malik's not good, though.
But Malik's not good either. We saw that here.
I'm obviously making a joke about the Mahomes
the bigger
thing.
story here is this Quincy Avery thing is just getting nuts, man. Like, I'm sorry. He's always like all kinds of NFL quarterbacks. Okay, so you took Jalen Hurts out one day because he was in Baytown or whatever, or you took this guy or that guy out. He is so hypersensitive about things and just defensive and everything else.
So yesterday he went at it with Brady Quinn.
He sure did.
Reacting to Brady Quinn saying that he didn't know if Deshaun Watson wanted to play football anymore.
Fair.
Which I think, like from a mental standpoint, I don't know how Deshaun Watson can function like he did before.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what he did or didn't do, I don't know how you can function like you did before. You're scrutinized no matter what.
Even perfectly
now.
Healthy.
No matter what. No matter what he did or didn't do, I think mentally it's going to be hard. So Brady Quinn and LeVar Arrington just said, yeah, I don't know, like, does he want to play? This was the quip. This was Brady Quinn and LeVar Arrington and what they had to say about Deshaun Watson. And this just led to Deshaun Watson getting in the news for nothing he did.
Just minding his own business.
This clip would have never gotten as much attention had Quincy Avery just shut up.
Yes.
Here was Brady Quinn and LeVar Arrington.
Everyone else with the medical opinion just clears them pretty much. It's kind of similar to this. You get a kid who gets a trust fund, right? $230 million. Then he's like, hey, you want to go out and get a job? He's like, not really.
No,
I'm good. That's what it kind of feels like. Like it's human nature, by the way, too. For if you won the lotto and you end up netting $230 million, like you'd probably be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm probably not going to do this anymore, right?
So you're saying I don't have to really play anymore? Like that's what we're saying, Deshaun. He has missed the opportunity of any other player ever.
Every owner's like, Exhibit A. This is exactly why we're not giving you guaranteed money.
And now you've incentivized him to not play because he's just paid. I mean, the whole situation is incredibly frustrating as a Browns fan. It's incredibly frustrating as a former Browns player because they don't need to do much more at the quarterback spot in order to make a run. If you just got average quarterback play and didn't turn the football over, yeah, they're maybe not the Chiefs, but they could sure as heck compete with the Chiefs, and I'll put them in a one-game playoff scenario. I give them a shot. Man, it's frustrating to me, man. I'm sorry.
They actually got better quarterback play from P.J. Walker when he came in.
That's what I've said. You look at the way he was playing. Does he want to play?
All right, so that was it. It's just it's a clip. It's an opinion.
Well,
human nature is acknowledged.
Thank you for saying that.
Like it's there. Like you get $230 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
You have all this stuff going on, and you've already shown signs of being a materialistic dude.
Yeah.
And you've been medically cleared, and you're not playing.
Right. And what was kind of impressive to me is that was something that you and I could say, Figgy could say, and maybe we've said versions of that already, because it wasn't like, oh, Deshaun Watson, is a jerk or whatever. It's like it's human nature.
Yeah.
It can be frustrating. It's disincentivized him to play. There's nothing wrong with that commentary.
Yeah. Well, Quincy Avery, who's
found something wrong with
he's gotten into it on Twitter so quick to drag others, whether it's Dabo Swinney, whether it's Drew Brees. He's very quick to do it. And he's also quick to do this. That would have just been a normal clip that no one would have paid attention to. Deshaun Watson would not be in the news. That would just be a Fox
That
Sports
clip was
radio
like
clip.
3 days ago.
Yeah, no one would have cared. Like it would have been absolutely nothing. But Quincy Avery, who, by the way, again, Deshaun Watson, teenager, top recruit in the nation. Quincy Avery, I think he said he was borderline homeless, becomes his
there's a story out there that he was homeless.
Yeah. Becomes his quarterback coach, and somehow like they keep the relationship. I don't know if he's filling a void or what.
Yeah.
And because of his relationship with Deshaun Watson, other guys are going and training with him. And he's saying that this is the full-time quarterback coach of Deshaun Watson. Like when they say, oh, Jalen Hurts has his own personal guy.
Yeah.
And maybe he wants to go work out with Deshaun. But he found Deshaun as a teenager, and he's been with him ever since. And this is what Quincy Avery had to say, quote, Brady, I'm going to be real. You don't know what the F you are talking about and sit behind a microphone gossiping like a little high school chick. Brady Quinn replied, come talk anytime you want in person, open invitation.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you said he's hiding behind a microphone. He said open invitation. Quincy Avery said, I just seen you Saturday. I don't have anything I want to talk to you about. I'm telling you, you're talking about things you don't know. Talking about another man who doesn't know you is weak. And Brady Quinn said, LOL, well, I didn't see you. Quincy Avery said, point being, well, the point is that you said he was hiding behind a microphone.
Yeah,
that was the point.
Exactly.
But Brady Quinn said to massage this conversation and get it to a happy ending. Does that sound satisfactory? And Quincy Avery said, this is the joke you were dying to let fly.
No, it wasn't.
We can table the convo until I see you in person.
It wasn't. He's mocking you're speaking of teenage girls. There's one person in that exchange that was acting like a teenage girl, and it was Quincy Avery. Like he's one of those guys. Like on
you got to ignore it. Like this is the thing, and this is I know this isn't a popular thing to say like in this town, and I'm glad that the Texans look smart for trading Deshaun Watson because that's really where my interest lies. Like I want them to have a quarterback that everyone's gawking over like C.J. Stroud instead of someone that everyone's laughing at like Deshaun Watson.
Exactly.
Like I want that, but like. I feel bad for Deshaun Watson because at this point in his career, if the guy that you trust the most, if the guy that's kind of filled a void and like become like a brother, father figure to you, whatever the hell Quincy Avery is to you, if Quincy Avery can go through everything he's gone through with Deshaun Watson and can't realize me saying something on Twitter and arguing on Twitter as a representation of Deshaun Watson is going to do him no favors, then I feel bad for Deshaun Watson, the fact that the people that are the closest to him don't know how to put his best interest to practice.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that Brady Quinn's right. I'm not saying that Deshaun Watson did or didn't do anything. All I'm saying is right now, with where it is right now, you getting involved in this and doing this type of stuff and having this childish stuff, it's not hurting anyone but Deshaun. People already think you're a dumb jackass.
Yeah.
Like, Deshaun Watson can just kind of like hide in like this because these are the polarizing opinions that come with $230 million guaranteed, but he's not doing him any favors, and it's been constant. And if you can't go through everything that Deshaun Watson went through, self-inflicted or not, and realize that not getting involved in every little spat, it's not loyal. Like, I get that you think it's loyalty, but loyalty is sometimes doing stuff that's more difficult to do than, I mean, it's easy to sit there and argue on Twitter. Put the phone down, because the only person that he's hurting is Deshaun. And it's amusing because of everything that, you know, that has happened here, but it's really kind of ridiculous. And the other thing about it is this: I don't think there's any way Deshaun could get away from this. A, because they are so tight, and B, because Quincy Avery, the way he acts, you think if they had a clean break, Quincy Avery's not sitting there and telling all his business publicly? Well, I mean, it's just weird.
And you touched on this.
It's childish.
And this is where I think Quincy Avery is really missing the boat. The mental weight, the mental strain that's going to be on and continue to be on Deshaun Watson it was shocking. It was nothing he'd ever experienced in his life, and it's not going away. So what are you doing by making that
You're
worse?
maximizing
You're
it.
making it worse.
Now all of a sudden Deshaun Watson's getting all these mentions about being a predator or whatever and stuff like that. Like, you're making it worse. Like, it's not I get, like, I'm not even like questioning your heart. I'm not questioning anything about it. I like in Quincy Avery's world, Quincy Avery literally just thinks, man, that's my boy. I'm gonna ride and die no matter what. It's us. Everyone's a
strategy. The strategy
this is not. It's not possible right now. It's not going to help.
The strategy should be, let's let this stuff go. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be going on for a long time. And let's get Deshaun Watson right no matter what anybody says. Instead, he's elevating it and escalating.
Yeah, and I'm just glad. I'm glad we don't have to deal with it.
Oh, God, are we?
Like, I'm really glad we don't.
And by the way,
they're miserable in Cleveland right now.
Oh, big time.
I mean, and you're locked in for 4 years guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's really the overall thing here. LeVar Arrington said he's ruined guaranteed contracts. He has.
He has. No, absolutely he has. But the other thing is, like, Deshaun Watson hasn't really said a whole lot about this either.
No, he's handled it fine.
So what do you expect other people to say?
But now you're almost like you're like the
making it
voice
worse.
of him. You're the voice of him. Like he's handled it fine. He hadn't said anything.
You're making it worse.
I want to be out there with my teammates. He's celebrating with his teammates. Like you're not helping. Like you are a negative. And by the way, you're also his quarterback coach, and he sucks at quarterback right now.
Yeah.
So I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's my point.
What are you doing?
You're making it worse.
You want to hear another quote from Quincy Avery? And this is how dumb he is. This is the dumbest of everything.
Mm-hmm.
This is the dumbest. Like, this is just moronic. And I could not believe this was real.
Yeah.
So Mike McDaniel was talking about Chase Claypool and why he was brought to town. You know what Quincy Avery said? This is crazy. This also might be a representation of why Deshaun Watson appears lost at times.
Yeah.
Listen to this. And I'm glad CJ has all the help that he has. His stuff, like doing his thing and all that, like, and he's surrounding himself with, it appears, the right people. Listen to this. This is what he said to Chase Claypool. This is Deshaun Watson's like main guy. Listen to this. Rarely do people get a bunch of money and become harder workers, better versions of themselves, but I hope it's different for bruh.
Yeah. Who else might that fit?
What?
Are we still talking about?
What are you doing?
Are we still talking about Chase Claypool?
How is that a real quote?
Oh my gosh!
I'm just glad we're not in that business.
Yes.
I'm very, 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 very glad we're not in that business. Coming up, an easy World Series choice for Astros fans, and perhaps the biggest leg hike on a local team that we've heard in a long time, and it came from one of our own. The
Member FDIC. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans versus Panthers this Sunday. DeMeco Ryans was really asked about potentially overlooking the Carolina Panthers. Couple of things there. Number one, I don't think DeMeco will let that happen. Number two, if that does happen, who the hell do the Texans think they are? You're a 3-3 football team. You're a young team. If you're overlooking anyone in this league, that's a problem.
Isn't it kind of cool, though, that we're here?
No, it's not.
It is.
We shouldn't be here.
No,
we're not there.
No, we're not. No. This team is not there. Not even, not this year at all. Maybe not even into next year. But it's pretty cool that all of a sudden people are asking things like that, because it means that's how much progress we've seen already. It's kind of silly, and I've got confidence in DeMeco, but it's kind of cool that we're here. Like, hey, you think you're overlooking Carolina? What? Us? I'm surprised. And that's even more of a tell. Us overlooking someone?
Is it a tell for us or a tell for them? Because of how bad they've been looking.
No, but it's a tell for the Texans because no one would have ever even fathomed to ask that question last year or the year before that. And now that it's like, well, you guys have been playing so well. You're overlooking the Panthers? I'm like, no, they're not. And nor should they. And DeMeco won't let it happen. No, obviously.
Sometimes it's natural, though.
No, yeah. Oh,
Sometimes it
absolutely.
happens.
It's natural. It's a
Sometimes
natural
it
feeling,
happens.
yeah.
It's going to be a fun one, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real
A
fun
lot of
one on
decision
Sunday.
makers over there have a lot. They're really hoping for a win. All the decision makers at NRG.
Why wouldn't it? What is that?
No.
That's breaking news. Let's hit the breaking news.
Hey, you didn't hear me.
Breaking news here. The decision makers at NRG are hoping for a win on Sunday.
All right, now let me set
For the
you straight.
latest, go to John Lopez at SportsRadio610.com.
Now let me set you straight because I know you agree with me on this. Because of the
You got to play winning football for 4 quarters.
David Culley.
Because of the CJ.
What's the most important thing for the game, though?
The football. Because
The most important thing about football is the football.
Okay, now listen to me. And you agree with this because of the CJ Bryce Young thing.
Well,
the decision makers want that validation.
They would want it even if it weren't a CJ. You said,
but more so here and now because you're facing Bryce Young.
Yes, you don't want to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want it to look bad. It's not like the end all be all.
Yeah,
but yeah.
And same thing with Carolina. They want just that little glimpse of we weren't all that bad on this. Maybe if they win, they're going to feel better about their Bryce Young decision.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
Shout out to David Culley. Didn't
For
Mclain
what?
say he talked to David Culley?
He says he lives here. Says he's living here.
Oh, yeah. He sure did.
Yeah. So Mclain talks to Culley. How about that?
It's impressive. What do you think they talk about?
I don't know. Do you think Mclain can stay away from football when he's talking to David Culley?
Not very long. McLean just likes nice guys. If you're a nice guy, it goes a long way with John McLean.
But me and him are tight.
Well, you're kind of nice sometimes.
John today, man, he was on a summary roll.
On what? On Twitter?
Sometimes he gets on those summary rolls. Mm-hmm. When he was on with
that
Sean
yeah.
and Seth.
Yeah,
he just gets in the summary.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, I know.
Give me an example.
Just ask me a question. Just ask me a question, like you're Sean or Seth, and I'll I'm just like, John, what am I getting from you?
All right,
he doesn't do it as
Who
much.
you think gonna win this Sunday against with the Texans and the Panthers?
Well, Carolina hadn't won a game. They selected Bryce Young, number 1 overall. Frank Reich's the first-year head coach. Their division, Atlanta's in first place. The Texans, they selected Stroud, number 2 overall. They're sitting at 3-3, coming off the bye week. Still don't know about Juice Scruggs. Tank Dale. It's like, man,
a resume almost.
It's like, okay,
yeah, he does that
what's going
sometimes.
on?
Yeah, he does that sometimes. Just gives the resume.
I mean, what is this?
Yeah, it's John. It's John McClain.
By the way, I'm kind of concerned, man.
About what?
About my daughter.
Your daughter?
Yeah. A little bit concerned, and I don't know how this happens,
What'd she do?
scientifically or anything like that. She's 2 months old.
Yeah.
She's 2 months and a week old. I'm a little bit concerned, and this had nothing to do with me.
I can help you.
Dude, she loves sports.
Good for her.
She will cry, and then you just put her in front of, she likes hockey.
Mm-hmm.
You put her in front of the hockey, basketball, baseball game. She just sits there,
It's the
she's
movement.
kicking her legs and just watches it the whole time.
And that got nothing to do with you.
And it's got nothing to do with sports.
I mean, I don't want to, I'm not one of these guys. I'm not going to be trying to make my daughter into a tomboy because I like sports. As a matter of fact, I would be fine if she hated sports.
Yeah.
But I feel like she's going to like sports.
It's the fast movement that's catching her eye. She likes that. That's not really sports. It's just like that on TV and all the movement. Because my granddaughter, she was a big fan of Family Guy for the longest time because it's just so wild and
cartoony.
Yeah, and cartoony. Yeah.
Would you have overlooked the Arizona Diamondbacks had they won? If the Astros had won.
Oh, I would have picked the Astros for sure.
In 4?
Maybe 5. I might learn my lesson. They swept them. They did.
D-backs advanced to the World Series with a 4-2 Game 7 dub over the Phillies yesterday. Legend. This was Mad Dog Russo. This was on Mad Dog Radio. This was Mad Dog Russo talking about what he would do if Arizona went to the World Series.
I've been wrong in Arizona from day one. I'm stunned to beat Milwaukee. I thought they'd get swept by the Dodgers. I never thought they'd even go back to Philly for a Game 6. I'll try it one more time. I would not be stunned if they won tonight. I would be floored. And I'll say this right now. I'll say this right now. And Bob Raceman, write it down. If they win the next 2 days, they win the next 2 games, and win this series in 7 games, if they win, I will retire on the spot.
You don't need to do that.
It's stupid for all these people. Oh, I guess you're out of here. First of all, it was obviously he was trying to emphasize his point, and he went out there. Okay, that happens. But no one should, by the way, there's a couple of updates on this I'll share in a second. But no one should be like, oh, now you got to retire. No, just why get some sense of enjoyment of him actually retiring and losing a legend like that? He's not, first of all.
This was the Arizona Diamondbacks manager responding to this after he heard what happened. Apparently, Mad Dog may have done the Arizona D-backs a little bit of a favor.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of entertaining to me because I know that Mad Dog has a show and he's got to do his thing. But I would love to see him quit if we won today. You know what I mean? But there's nothing better than a wise guy New Yorker saying something than having to chomp on those words. So that's it, and it'll be great. He's a friend of mine. I love Mad Dog, and I know that he's going to end up hearing this, and I didn't want to really get into this, but I think you just internally use it as motivation. You have a sense of pride when you play this game. Like, you want to do your job to the best of your ability, and you want to help your team win a game. I want to manage these players the best way to help us have the best outcome. I am extremely motivated at the end of the day on my own, but when you can prove some people wrong, and we all walk around with chips on our shoulder, and I guarantee everybody in this room has been told by somebody that they couldn't do something, and it led you down this road to be great. I know that there's an underwriting theme here that we, A, don't deserve to be here, B, that we're going to get our butts kicked.
They were chanting Mad Dog in the celebration in the clubhouse. Mad Dog, Mad Dog. The players were. It's wild. It's good for him. It's a spell the name right moment. But he actually was on Howard Stern this morning.
Did you see who said spell the name right yesterday, by the way? I hope you're proud.
Who? I did not.
You didn't?
Unless I missed it.
Oh, God.
Who said that?
He was on It Is What It Is Sports Talk.
Nick Wright?
OJ.
OJ? Well, at least he's right on something. At least he's right on something.
Yeah, so what do you think about your Jay-Z song? Goes, just spell the name right.
Yes. Good.
Look at y'all got something in common.
Crazy. So we got that in common. But he was Mad
Congrats.
Dog. Yeah, that's the only thing. Mad Dog was on Howard Stern this morning, and he actually said what he's going to do. Did you see that? He's going saying, look, nobody expects you to retire except the losers on social media who'll gain a minute of satisfaction there. He said he's going to put on a bikini and walk around Times Square with a sign that says, I'm a D-bag.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fine, right? That's what Mad Dog said. I can live with that.
Okay, I don't want to see him in bikini, but okay.
Yeah.
Rockets open the season tonight against Orlando. I picked them to win 39. I guess that was funny to Adam Mclain. Well, okay. Let's get some optimism. Let's talk to Robert Horry. Robert Horry joined Ron the Show Hughley, Clint Stoerner yesterday, Tyler Milner. Let's let a legend, an NBA champion with the Rockets. Let's let him get us hyped up for the Rockets season.
A lot of Rockets fans feel like there is a level of excitement. Now, I don't know this level of excitement, but it feels different. It feels different from, I don't know where we're going to be. You feel like you got a real coach here. What do you expect from this team this year?
I to be honest with you, I expect the same thing as last year.
Oh, stop!
But when you bring in impactful players, you think of guys that can, the all-stars, turn the needle. Dylan Brooks, great defensive player, but he's not pushing the needle anywhere else. And then you look at other guys. I expect, Jeff Green. I love Jeff Green. He's going to bring some veteran leadership to that team. But, let's be honest. Van Vliet, $40 million a year, that's just unreal to me.
Damn, Robert. Pumped up. 6 p.m. tonight against Orlando. Goodness gracious.
That was great.
Coming up, tales from the face of the franchise in anticipation of, you're going to hear this right, the biggest game of the season for the Texans. Don't let anyone tell you.
The app.
Woo! Got some big news involving the biggest news about the best team in town coming up in 10 minutes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Thought that was a misprint. Get to that in 10 minutes. Yeah,
you doubted it.
Didn't. How'd you show me that one? CJ Stroud. Seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. Seems like the Texans should be pleased with the guy that they have playing the most important position. But it wasn't always this easy. I thought this was really cool. CJ Stroud has done, and there's been a few. You name a national outlet, he's been on it. McAfee, fussing with the boys, college game day. Like he's done it all. Pivot.
Mm-hmm.
But he was asked about a calm down moment in his life because he says all this stuff, and it's one thing to say it, but when you talk about how battle tested you've been in it, I think it kind of gives you like a little bit more perspective and a little bit more, for lack of a better word, substance.
Mm-hmm.
This was CJ Stroud with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan talking about the moment that he had maybe early on in his career where he had to really, really test his discipline, ability to overcome adversity, etc. And this was the one that had Will Compton just really, really excited about CJ Stroud.
That's really well said. Was there a moment? Not, I know that's like a combination of moments, right? But was there a time where you were losing your cool and maybe you had a conversation kind of made you rethink about it and zoom out and you're like, oh yeah, I kind of see this. Was it observing somebody? Like, was there a loss that you had like at a game in college, or was there a sequence of plays that kind of make you rethink that?
Yeah, it was all the way back in college, man. I actually was just in Columbus this past weekend. I was talking to my running back coach, Coach Tony Alford. At the time, like, you know, you see your buddies on the other side of the country who stay home, or like you see some guys that you feel better than playing well. And like the time I wasn't playing, I was a freshman. And like being myself, like, man, I feel like I know I wasn't gonna play over Justin, but like I feel like, man, we were up by a lot. Like I should have got, and I was like, man, I'm ready to go home. Like I'm tired of Columbus. I want to leave. Like I want to do this. I want to do that. You know, you're just talking. I remember I sat down for like 3 hours with my running back coach after practice in the freezing cold, and we were just talking, man, just about everything. And so, like, I go back to that moment, and that was kind of like a really big moment for me to just mature as a man. And he was just being honest with me that whole time, and he really was just saying, man, comparison is a thief of joy. My dad used to always tell me that as a kid.
That's a good quote.
Like, comparing yourself to somebody on social media, especially in this social media day and age where everybody's posting their wins and victories, and a lot of it's fake. Like back then, when my dad was telling me, it wasn't so alarming to me because I was just a kid at the time. But when my coach said that, it made me think about what my dad used to tell me. And man, if you compare yourself to others, man, you don't really get to love your life and love what you're going through. And you have to go through some type of struggle to be great in anything. So that was a moment where, like, man, it was like all made sense. And then I started getting a lot more mature, I started calming down some more.
How was he only 22? Like that, like serious, like that is beyond.
A science lesson, or
what's that?
You want me to explain how that works?
Yeah, and birds and the bees, and but seriously, man, I mean that is beyond what any expectation could have been for CJ Stroud. They do all these interviews. They do all the research. They talk to everybody, maybe even his running backs coach. And you hear things, but like to actually see it implemented on a daily basis, never doing anything wrong, checking every box, saying all the right things, being sincere and authentic, and that's clear to everyone who sees and hears him. Amazing what the Texans have here, man.
Yeah, it is. It is amazing, and he adds to it too. He thinks it's something that a lot of people can learn from. This is C.J. Stroud talking about what he thinks people can learn. And something really important in all walks of life, not just football.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that is incredible. You talk about your relationship with your running back coach in high school. Have you been able to find a similar type of relationship in the NFL with one of your coaches now that you're able to lean on from an emotional standpoint when things don't go well, when you go have a 3 and out or you make a bad pass or something like that? Is there any time or any coach on that staff that you're like, hey, just give me a second to kind of vent and talk a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, our quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson, he's always right there. He's somebody that I've known since high school. I mean, he was my Elite 11 coach when I was in high school. I was like 16.
Oh, that's awesome.
So for it to come full circle is kind of crazy. So he's always right there. My guy Davis and Case Keenum, they're always right there to talk about a play or to tell me, man, this like you couldn't do anything right there. Like you got to just get rid of it. Whatever. Like bad or good, they always try to be honest with me, which I really appreciate. And for me, even bigger, like off the field, I have a lot of support. Because sometimes, man, like y'all played this game at a high level. So, when you get home, sometimes you don't want to talk about ball. You want to talk about anything else. And so I have a good friend of mine who helps me just talk about certain things that I need to get off my chest and things like that. So that's some advice for you guys.
The thing about Gerard that is so perfect for C.J. Stroud is not only that they've had a relationship since he was 16 years old, but Gerard is, as you know this, you and Figgy know Gerard. I mean, he's who?
Who are you talking about?
He's got a very similar personality. He was like mature like this at 21, 22 years old. So I think that's a good sounding board for him. And I don't think that should be overstated, having that guy there for him. And then, of course, he mentioned others as well. But, the struggles, they can both share that, their personalities, their faith, all that stuff. So I think it's very important that Gerard's right there with him all the time.
Yeah. He mentioned like 12 guys. You just focused on one, huh?
Well, that was the first one he mentioned. That was the first one he mentioned. That's the one that he talked about the most.
Gerard Johnson is the quarterback coach, for those of you that may not know, friend of the show, friend of the Lopez fam. I think the supporting cast is really important for him. And that's why when we were talking about, trading Case Keenum or all that, I don't want to change anything. Keep the supporting cast. I think there's value there. Having, Case Keenum, Davis Mills, Gerard, all that there for him. I think it's important to keep all that the way that it is right now.
Yeah, why would you? The way you started the season, the way he started the season, it's working. Don't fix it, So just keep it like that. And then the other part of this is, he's going to. We keep saying this, and he hasn't had it yet. So maybe we'll be proved wrong. He's going to have struggles. He's going to have a two-game stretch, maybe a 3-game stretch where we're like, oh man,
inevitable.
It's inevitable. But so those are the guys that are going to be more important then than now.
Yeah, and I don't know. I know that a lot of these guys. I just like the Ohio State thing. It's different. Like I don't think people really understand like the Ohio State, like even like the Alabama, like it's just different. Like the type of stuff that you have to go through at Ohio State than anywhere else. Like it's a lot different, and I do think it kind of prepares you like mentally when it comes to these types of things, answering questions, etc. And I'm not saying that if he hadn't gone to Ohio State, he wouldn't be the same. But I just think that it's a big character builder.
I think Ohio State and Alabama, maybe I'm missing some because they're like the Dallas Cowboys of the. I know there's pro teams in Ohio, but Ohio State is. That's
Columbus. And ain't no pro team in Columbus.
That's
outside
right.
of the hockey team.
And same thing with Tuscaloosa and the whole state of Alabama. Like you are the team. And so you have to be treated kind of like an NFL type situation.
Yeah, I think you gotta really keep
and
a
the
close
talent.
eye for that. Yeah, you got
like you walk into that locker room, you're like, holy crap! Like he was behind Justin Fields. I mean, he's got all these guys around him. They brought in Quinn Ewers when he was there. it's like, wow. So you do need to be humble a little bit.
By the way, big news coming out of Cleveland. The Browns will be without Deshaun Watson this Sunday. Kevin Stefanski confirms Deshaun Watson will not play. They're traveling to Seattle, so P.J. Walker should get the start. Hopefully they can start losing some games, because if the Texans win, the Browns lose, you gain that game, you start looking at the wild side, looking out. And if you win, by the way, you're going to gain a game on either Pittsburgh or Jacksonville, because those two teams play this week as well. So good for them, man. Good for the Texans. If you can get this dub, it could get really, really, really interesting, to where they show that little graphic at the end of Football Night in America.
And there you see a little
inside looking out. You see the Texans above that line for the first time in a long time. How about that? In the hunt, man. How about that? Get me in the hunt very, very quickly. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So we got some news,
man,
on the Astros search for a manager. Brian McTaggart just put it out.
I got it right here.
This is going to have you feeling some type of way.
It absolutely will.
Lay it out for me.
All right, so he posted this just about a half hour ago. Shout out to Brian McTaggart. First, I'll read the whole thing, because it says something about Dusty Baker, too. Baker, who led the Astros to 2 World Series appearances in 4 seasons, is likely headed to retirement. Well, this is a guy that's around the team for 20 years.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Yeah, so we kind of a little bit of confirmation there. Here we go, though. The Astros will look to get younger in the managerial role, and it will be an attractive job. Dana Brown, who was hired as GM just before spring training, will have a say in who is in the manager's chair.
Okay, he'll have a say.
But
a say? What do you mean a say?
Dana Brown will have a say in who's in the manager's chair.
Okay.
But according to Brian McTaggart, owner Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell will oversee finding the Astros next
skipper. Say that again.
Owner Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell will oversee finding the next Astros manager. If you are the gambling sort, put a little money on Brad Ausmus. I'm dead serious. Dead serious. This is the guy that's been covering.
Y'all looking worried over there. Y'all looking worried.
And this is why, like, when the Astros were doing what they were doing on the back end of the season, and you went into September, you went into October, there were some people that were talking about, because Abreu finished the way that he did and Montero came on, well, Jeff Bagwell's being vindicated. I disagree, because, and I'll bring it to the Cowboys, like the dynasty of the Cowboys, where Barry Switzer came in, and Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl. Right? He won a Super Bowl because the leftovers were such to where they could overcome any flaws that he had. After a while, though, as time went on, it was very clear that it was kind of crumbling.
Yeah.
Like this Abreu and this Montero deal, it wasn't like those were one-year deals. You're going to have those guys for two more years each.
Mm-hmm.
And now Jeff Bagwell's continuing to get to do this, and it almost feels like there's like some sort of vindication. You could have maybe signed anyone at first base, and the Astros maybe would have done what they did. Matter of fact, they probably wouldn't have had to fight as much. Like it's kind of crazy that Jeff Bagwell, with what happened last year, and I would hope that they would have the like a look past just making it to the ALCS, because they have enough core talent to where if they get in and they flip the switch, they could be able to do that. It's kind of wild that now Jeff Bagwell is still going to be a pivotal part of picking the manager. That's kind of strange to me.
He has the owner's ear. A lot of levels to this. Number one, if I'm Dana Brown, I'm pissed off. I'm ticked. No, absolutely. You just hired me to be general manager. What is a general manager's primary job? Is building the roster and hiring coaches and managers. And he's like, yeah, you can have a say. Like, this speaks to just what is Dana Brown's job, man. Can you imagine? Like, that's what he's supposed to be doing. And it's like, well, you'll have a say, according to Brian McTaggart, if you're just joining us, but it's going to be decided by Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell. Then the other part of this, the other level to me is, if Brad Ausmus is interviewed, he's going to be the manager. I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Cut it out.
No, well, here's why.
Just stop.
Okay, remember you said that, because I can't imagine Like, literally one of his, if not his best friend, is Brad Ausmus. Jeff Bagwell.
Okay, so he's going to hire his best friend?
I can't imagine. Yes. I can't imagine. I'm saying he may not get an interview, and he may not be their target. But if he does come in for an interview, you think Jeff Bagwell's going to say, nah, man, we got a better choice? When you just interviewed him or rumored whatever to be general manager last year? If the key thing is, let's see if Ausmus gets an interview. Because if he gets an interview, he's going to be the man. I don't know who it might be. Maybe it is Walt Weiss. Maybe it is, Adam Spillane joined us earlier and mentioned a couple of names, including Walt Weiss. Or maybe Jim Crane is just listening to everybody. Jeff Bagwell's going to have the biggest say, as he just reported, but is going to go to an altogether different direction anyway. And by the way, if we're being fair, it's not like we're, mad that Brad Ausmus could be the manager. He could be great. It's just the thing that is weird is your general manager is just going to have a say. It's his job. I mean, that's his job to hire the next manager.
I mean, right now is the goal just to
keep on keeping on.
I don't think they have a chess plan.
Keep on keeping on.
Like, I don't think they have a chess plan, do they?
Absolutely.
You think they do or they don't?
No, absolutely they do not.
Yeah, I don't think they're thinking like 2-3 years along with this.
Nor should they really, right?
In baseball, you should.
Well, I mean, in the back of your mind,
in baseball, you definitely should.
You're building the farm, you're doing that stuff, but the window, being closing or close to closing, yeah, you should just keep on keeping on as best you can and try to get another run going.
I can't believe Jeff Bagwell, man.
Yeah, he's going to have the biggest voice. He and Jim Crane.
It could be Dana. Dana could have the biggest voice. He could
like McTaggart just said.
He could have 4 shares, and they have 1.5 each.
4 shares? What? Dana Brown will have a say, but it's going to be Crane and Bagwell that has the ultimate decision.
We'll see what Dana thinks.
Yeah, the room.
No, we ain't asking nothing. We're going to let you know what's going on.
He'll be in the room.
He'll be there with us. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions. The Texans general manager, I think he kind of agreed with us the other day. Tell you how. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time.
No, thank you, NBA. I usually, I'm kind of excited for expansion. New cities getting teams, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The NBA apparently is seriously considering. Keep in mind, this is stagnant. I think most people would agree.
Yeah.
Stagnant, kind of largely unwatchable league that is not resonating.
Especially during the regular
season. They are seriously considering expanding by 2 teams.
Stop.
2 teams.
Stop.
The cities that they're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. And that's apparently, Front Office Sports said it is likely to expand when this set of media rights deals
I do like the 2 choices. I would rather just take away a couple teams, though.
Or move them.
Yeah, move a couple teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Expansion?
Yeah, I don't need that.
Man.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I don't need that either.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
John Mclain confuses the hell out of me. I don't know how he goes from
I'm rooting. Be more specific.
I don't know how he goes from I'm rooting for the Rangers to just like at the snap of a hat because of Brent Strom, he's rooting for the Diamondbacks. I don't get that.
Who cares? Just because of Brent Strom?
Yeah, because of Brent Strom.
He was a legend here, but okay, he's a pitching coach for Arizona. And he's like, I always cheer for teams from Texas.
He said always. He made it sound like it was one of his ethics.
Yeah, like I've got state pride. I just said, oh, wait a minute.
Where's that state pride at now?
What about the pitching coach in Arizona? I guess that trumps, Texas.
That trumps your ethics. Like he made it sound like it was like one of his principles.
Yes.
Like this is my principle.
Let me tell you about my philosophy.
I am happy for anyone from the state of Texas. And
Texas pride.
Like he laid it out. I didn't agree with his thinking, but he laid it out like it was a principle.
It makes you wonder just how strong that pride is.
Honestly, what does he stand on? Exactly. He gave me 3 bullet points, and now all of a sudden, Brent Strom at 75.
Let's go Arizona.
Let's go Diamondbacks because of Brent Strom.
Brent Strom.
Are you kidding
me? He tweeted it. I've changed my mind.
What is going on here?
That's bizarre.
Now all of a sudden we're going with that.
He probably ain't know he was even on the team.
Yeah, until he saw him with that crazy little celebration he did.
Watch this.
Speaking of baseball, it took about 5 seconds for all the tweets and all the posts to hit my timeline. This is going to be a bad World Series. It's not compelling. Nobody will watch. Well, don't freaking watch. I mean,
they won't.
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying
they won't.
It just gets tired and old. Like, it's a World Series. If you like baseball, you're gonna watch the World Series.
You're gonna watch
no matter what. I'm sure I will.
You're locked in.
I don't know about locked in, but absolutely, I always watch the World Series. Who doesn't? I mean, well, apparently some people, but
a lot of people.
But
is this a bad World Series though?
I don't know. I mean, I don't care about.
It seems like every time you dismiss someone though in baseball, they win. Like Arizona.
Yeah.
It just seems like they're getting dismissed.
But it's all over. No, it's not compelling. How do you know it's not going to be 7 extra inning games? I mean, and then the other thing is, since when do people care that much about television ratings?
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't care.
I feel like it's compelling just off the strength of the Rangers. The way they play.
Yeah.
Well, I also think it's like some people will say, well, I don't know anything about this team. I'll be honest. Baseball is a regional sport. I'm learning about a lot of players as I'm watching the Astros. If I'm being completely honest, I'm learning about the 5th hitter, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like I'm learning a lot no matter what.
The World Series to me, it's kind of like just a touchstone to all our youth, especially me. I mean,
look at you.
What's up,
Rinaldi?
It's a touchstone to our youth. I remember very vividly moments in time that revolved around the World Series. Sister Mary Ambrose, the first World Series I ever remember, it was Mets and Orioles, 1969. She rolled the TV into the classroom, and we watched day baseball World Series. My dad, year after year after year, he and I would be sometimes he'd let me stay up late from school to watch the World Series. The Reggie Jackson games, the Carlton Fisk game. I remember vividly. So I'm always going to watch the World Series. It's the World Series. Oh, but the rating's going to be bad. Who cares? They're not paying me.
It's just a representation of interest, though.
No, it's cool sometimes to mention, hey, Texas, Alabama was the highest rated college game. Yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. I don't care, but it's kind of cool. It's like, it's not compelling. Well, watch Family Guy. I don't care what you.
What's with you and Family Guy?
That's because it's still in my mind because my granddaughter watched it. No, I don't smoke weed.
Okay, just asking.
I mean, I'm willing to try more again, but
you're
it's not working.
You're into this Family Guy thing. I got to confess, man, I was pretty impressed with Caserio yesterday.
You were?
I was, man. I feel like he kind of agrees with us on something.
And that is?
That asking if he has time is not necessary. We all hear the time bit. You've heard the drop. Play it for me, Figgy.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Yeah. I mean, because if he says no, then it looks weird.
Yes.
If he says yes, then I don't know. It just kind of seems like y'all should have that together before. Hey, Nick,
I think
you're joining us.
Now,
25 minutes, 40 minutes, Wait, how long? By the way, full 40-minute interview, Odyssey app, if you want to check that out. Nick Caserio for 40 minutes yesterday with John and Seth.
35 of it on the Astros.
Here was Nick Caserio's reaction. And I guess loopholes, Sports Radio 610 listeners were texting in, making wagers about when Sean was going to ask the question. I kind of blame myself here, but I think Nick nailed it. Got to confess that.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on Sports Radio 610. People are texting in, when's the over-under on when you're going to ask Nick if he's okay on time? So I guess 7:53. I guess 7:53 is the over-under.
Do we have to do that anymore? We should just keep going. I know you have to do the ad read.
So I guess that's a yes. Nick Caserio joining us right now.
Very astute fans out there.
Big time.
They're on top of everything.
And you know what? We'll take 1 million more of them, Nick. Absolutely.
There you go.
That's awesome. I love that. Nick, you okay on time? Sure. And he even said, we don't even need to do that anymore. Yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. I admitted I got irrationally upset last night checking in on the Diamondbacks game. And you know why I got irrationally frustrated with Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado again? The reason is there is a 23-year-old catcher for the Diamondbacks. His name is Gabriel Moreno. Went 2 for 4, had the game-winning RBI in Game 7 of the NLCS. This dude is the spitting image of Yonder Diaz. And then I was like, okay, so I guess you can get to the World Series. I guess you can, Dusty, get to the World Series with a rookie catcher that's more of a hitter and maybe your future. Because he's batting 284, Diaz 282. His on base, 339, Diaz 308. His slugging 408, Diaz 538. 747 OPS, 847 OPS. You can and could have, and I know it's irrational, and it's who cares, water under the bridge. I got a little frustrated with Dusty and Martin.
That's cool.
Because you had a catcher right there doing what Yonder could have done. I'm getting mad now. I'm getting upset.
Sorry,
now.
you'll thank him later.
Oh, yeah, the city's going to thank him.
It's all good.
Yeah, the city's going to thank him.
You're okay.
I'm not that okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I want to preface this by saying I could not beat this guy up, okay? I could not beat this guy up. With that said, every morning I go into the same gas station to get like a water, whatever I want to get at that gas station. And every time I walk out of that gas station, I look to my right and I see a big-ass stack of Modelo beer. In front of that stack, I see a life-size cut-up of Canelo Alvarez. And for a brief second, I find myself thinking, I could whoop that guy.
Canelo Alvarez.
I find myself saying that.
Because it's the life size and he's kind of small?
He's 168 pounds. Yeah. He's sitting up there. He just looks like a guy that you could beat up. He's got the red hair and stuff. So for that brief 3 seconds, I convinced myself I could whoop this guy.
Yeah.
Not saying it's right. I wonder how many people, like just on the street growing up, tried to fight Canelo because they thought he could whoop him.
Yeah.
And he just worked him. But I do find myself for just the 3 seconds when I'm walking out and I see it, I'm just like, Who even knows who this guy is? Like, if anyone was walking by, they'd be like, yeah, he's damn sure not a model.
Yeah.
And he's dang sure not a fighter, which he is. It's a really weird cardboard cutout. Like, I almost feel like he should be in his trunks or something. They got him in like his jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned 3 seconds because that's about how long it would take for you to go down.
Oh, for sure. There's no doubt about it. I'm telling you, it's a 3-second thing. It's early in the morning. Maybe that's the wake-up call I need, but I just find myself saying, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You mentioned this earlier, and I didn't know it at the time. The Texans already have a mock-up of the new helmet and helmet colors that they're going to wear in prototype, probably the last prototype, unless there's a couple of little tweaks, of the jersey that they're getting this week.
They're getting it.
My confession is I'm starting to text people over there. I got to get a glimpse of this. It's just driving me nuts. I got to find someone over there who can trust me enough.
Hey, if you're listening over there, don't tell Lopez he's the worst secret keeper there is.
I keep secrets better than anybody in the building.
He's the worst secret keeper there is. He's the last person you want to tell.
That is absolute fake news. In fact, a lot of people over there have told me some secrets.
See, that's that right
I've
there.
kept.
No, but that right there. That right there. Now you're saying people tell you. Now you're saying people tell you. That you just proved my point.
I said
you just proved my point.
I didn't say who.
Yeah, but you just proved my point.
Okay, what secrets did
it
they
doesn't
tell me?
matter. I mean,
yes, it does matter because I've kept them.
But you're not a good secret keeper if you say someone told me a secret.
I just said I'm
like
going
an
to try
elementary kid.
No,
hey, I got a secret.
Hey, I got a secret. I got a secret. I got a secret.
Okay, what was it?
He is the worst secret keeper
what are
there
some?
is. He just proved it.
No, I did not. You're reaching again. What secrets did I keep?
I don't know.
There you go.
It
You
doesn't
don't know.
matter,
You
but
know
I
why
know
you
you
don't
have
know?
them. But I know you have them.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so I shouldn't know. If you're a good secret keeper, I wouldn't even know you had secrets.
I just brought it up because I'm saying I literally said right now I'm going to start calling people over there to try to get a glimpse of these uniforms. Like, it's just driving me nuts. I want to see it because I'm an old Oilers guy, as everybody knows. I've kept some pretty big secrets.
Yeah,
still keep them.
So was Susie in kindergarten.
But Susie blabbed. I do not.
The second guy.
Well, just tell me one of the secrets.
I didn't even know you had them till now.
Oh, yes, you did
I'm close.
too.
I'm closer to knowing them now than I did before.
Yeah, but still know them.
Coming up, 1 more inch. 1 more inch. That is the rally cry for the Houston Texans. We'll tell you why next.
Progressive, and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
One more inch. That's what John Lopez says about the Houston Texans. One more inch.
One more inch.
Okay.
Will Anderson needs another inch.
Okay. Elaborate.
Oh, yeah, better. He definitely needs. They do, and here's the reason why. That the kind of a statistical quirk that the Texans are experiencing right now. They rank 11th in the NFL in quarterback hits. That's pretty dang good, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's top third almost.
Yeah. 11th in the NFL, Figgy, in quarterback hits. Dead last in sacks. That you don't see that very often. Like, they're getting there. They're getting close. But they're not getting them down. So I started thinking about, obviously any given Sunday. 1 inch. If they can get that extra inch, it's awesome.
What an overrated movie that is.
It's an overrated movie, but I like that speech. They got to turn those extra few inches into sacks, and I think it'll be the biggest thing that can kind of send them over the top in the second half. In the rest of the season, they're also 31st, not dead last, next to dead last in tackles for losses. They're getting they're getting close. They're getting really, really close. And so then we've been talking about the Jaguars are making a big run for 4 straight wins after the Texans beat them.
Got Pittsburgh this week.
They have the highest sack rate. Now, they don't have the most sacks, but the highest sack rate in terms of, quarterback pressures and sacks. They have one of the highest in the league, and they are the number 1 team in turnovers. So how are the Jaguars doing? It's not necessarily just offense and Trevor Lawrence. So that's a weird stat. That jumped out at me. Like, you're 11th. You're 11th quarterback hits. You need to be better than last in sacks. So maybe it speaks a little bit to Chase Young. They brought in a defensive end yesterday that DeMeco liked coming out of the draft.
Apparently, someone has made a trade offer for Sweat from the Montrez Sweat. From
I saw that.
Washington Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
No offers for Chase Young, but Montrez Sweat got offered. Maybe they like him.
Maybe
they like him.
So that's a quirky stat. And maybe someone like Chase Young or Sweat or whomever. But like, of all the things that I said earlier, like you kind of self-evaluate, self-scouting as they call it, and DeMeco was talking about that yesterday. That's number one. Why can't we finish the job? Why can't we get those extra few inches and turn these hits into sacks?
Yeah, the Will Anderson thing's interesting because he gets the sack in week 1. We haven't seen him get one since.
Yeah, but close.
Yeah, close.
And
advanced stats love Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely love Will Anderson, but the sacks do not.
Mm-hmm.
11 games left.
So I think they get that. They start getting those sacks, those more tackles for losses, like 31st in tackles for losses and last in sacks, and you're in this position, you're 3-3. Clean that up and you're in business, man, because you're going to get what you get out of C.J. Stroud. The offense has been fine. It's just they're not making those big plays behind the line of scrimmage.
Do you think the offense is fine?
I do.
Because when I look at this squad,
let's see more Devin Singletary, though.
I feel like the best is ahead for the defense. I don't know if I feel like the best is ahead for the offense.
Why not? I do.
I mean, what's going on right now? Nico Collins leads the league in yards after the catch.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell's top 10. They're really not a threat to run the football. C.J. Stroud's having like a historic start to his career. And I'm not saying the offense like completely falls off a cliff, but like if you're asking me like arrow pointing up, arrow pointing down, like is it as sustainable? And you'll have to find other ways to win games. But I don't like when I look at this offense, I feel like this is
you think it's
based
fool's
on
gold?
personnel. I don't think it's fool's gold. I just think it's playing as well as you could possibly play. And I don't know how sustainable that is.
I get it. Like water finding its level, they're bound to take a step back, even though they're not necessarly stinking.
Yeah, but
it's just natural.
But if the defense picks it up, then that's fine. And I do still think there will be stretches, and I do like what I've seen from Nico. It just kind of seems like we've seen this offense that we didn't expect much from.
Yeah.
Without being a legit threat to run the ball.
Well, that's the only thing
That's
I'm
the
thinking
problem that I have, and I don't look at Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary as much as we want to see more Singletary and say, all right, well, any given Sunday, this team can go for a Bill 20 and ease the pressure off of CJ Stroud. I just think at some point you want to lower the pressure off of CJ Stroud. Maybe that comes with the defense, but I just don't think they have the backs to be able to run the ball the way that they say they want to, and the way that they probably don't win later on in the season.
Yeah, I don't think they have elite backs. They have good backs. And I think what you need to see, the only thing I want to see difference, and we saw it in the last game, is more Devin Singletary. I think more Devin Singletary balances that. Maybe you do get better, and they did have their best rushing game before the break. But the reason I do have that confidence in the offense, it's very simple and very obvious. C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick. I mean, I don't see water finding its level there. Like Nico may take a step back. Some of these other guys may take a step back. Maybe the line even is not going to protect him as well. But I don't see C.J. Stroud or Bobby Slowick taking a step back.
But I don't even think like if the offense performs at a poor level, it's because of C.J. Stroud or Bobby Slowick. Like that's not what I'm saying. Like I have full confidence in those guys. Like I think those guys are elite at what they do.
Yeah.
I just think that the guys around them are not elite at what they do. So like C.J. Stroud could go out there and throw an interception, and his stats could fall off. That doesn't take anything away from what he's doing. I'm looking past the result there, but. And Bobby Slowick might call. Sometimes Bobby Slowick will call really, really good games that he doesn't get rewarded for. So my concern isn't with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. That's the least of my concern. My concern is that the guys around them have played about as good as you could possibly expect them to play.
Yeah.
And maybe they get more healthy. Maybe the offensive line gets better. I don't know. Maybe that's the hope. But they're going to have to run the ball better than they have.
That's the only
It's not going to be enough. They're going to have to run the ball better than they have.
Absolutely. And I think that's going to be one of the adjustments that we're going to see. It's like, wait a minute, will you carry in the last game? I think something like that. Let's get him some more touches. He got his 12 touches, and I think maybe that is going to help that, and maybe that obviously will help the receivers too. It's not just C.J. Stroud that's going to be helping,
Then you got the guys back, so you have all the guys they're starting to get they got another guy coming back potentially that we'll tell you about when we go around the NFL in 15 minutes. But yeah, maybe they're just going to have to run the ball better, and I don't know whether that's possible or not. So we will see how that goes here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm just kind of scared about this Carolina game. It just doesn't feel it doesn't seem like people are giving it the attention it deserves. It's more like a ho-hum. Are we going to overlook them? I don't think they're to that point yet.
No, they're not. And I don't think DeMeco's going to allow that to happen. I don't think C.J. Stroud's going to allow that to happen. Because the one thing that it's going to that is working in the Texans' favor is, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, they want to prove a little something too, against Bryce Young. Not just winning the game. Obviously, they want to win the game. But he wants to have a good game. He wants to show that he's the right guy. So there's not going to be any of that. If they don't play well, if C.J. Stroud struggles, whatever, it's not going to be because overlooking anybody. I mean, they're not there. They won't be there the whole year. I mean, it's like from where we were last year at this point to now. It's like now we're overlooking people. Come on, man.
So I feel like it's happening.
I mean, somebody asked DeMeco about it.
They're a 3.5 point favorite on the road. This is the last time that happened.
Was it like 2020?
I mean, 3.5. I mean, that's a lot of points on the road.
Mm-hmm.
That's a ton of points.
That's a lot on the road. That's basically almost a touchdown.
Both teams coming off a bye.
Yeah,
that's big.
Yeah, but they're not. That's not going to happen. Overlooking anybody. I get that it's human nature sometimes, but they're not even there in human. They're not even themselves thinking.
I can't believe he got asked the question.
Yeah, that, and it's dead serious. I can't believe he didn't laugh. Because I would have, wait, what? You think we're overlooking someone? No way. No way at all.
Yeah, DeMeco got asked. He answered. He's like, I don't really think so.
I hope not.
I don't think we're overlooking anyone. Check on it.
Good thing.
Seems crazy. Overlooking.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Practice report for the Texans. Tank Dell, Laramie Tunsil, Tavier Thomas, Denzel Perriman. They're all practicing. Hassan Ridgeway
Okay.
He's fully dressed and practicing. That helps you kind of stop the run. And Robert Woods, he's not, but they've been giving him kind of a Wednesday veteran rest / OG day. So look out for him to be back out there tomorrow. But you got your whole D. And by the way, the depth chart came out. Your Will linebacker starting, Blake Cashman. Christian Harris is a backup.
Sounds about right. Right? No offense. I mean, Blake Cashman is having a hell of a year. Like a hell of a year. Big time.
I thought Christian Harris was going to have a hell of a year.
I was kind of banking on that too. To'o is definitely picking up things, but it's going to be interesting now that Perriman's back.
He can't cover though.
Right. No, I like To'o better, to be honest. Perriman has some great leadership. He's a fun guy to be around. He's been around the league, but I like To'o better.
Yeah, he likes to thump a little bit.
Yeah.
They kept him out with that cast on the hand. I don't think he's one of those guys that needs to be playing with the cast on his hand. See him trying to hit someone with it.
Why not?
Because he's crazy. He likes to mix it up, man. Doesn't need to be playing with the damn cast.
That's a weapon. Nuts. That's a weapon is what that is.
He's nuts. He's already bad in coverage.
Does Will Anderson get a sack this week?
Yeah.
Oh, that was quick.
Two.
It's
his boy, man. It's one of his best friends.
Mm-hmm.
He never got to sack him at Alabama. You know how many times Will Anderson broke through somebody
Well,
and
that's why I asked.
And Nick Saban said, GD, Will, you better not touch the damn quarterback.
He's wearing red for a reason.
Yeah. Of course, Will.
Maybe not red, orange.
Yeah, Will wants this sack really bad.
No, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I think he gets 2.
I don't know about 2.
2 sacks.
They need that inch.
2 sacks.
1 inch.
2 sacks, 2 inches.
Get at least 1.
2 sacks, 2 inches.
Yeah.
You creep me out when you say 1 inch, but
1 inch.
Yeah, whatever.
We all need 1 inch.
Coming up, CJ Stroud ranks his 3 favorite Halloween candies on the NFL, including some breaking news that just dropped. Plus, the Oilers uniforms. They are going to be unveiled this weekend. CJ also has a thought on that.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hassan Ridgeway has been designated to return by the Texans. They got the 21-day window, so they could get him back. Laramie Tunsil, Tank Dell, Denzel Perriman, all on the practice field. Still no Juice Scruggs, still no Derek Stingley, so we don't know what's going on with those two. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud listed his 3 favorite Halloween candies. Halloween is less than a week away.
What are you going to dress as?
Me? I don't know.
You got to. Now you got a daughter.
I mean, I don't know. We did sign up. You can trick or treat at our house, so we do have that going for us.
Oh, we did that too. You get on the list on the map?
Yeah,
Cool.
sure.
That
So,
too.
yeah. Lopez will hand you a freaking Skittle.
Oh, no.
Nah, he giving out toothbrushes,
No.
toothpaste.
You guys know better than that.
Here's a fishing
Some
hook. Here's your
floss.
first fishing hook.
See, you guys lie so much.
He's going to put his own hat. Here's your first fishing hook right here.
You just come in the studio and say, what kind of lies can we tell about John Lopez
Here's a bite me
today?
card, kid.
Yeah. I'm doing it for a decade. I give the big bars, man.
Here.
I give full size.
Here, let me give you a lesson. Here's the lesson of the day right here on this card.
More lies. I give up the full size, baby. Come
Here's
see
some
me.
OG sauce.
Come see me. Well, if you ask, I might get you that. Ask nicely.
Here's CJ Stroud. He's not a big candy guy. But here are CJ Stroud's 3 favorite Halloween candies.
Top 3 favorite Halloween candies.
Okay. And just clarification, I'm not a big candy guy. Like, I don't like candy. I was a born kid, I guess. But if I had to
You're
pick,
a protein bar guy. I hope he just names all protein bars.
Yeah.
if I had to pick, I'm going to go Jolly Ranchers, Blue Raspberry and Grape. Those are my top 2.
Not watermelon?
Number 2, I'm going to go Starburst. Pink is my favorite. Pink and red. You can't go wrong with good Starburst.
Fair.
And then I was an angry kid. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm going to go with Snickers to be my number 1.
Those are all good choices, man. Solid. More than solid.
Really?
Starbursts are great. Love Starburst.
Nah.
Why not?
I'm good on that.
Pink and red, too. Those are biggie.
I like Starburst.
I love Starburst.
Good on that.
And it's got to be pink and red or my
Skittles.
favorite.
Skittles.
Skittles are good.
If we're going fruity candy guy, go Skittles.
You know me. Payday bar is my favorite. Mounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty badass. What are you rolling your eyes at for? Those are top tier candies.
Okay. You say so.
A Payday is a top tier?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And look, I like Payday, but I wouldn't even say it's a top tier.
No top tier.
Payday is my favorite.
Payday is not top tier.
I like it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it in the top tier.
It's my favorite. Snickers, though, you can't go wrong, too. That's a good choice for him. Yeah.
By the way, that interview, people asking, it's on Bussin' with the Boys. Texans PR tweeted out, I think Everett did. So you can check that out. It's on Bussin' with the Boys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. It's a Barstool thing if you want to check it out. It's about 30 minutes. So 10 minutes less than Nick Casario yesterday with Payne and Pendergast, which you can also hear on the Odyssey app. CJ Stroud on the drama between the Texans and the Oilers and the uniforms. Here's CJ Stroud weighing in on Bussin' with the Boys.
This week they are wearing the throwback Oiler uniforms. Where is your stance on who should be able to wear the Oilers uniforms?
I would say it would have to be us. I mean, we're Houston, so I don't really know too much about the rivalry or too much about like the color situation. I know that they were here and then started in that home city, and I think those colors are dope. Like baby blue is my favorite color. So if you're listening, Mr. Riganera, let's go back to baby blue. But nah, man, I would say us. But man, at the end of the day, man, they're colors. Like let's play ball.
I get it, but this is the kind of stuff that I think is, we were talking yesterday about just kind of the connection, just kind of having that cool vibe between you and the fans. This is going to help. This is the kind of stuff that helps. It's meaningless, like you said. Let's play ball. It's not likely to happen that it's going to be the dominant color, but it's going to be a color, and I think fans, it just resonates with fans. It's cool. Absolutely.
I'm over it.
You're over it.
Yeah, they're Oilers uniform. I mean, they're Titans uniforms now. They took them. Especially once they play on Sunday, it's over.
It's over?
It's done.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah, wearing them ain't the same
I think
anymore.
it's going to make it make the.
I mean, did we even have a chance to get those colors back?
No.
though?
Oh, they could have.
there was
No,
never a chance.
absolutely,
Yeah.
they could have.
I mean, they could have.
They absolutely could have gotten that. They had the H-Town blue thing going, and then Amy Adams said, no, it can't be the dominant color. No, absolutely, 100%. I mean, you were there. Like originally, I think they wanted to have that as a dominant color, at least on one of their jerseys. And then Amy Adams came in and said, no, we own the color.
I think that was a secret.
No, it's been out there.
I do too.
No.
I do too.
No.
Why is it out there?
No, it's been. We've been talking about it for months.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
Non-secret
not a secret.
keeper?
Not a secret.
Non-secret keeper?
No, 100% it could have happened.
These fools on the text line are getting crazy. Now we're talking Laffy Taffy.
I hate Laffy Taffy.
Green Laffy Taffy straight. Payday all day. You're getting some Payday love. There's like
love
4
Payday,
people.
man.
Man, I just don't. I kind of think Payday is like a boomer candy.
Of course you do.
You and Mclain, it's y'all's favorite.
Okay.
I mean,
There's
I like,
two people.
That's probably like my third favorite.
I
to be honest.
I like Payday all right.
Is Figgy a boomer?
No, but I mean, he's got weird taste sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I like peanut butter, so that's why I like Payday.
Yeah.
What about peanut butter cups?
The Reese cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be number one or number two.
Yeah.
I've never gotten those.
Really?
I've never gone to like the candy section where you're picking out a candy and gotten Reese's peanut butter cups.
I like the taste a lot, but it sucked because it's only 2 cups.
Dude, you know what I've been making now?
I feel like that's a ripoff.
There's some peanut butter protein balls that are real good for you, and it tastes just like cookie dough, but it's like real healthy. We got the recipe now. It's on fire. Just a little snack.
Okay, boomer.
That ain't Payday, but it does taste like Payday.
I'm telling you, boomer.
Put some chocolate chips in it.
You're hiking your leg on Payday. Hell, you're making homemade paydays.
You got to go Snickers, but you got to go with like the new Snickers. They got like all kinds of different types.
Oh,
Snickers.
yeah, I haven't even really tried those.
Milky Way goes in though.
Mounds, that coconut. Love that with the almond. Mounds is awesome.
Coconut, I'm out.
Really?
I do not like anything coconut.
Someone says Payday is that Great Depression candy. I agree.
You're so full of crap.
It was literally named after Babe Ruth.
No, that's Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth. Which one's that?
Baby Ruth is. What does Baby Ruth have?
I don't know, but I ain't like it.
What is Baby Ruth? I'm trying to remember because I've had it before.
Yeah, but that's the one that was named after. Payday's been around, but they all have.
What is a Baby Ruth?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's the one with the nougat.
Okay.
The one with the nougat on it, peanuts, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Not a big fan.
Yeah, I ain't.
Not a big fan. Yeah.
Payday history.
You're just trying to get.
First introduced in 1932 by a Hollywood candy company and got its name because it was first produced at the company.
Yeah.
Payday was marketed during the Great Depression as a meal replacement because of the dense peanut outer layer.
Yeah.
So that texter was spitting facts.
That texter was actually right. You owe him an apology.
No, the texter was wrong. I'm not going to apologize.
They were right. It was literally Great Depression
Payday
Canada.
is that Great Depression candy.
Okay, you know when Snickers was invented?
It was literally invented as a meal replacement. That is what Payday was invented as, a meal replacement during the Great Depression. Snickers was invented in 1930. It was named after the favorite horse of the Mars family.
You're saying Snickers is the one
but
to
it
go.
was not
It's
a meal
older
replacement.
than
But it was
Payday.
not a meal replacement.
How do you know?
Because it doesn't say it was a meal replacement.
It was.
Yours was a meal replacement. Mine was a
because
treat.
it doesn't say?
See, Snickers and Milky Way is a treat. Payday is a meal replacement.
Because of one
That's
website.
the last thing you want, by the way. That's not. You got to admit that's not a good endorsement for your candy.
What's that?
A meal replacement.
You're looking at one website and you're saying Snickers wasn't a meal replacement.
But you got to admit, unless Snickers is a meal replacement, we know for a fact Payday during the Great Depression was a meal replacement. You've got to at least admit that is not a good endorsement for a tasty candy.
Okay, you're wrong.
How many meal replacement shakes and meal replacement bars have you said, you know what, if that were on the gas station Rex, I would choose that over a Snickers?
Yeah, you're wrong again, and here's why. Snickers is older by 2 years. Literally during the Great Depression, Snickers was made. And now you're saying, well, Snickers is great. Okay, boomer.
Yeah, but it wasn't a meal replacement.
Why are you focusing on meal replacement?
Because it literally says
everything
it's a
can
meal
be a real
replacement.
meal replacement.
Bro, but you know what a meal replacement
Bread
is.
can be a meal replacement. And okay, I'm going to search Snickers meal replacement. I bet you I'll find a bunch of stuff.
You can find anything, man.
Well,
I
okay,
was
so there's
on
your
the top
point.
history
That's
thing.
my point. You can find anything.
Did you see that new Payday commercial? The tagline?
No.
Payday. The official candy bar of Slim Fast.
Snickers was a meal replacement.
All right, let me see.
Snickers
let
was
me
a
see.
meal replacement.
Yeah, show me that.
I'll do it right
No,
here.
let me see that. What is
I'll
that?
show you.
Who at blogspot.com are we talking about?
A replacement.
Is it Johnny Davis at blogspot.com?
Wikipedia, anybody? Wikipedia? You good with that? 1930, older than Payday. It was introduced. Snickers, named after the favorite horse of the Mars family.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. Nougat. See, I was right about that. Nougat, peanuts, and caramel. Marketed the name under the name Marathon in UK.
Bro, how is this? Help me out here, okay? I'm not trying to interrupt you. I get your point. Although you still didn't get to the meal replacement part. So Milky Way was invented in 1923. How the hell is it that in the 20s they invented all the candy bars and we don't have any new replacements? Like all the good candy bars that are still lasting. How is it that is that when you get depressed, do you just have creative candy mind? Because all these candy bars were
Had to be
created
cheaper,
in the 20th.
right? I bet you chocolate was cheaper back then during the Depression. I bet you that's what it was. Had to be. Because everybody
ain't nobody come out with a new candy bar. They just pretty much remixing these candy bars.
No. Three Musketeers. Three Musketeers might be the youngest classic candy bar, 1932.
Well, that's the same as Payday. See, Payday's the youngest.
Like all these candy bars. How are they inventing all these candy bars back then? And we can't do a damn thing. You can't even, there's 60 Chinese restaurants, and we haven't had a candy bar since 1920. We've invented new types of food. You know how many diets have been invented since 1920, and we don't have any candy bars. Name a new candy bar.
The last new candy bar I remember is the Reggie. That was in the early 70s, mid 70s.
Where's that?
The Reggie.
Where can I find that now?
Yeah, remember it was named for Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, but where's that at?
All the mother candy bars got him out of here. Got Reggie out of here.
Yeah.
Man, that ain't even a bar. That's that's like a praline.
I don't even remember. I don't even know.
They stopped making them. They stopped making Reggie bars in 1981.
Oh,
See,
there you
they tried to pop it less than 8.
All the new candy bars are like flavors of the old candy bars.
Yeah, it's remix.
Yeah, remixes of the old candy bars.
The bootlegs?
Yeah, like the Hershey's white chocolate, all that stuff. Yeah.
Jason Williams really missed out on not having a candy bar. Jason White Chocolate Williams?
White chocolate.
Should have had the white chocolate bar.
Yep.
What would the CJ Stroud bar be? The CJ?
What would the CJ Stroud
Just
bar
the
be?
CJ?
It's a great question. You don't really have a nickname or anything.
Yeah, just the CJ?
I guess.
CJ bars?
Oh, Twix.
How old is Twix?
Twix might be the...
Twix goes in.
Yeah.
Twix goes in. Whew. Twix. Don't threaten me with the Twix.
1967.
Damn.
1979
they
in the
stuck
United
around.
States. It was introduced, but it was made in 67.
Man.
It stuck around, too.
Yeah.
Can you eat, because the Lay's commercial where it's like, bet you can't eat just one. We're going around the NFL kind of here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But the Lay's potato chip commercial where they're like, bet you can't eat just one.
And I can't usually.
Is there a bigger tease than a small ass Twix or like candy bar?
Man.
Like the small little bite size,
The little Halloween ones.
Why?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
That's
That's
Halloween
Why
candy.
am I doing this?
And for some reason, they taste better than the regular size ones.
but then you just want all of them. But just eat one of those, your mouth's immediately watering for the next bite.
Yeah, that's the
You got to
Halloween
eat
candy.
one while opening another one.
Yeah, and that's why I give full size bars. I want my kids or our kids to have a good Halloween experience at our house.
Next, DeMeco Ryans talking about Tank being back.
Getting Tank back is big for us. Tank, as we all seen, he's made big-time plays every game that he's been out there. He's been consistent, a guy that we can count on when we need a big play. So it's exciting to have Tank back, and just thankful that he's healthy and he's back, feeling better, and he's ready to roll.
Feeling good. Feeling good. Tank back. Desmond Ridder is starting fights. Did you know this?
Desmond Ridder is starting fights?
Desmond Ridder is starting fights. So Dukes and Bell at 92.9 the game in Atlanta. This is an argument that started just because they were talking about Desmond Ridder, and my goodness, fellas, you're in first place.
When do I finally have to say, okay, it's acceptable? I mean, what's the learning curve here? I don't know. 17 weeks of him doing this? I don't know, but you know who knows? Arthur Smith. Well, no, Arthur Smith. Arthur has boxed himself into a corner by mishandling the quarterback position. How's he mishandling it, By not starting him last year and getting these reps out of the way and these mistakes out of the way. How do we know they're out of the way if he starts him last year? There's no guarantee that he would be making these same mistakes. He might have made the mistakes when there's nothing at stake. Now we're a good team with expectations. A team that should be playoff caliber, and I can't afford his mistakes. I wanted to learn on the job. That's why last year we should have gotten rid of Mariota and gotten him in there sooner. We're a good team since when? Who's picking the Falcons to go to the Super Bowl? Oh, so we're not a good team? Oh, no. So now you're telling me we're not a good team. Who's picking the Falcons to go to the Super Bowl before the season started? Who? Tell me. I said, who? How many wins? How many wins did you give me? How many wins? How many wins? Nobody. How many wins? Nobody. Oh, bull blank. Nobody picked the Falcons to go to the them. Well, how many wins? Name them. How many? Okay, nobody picked up for the Super Bowl. How many wins did you say? Thank you. How many wins did you predict? Winning 10 games. How many wins going to the Super Bowl? How many wins did you predict for this season? Now all of a sudden we're a Super Bowl team. Okay. Name those people who said, I'm sorry, you're right. I got the Atlanta Falcons going to the Super Bowl. You just changed the argument. Just changed the argument. That we had a quarterback who was not experienced and who would make mistakes. Meanwhile, now all of a sudden you're telling me, hey, we're supposed to be going to the Super Bowl. Since when?
That escalated quickly.
What is going on? What are y'all so
I appreciate the dude that said bull blank.
Yeah, what are they mad at?
I don't know. They're mad at each other is what they're mad at.
By the way, this is an interesting question. So one of the most hackiest questions that's constantly asked that I don't even have time for this. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah. It can be fun sometimes.
God, I hate it.
Yeah, I know. It's old, but it can be fun.
Can't do
RBIs or RBI?
Oh, God.
Well, that one I feel very strongly about.
Someone asks, is a Rice Krispie treat a candy bar? I've never thought about that.
Is it candy?
It's Rice Krispies, but
I don't even consider it candy.
Does anyone get Rice Krispies to eat Rice Krispies anymore?
No,
it's always gifted.
No, you don't. Tyler Milner's saying he does. That's an absolute
Said he had
lie.
some today.
That is weird, dude.
Had some today. No, I'll eat Rice Krispies with another cereal. I'll mix the cereals together.
Man, why are they there?
Flavored Cheerios and Rice Krispies. That's a good breakfast right there. I don't even think it says candy. It's more like a. What is it?
I don't know.
I don't know. What is it? It's not a candy in my view.
Do you even like Rice Krispie treats anymore? They used to be one of the go-tos. I'm just kind of over it.
I bought one the other day on the way home, but it's probably been...
Rice Krispies annoy me. It's one of my weird annoyings.
Rice Krispies themselves.
They annoy me. Their existence annoys me. When I'm going
But you like Rice Krispie treats?
Well, yeah, if you put the Rice Krispie treats in the snack section and stuff and I see that, I'm okay. But when I'm pushing my cart through H-E-B and I look to my right and I see that stupid blue box with those stupid goofy elves and stuff or whatever the hell they are, Rice Krispies kind of annoy me. Their existence, it's a non-factor. It shouldn't be around.
Well, I don't know if it's
no
a
one eats the
non-factor,
cereal.
but I get your point.
No one's eating it.
Somebody said, is a Rice Krispie treat a pastry? It's probably closer to a pastry than a candy. Because it's baked, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they baked?
It's more like a, would you put a Hostess in the same category as a Rice Krispie?
Yeah, that's like a pastry.
Like a cupcake or something like that?
That's a baked good.
Like Little Debbie's? Ugh.
Yeah.
Not a big fan
keep
of
me
Little
away
Debbie's.
from that.
Not a big fan of Little Debbie's.
Man.
You don't like it, or you just...
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. You kidding me?
There's just better...
I want you to at least trick me into thinking that this is artificial.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll eat the hell out of some artificial stuff. Take me to any fast food spot. I'll drop $15,
Yeah.
but, I mean, you got to at least try to trick me a little bit.
Throw it against the wall.
Weak-ass icing and
you
stuff.
You could throw it against
the
the wall and it
doing?
wouldn't break.
Lord.
It's what's in this thing?
So, it's a crazy treat when you open the plastic and the actual product's rougher than the plastic.
Yes.
Man. Little Debbie's. I remember when Ted Johnson was here and they were arguing about the best little. I was like, man,
hey guys, Teddy J here.
Sit me out of that.
Yeah.
Man. Little Debbie's.
And now I'm getting excited about Halloween. I like Halloween.
The best little snack though is the peanut butter the circle peanut butter crackers or the square orange ones.
Oh, you're talking about like
they come in a case.
Yeah,
like
yeah. I was still in candy mode.
Was the sticks the Chico sticks?
No.
He's
like
talking about
circle,
like
where it's like 3 deep, two.
The
two
cheese
deep,
crackers
2
too
deep,
are
3
good.
high.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The cheese
okay.
crackers,
Okay.
and also those cheese crackers with like the square.
Yeah.
With like the little tray thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
man. You was the man if you
Keebler,
had that in
the
elementary.
if you had
the cheese and peanut butter. Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when Lunchables first
Lunchable-
dropped?
oh,
If you had the
man.
Lunchable, man. I never got down with the pizza one, but it demanded respect.
No, if you get the Lunchable with the juice,
Yeah,
man,
you're bringing that respect.
man.
Yeah. Jealous.
Lunchables have like
I had the ones with
zillion calories. Like they're the most.
Oh, yeah.
They're the worst
Sodium.
for you.
HEB has some pretty good like turkey sausage ones that are pretty sick. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. That was around the NFL. Coming up, the internet is going nuts. A familiar face and fortunately not a familiar place. Next.
In the
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Deshaun Watson out Sunday for the Cleveland Browns. This was Brady Quinn and LeVar Arrington on Fox Sports Radio talking about the curious case of Deshaun Watson.
Everyone else with a medical opinion just clears him pretty much. It's kind of similar to this. You get a kid who gets a trust fund, right? $230 million. Then he's like, hey, you want to go out and get a job? He's like, not really. No, I'm good. That's what it kind of feels like. Like it's human nature, by the way, too. For if you won the lotto and you end up netting $230 million, like you'd probably be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm probably not gonna do this anymore, right?
So you're really play anymore? That's what we're saying, Deshaun. He has maybe single-handedly ruined, by the way, the opportunity of any other player ever.
Every owner's like, Exhibit A. This is exactly why we're not giving you guaranteed money.
And now you've incentivized him to not play because he's just paid. I mean, the whole situation is incredibly frustrating as a Browns fan. It's incredibly frustrating as a former Browns player because they don't need to do much more at the quarterback spot in order to make a run. If you just got average quarterback play and didn't turn the football over, they're maybe not the Chiefs, but they can sure as heck compete with the Chiefs, and I'll put them in a one-game playoff scenario. I'll give them a shot. Man, it's frustrating to me, man. I'm sorry.
They actually got better quarterback play from P.J. Walker when he came in.
That's what I'm saying. You look at the way he was playing. Does he want to play?
I think it's a fair question. Honestly, I really, really do. And mentally, I don't know how Deshaun's doing it. Quincy Avery, though, his quarterback coach, found him when he was a teenager, I think.
Right at his apex of recruiting.
Yeah, he was up there. Free lessons and then, lessons. But basically made his name because he found Deshaun early and they're tight, they're bros, all that. I think, didn't Tony Busby mention Quincy once or twice?
I believe so.
Did he?
I believe so.
As recent as last week, the quarterback coach, Quincy Avery, referred Deshaun Watson to one of my clients.
Okay. Here was Quincy Avery's response to that clip. Quote, Brady, I'm going to be real. If you're talking about and sit behind a microphone gossiping like a little high school chick. Brady Quinn said, come talk to me anytime you want in person, open invitation. Quincy said, I just seen you Saturday. I don't have anything I want to talk to you about. I'm telling you, you were talking about things you don't know. Talking on another man who doesn't know you is weak. Brady Quinn said, well, I didn't see you. Quincy Avery said, point being, and Brady Quinn said, how about we massage this conversation to get it to a happy ending? Does that sound satisfactory? Quincy Avery said, this is the joke you was dying to let fly. We can table the convo until I see you in person, close quote.
All right, so that last part probably...
Well, this has gone viral.
Oh, big time.
The clip itself would have probably just gone under the radar because these are common discussions. Like
Big
if he's
time.
medically cleared, like what is the deal? Why is he not playing? What's going on? These are like common questions.
And not playing again this week. By the way, I looked it up. Deshaun Watson, his teams since 2020 have played 40 games, counting the Texans. His teams have played 40 games since he walked off the field with J.J. Watt that day when we heard all the audio, hey, man, I'm sorry we wasted your season or whatever. He's played 9. 9 out of 40 games since he walked off the field with J.J. Watt. But the thing about this particular thing, you're right. It's got the internet like going nuts. Brady Quinn's commentary was completely fair. Like he said, it's frustrating. He didn't make any personal attacks. He said it maybe got paid. He said owners are taking note. I mean, you and I could have said all that. Anybody around the country could have said all that. There was nothing wrong with that. It's Quincy Avery's thin skin and gotcha mentality. He talked about like being a teenage girl. He's acting like one.
It's not good for Deshaun. Like, and
It's
I don't
horrible for Deshaun.
care. Like at this
You're
point, I really don't
regurgitating
care.
everything.
It's not good. Like you
Yeah.
don't benefit. Now all of a sudden the news is out there. Not saying whether he did or didn't do anything, but it's not good for him.
Yeah,
and it's crazy in a situation where Tony Busby's mentioning your name.
Yeah.
As kind of the person setting a massage. How does a guy go from being a quarterback coach that's begging to give free lessons to a teenager to all of a sudden now he's setting up massages to all of a sudden he feels like he has to carry the water and is being a complete detriment. I tweeted this.
You know how.
I tweeted this and I'll say it. Quincy Avery at this point, I know that he thinks I know he means well and stuff. He's basically to Deshaun Watson as Jackson Mahomes is to Patrick Mahomes.
Kind of, but I think it's that's his meal ticket.
No, it's 100%
that's his meal ticket. Yeah,
but there's a deeper meaning. Like I don't know if there's like a void filled or whatever where you get close and stuff, and you've been through all that. But like, this is not good. Like, how many times do you think that an athlete has gone through something and someone in their crew would love to come out and talk crap, but they're like, this would not really do them any favors.
Am I doing him? Yeah, am I doing?
What you've been through the last couple of years.
Quincy Avery's doing bad. He's making it worse.
To localize this, this makes the Texans look better the more this crap happens, right?
Hell yes. Like, yes. Like, it's like, whew, glad we're out of that business. Because, we've heard since this is what Deshaun is and was as a Texan. It just wasn't out there as much. And now, I just mentioned he's played 9 out of 40.
I think this is what he turned into, but.
Yeah. I just mentioned he's played like 9 out of 40 games. The weight of it all and being exposed like that, no pun intended, and being, criticized publicly so much has just got to weigh on him. What are you doing making it worse?
And this was the quote from Quincy Avery. This is crazy. This was talking about Chase Claypool. Quote, "Rarely do people get a bunch of money and become harder workers, better versions of themselves, but I hope it's different for bruh." Talking about Chase Claypool.
Yeah, who said that?
Quincy Avery.
Oh, that's right. He was talking about Chase Claypool?
He's a negative. And the other thing is he's coaching him.
Chase Claypool?
Yeah. Like Quincy Avery, because he had Deshaun Watson as his coach and because Deshaun Watson, remember when Deshaun was like the go-to guy and like the guy that everybody wanted to be a part of? He was getting like people to pull up and work out with them, whether it was Jalen Hurts for like a session or something like that, Justin Fields, all that type of stuff. Now people are probably going to want to keep their distance. Yeah. And you also look at some of the guys that he's coached, like hands-on, Trey Lance, Malik Willis. He compared him to Patrick Mahomes. Just a tough
Trey Lance and Malik Willis, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the internet going nuts.
Mad Dog Russo's got it going nuts today, man. If you weren't paying attention, he said that he would retire on the spot if the Diamondbacks won 2 games in Philadelphia. Well, of course, the Diamondbacks won 2 games in Philadelphia. The D-backs manager, Torey Lovullo, had a lot of fun with that before the game. The celebration in the clubhouse after the Diamondbacks won, they were literally chanting, "Mad Dog, Mad Dog." And the update is, I guess he said on the Stern show this morning that he's got to do something. It's got to be drastic. It's got to be embarrassing. He's got to fall on the sword. So he's going to wear a bikini in Times Square with a sign that says, "I'm a D-bag." That's good. I'm good with that.
Whatever he wants to do.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
I'm pretty jealous of someone in Portugal.
Oh, man, this just touched my heart.
So Bobby, whatever, Bobby, the world's oldest dog from Portugal has died at the age of 31 years and 163 days.
Isn't that amazing?
31
and it's not a small
years,
dog.
163 days. This dog died.
A lot of times the older dogs are like small, like Pekingese or something, or miniature, whatever. This is a pretty big dog. He was 31, and did you see the secret? Did you see the whole video? The secret to his long life? They let him roam all around the farm. He's never been kenneled, never been like kept in a room. He just kind of roams, comes and sleeps with them. And he's never had anything but human food with no spices, like chicken and rice. So I texted that link to my kids who all have dogs. I'm like, there's something to think about here. There's a reason, right?
I'm going to confess something real quick.
Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
My mom's dog gets homemade chicken every day.
That's good. But no spices, apparently.
No, they make this dog chicken now.
What's wrong with that?
I know a lot of people that actually make their dog food real food.
Apparently, Bobby would agree it's better for you.
We brought my dog to their house for Texas OU weekend, and my dog knows like knows where it's at when it gets there. So it runs in through the door, and we thought we lost her. We didn't know where she was. She just went straight to the other dog's bowl to try to take its food.
Apparently, they say like boiled chicken and rice with no spices, and that's really good for dogs.
It's going 31.
How about 31-year-old dogs, man?
Impressive.
The guy is
sick.
He's 60 now.
Badass.
The owner is
29.
60.
That's sick.
If my dog can live that long right now, up until I'm 60, I'm satisfied. Man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lincoln Riley?
Lincoln Riley is a slime ball. My God, dude, what is wrong with you? So he's already kicked out a member of the USC media. And now, after USC's loss, he would not allow the team to speak to the media. This is the second time this year that he's done this. After losses, Caleb Williams, who's a millionaire, future NFL player, and his teammates not allowed to speak to the media. This is Bill Plaschke talking about it on the Dan Patrick Show.
The first time in USC history, the players weren't allowed to talk to the media because Lincoln Riley wanted them to avoid all the noise. This is a town of noise. This is a town built on noise. This is LA. You don't avoid accountability, and you don't avoid the educational process that letting kids talk to the reporters gains them. It's a mess.
Do you think he didn't allow Caleb Williams to talk because he was protecting Caleb Williams, or Lincoln Riley's protecting Lincoln Riley?
I think he's trying to protect himself and his image and the program's image, and if he really just does so much damage that these kids. That's part of what they get out of college is learning how to deal with the media, learning how to talk in public situations, learning how to deal with the public, and it costs them an opportunity. And Caleb hasn't talked twice this year after games. What other team, other sport, the Heisman Trophy winner doesn't talk after games? That's crazy.
That's pretty wild to me.
It's Lincoln Riley, man. I mean, 100%. You know how college coaches are czars. They're more powerful than NFL coaches in terms of everything that goes on
You're
around
in L.A.,
them.
bro.
And you're in Los Angeles, man. It's
You're in L.A., homie.
I've changed my opinion on this dude a lot.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma was a little bit bitter, but this is crazy.
It's bad, too. And really, if you want to localize it, look what all that exposure and being accountable and all that has done for C.J. Stroud. Like, he's a pro's pro now as a rookie.
It's every player, though. Like, every player goes to the bank. This is ridiculously, like, it's almost like just because you can do it, you do it.
As a parent, I would tell my kids if they were in that situation, you absolutely are going. But I don't want to. I don't want you to either, but you have to.
Yeah, you lost.
Yeah, you have to.
You lost.
This is weak, man. This is really weak on Lincoln Riley's part.
Really, really weak.
Yeah.
Coming up, biggest game of the year for the Texans. Let's not be blinded by the good. Next.
Let we go. Join. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We've talked a lot about the C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young angle of the game on Sunday in Carolina. Number 1 and number 2 overall pick taking on each other. Bryce Young knows Will Anderson a little bit too.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, they went to school together, went to war together, never got to tackle him. So there's a lot of angles. Like both of these draft picks, between CJ being good buddies with him in California and Will being good buddies with him in Alabama, there's a lot of connections. And I do hope that people truly can appreciate this game on Sunday, because not too long ago, when the schedule came out, this was one of the first ones that you looked at.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah, and as soon as we knew that, the Texans were going to be taking on Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud were going to be playing each other, that was one of the first things you looked at. You said, "Oh wow, where's this game at? When's this going to happen?" And now, because of the Texans' success, it almost feels as if it's like, they're not very good. Well,
yeah,
John McClain's counting wins.
Yeah,
John McClain's going to 5-3.
Well, look, I'm going to pick the Texans to win. Don't get me wrong.
Well, they'll beat them, and then they'll beat Tampa Bay. Like, he's counting dubs.
Well,
he's just piling up dubs.
I may not be piling up dubs, but I'm going to pick them to win. Spoiler alert, just because I think they're a better team. But ain't nobody overlooking anyone here. But on your point with Will Anderson, these as you know, these defensive ends, these pass rushers, they always know who they got.
By the way, their O-line stinks.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that's one of the big talking points over there, big time. But they always know who they sacked, and that's going to matter to Will Anderson. That's the kind of it's Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, but it's also Will Anderson hoping to get a piece of Bryce Young. I mean, big time.
I mean, he wasn't allowed to sack him in practice, like for all those years.
Right. That's had to be frustrating, especially when you beat your guy and you're like right there.
We'll hear what Will Anderson had to say about that tomorrow. We actually got to ask him about it, not getting the sack Bryce tomorrow when we're on the air. But I just don't want to lose the appeal and luster of this thing and start kind of looking past game. We're not
there yet.
We're not there yet, and might never get there.
No.
With where we're at. Currently 3-3. So figure that out. In Tennessee, Will Levis is going to start, and the Indianapolis Colts are going to have to go with Gardner Minshew for the remainder of the season. Jacksonville right now, that 4-game stretch they've had since they beat the Texans, you got to give them all the credit in the world for that. Like you've got,
especially the road they took, literally a long 19 road.
Games. And they got Pittsburgh this week, and that's a win-win because Pittsburgh is a team that the Texans are competing with the wild card. So that's kind of a win-win type of situation, and you still got Jacksonville left as well. So the Texans are in pretty good shape there, and that they're gonna make ground no matter what, assuming that they take care of business against Carolina.
Yeah, look, Jacksonville, you said it, but to be able to go to London for 2 weeks and then Thursday night football and all that and win 4 in a row is big time. They've been doing it a lot with their defense as much as Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. But their defense is like right now number 1 in the entire NFL in turnovers, which is wild. And it speaks to what the Texans need to do, as we were mentioning earlier, like after the break here. They need to start getting sacks and they need to start getting turnovers. That statistical quirk just blew me away. Like they're 11th in the league in rushing the quarterback, hurries, pressures, but dead last in sacks. That's what's the need to be the difference for the Texans the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think the defense, the arrow is pointing up. I don't know where it's pointing with the offense. I feel like the offense has done a hell of a lot, and that's not a knock on C.J. Stroud or Bobby Slowick. I just don't know how sustainable what they've done so far is. I think it's incredibly.
But you're talking more like personnel more than anything.
I'm just talking about it leveling out. Yeah. I don't want to watch what I've watched now and all of a sudden expect it to be a top 10 offense. I don't want to assume that the best is yet to come, because I do think we kind of roll our eyes sometimes when they say we got to run the rock. They got to run the rock. I don't know if they have the backs to really run the rock at the level that they want to run the rock. So that's my thing. I think the defense, there's a lot of meat left on the bone. Let me put it this way. I think Will Anderson's going to start getting sacks, and we're going to see Will Anderson. We're not going to have to look at advanced stats or watch every single play like we do to understand the impact. I could see CJ going through the inevitable struggles and stuff. And Nico Collins, like, come on. Who had Nico Collins leading the league in yards per catch after yards after reception, I should say.
That's the most likely, water is going to find its level there. But how big a drop is it going to be when you still have C.J. Stroud, you still have Bobby Slowick calling the plays, and maybe your running game is going to get a jolt with Devin Singletary getting, at least in the last game. No, it got a jolt in the last game.
I know, but Devin Singletary.
No, I'm not saying it's going to be, top 5, but if you just get better and Singletary, continues, to at least make it better.
You think we see more Singletary?
Absolutely.
Or you think we
Why
see
would
similar?
you not?
Well, I'm talking about, do you think we see the 50% share, or do you think we see it go up?
It was just under 50% last game, right?
Yeah, 12 and 13.
Yeah, so
carries for him and Pierce.
I would take that every week.
Well, you don't want more?
Yes.
I thought you were talking about you want even more.
No, I'm saying just the fact that because they were doing nothing when he was getting 0 touches. It was really the big question mark here about Damian Pierce and the running game and all that. Lo and behold, he gets 12 and Pierce gets 13. They got a running game. So if that helps, then you can take a couple of steps back at the at the receiver position, whether it's Nico or whomever. I think Dalton Schultz is going to play better. He's already showed it, in the last couple of games.
Yeah, and I think the tackles clear that up for him.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence that his production goes up when the tackles come back.
Yeah.
At least, Laramie for sure.
So I'm very optimistic offensively, and that's not going to change very much the rest of the way. I mean, barring injury. The defense is where I'm like, all right, this is where you can find your next, big step as a team is rushing the passer, tackles for loss, all that stuff. Maybe turnovers. They're not bad in turnovers. I looked this morning. They're like, I want to say 17th or something like that. So, but still, that's where you're going to find the next step is on the defensive side. I think. I'm not worried about the offense. You got CJ, you got Slowick. Sure, maybe Nico Collins is going to take a step back, but you got Dalton Schultz now and Devin Singletary getting more carries. I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's going to be the Chiefs, but I'm not worried about it.
Okay. I mean, yeah. What are we judging them based on? I'm judging them on a playoff squad, like a potential playoff squad.
Well, I guess that's what we have to.
Do you think they can sustain what they've done right now with the offense?
Yes.
Sustainable.
Yes.
Okay.
They better not sustain what they're doing defensively. They got to get better. But yes, absolutely. Health. Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's everybody, right? Yeah. I mean, everybody's going to have the health question. You got to stay healthy, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's going to have injuries. I just don't know. I think Bobby Slowick and CJ, I think it could even out a little bit. Who knows, though? Maybe they surprised me a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Dameon Pierce comes in with
maybe, you know what?
Break.
Maybe.
Comes in doing his thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think if they can sustain what they're doing on offense, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. In fact, maybe they'll get it a little better even.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Especially with Singletary getting more carries. It's the defensive side. I mean, and the defense, don't get me wrong. The defense,
you're talking about Singletary like he's LaDainian Tomlinson.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this guy needs to have as many carries as he did in the last game because it proved itself. It proved itself.
No, I get that. I think that's the floor of what it is. Like I could see it. Like if you're talking about things that we look at and that we're talking about 5 days from now on Monday to where we're like, damn, that's different. Like the one thing that I could see being very, very different is we come in here on Monday and Devin Singletary got 70% of the carries. Like of all the significant changes that we could see, that's the one thing. Like if you're talking about something significant where
like a major,
major dam, that they must have really put a lot of thought into that. I could easily see us coming in here and saying, okay, Singletary had 15 carries and Dameon Pierce had 10 or something like that. I could easily see that. Would I bet on it? Maybe changes. That would be the one.
I just want him to get as many touches as he did in the last game because it proved itself.
Clint Stoerner on the show, Hughley here.
What's good, fellas? I'm wondering this from you because I've been battling this in my mind. Like for me personally, I think Damian is the most talented of the two backs. Just like overall, just the guy. Like, all right, that guy is the most. And my mind is, all right, clearly, potentially, Singletary is better in the system.
Correct.
Right now, but if he's the better back, should they be doing
like flipping it?
Should it just be, hey man, this is the system we're going to run, or because we talked about this a bit yesterday, or should this bye weekend, should it be more of like, hey, Damian is the more talented, and the best our back will be is with him, and maybe our system needs to flip. So
I can't imagine them changing. I can see them adjusting some plays for Damian Pierce.
We saw them do, but it's just, to me, it's like, no, he's the better guy.
My perfect scenario is exactly what happened. 12 carries for Singletary, 13 for Damian Pierce. Most of Pierce's carries come late because he's a finisher, because he's strong, because he can finish runs, he can move the sticks late, and that type of thing. But I don't see them, Clint, changing any drastic changes on the system.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all interesting to me, man, because I watch when I watch the film, I don't look at it and go, man, Damian Pierce is just not as patient as Devin Singletary is. There's no question about it. He's got to get better. Devin Singletary been in the league for a couple years. Yeah. This one, he's got a couple. I mean, he's got some lessons to learn, I think. But if you make some kind of drastic move, I agree. I think it's more about the best thing for the Texans is to be complimentary, even keel, and you have Damian Pierce late in the ball game to finish stuff and in the goal line and short yardage situations. But, boy, if you swing this thing heavily, like if you really believe that it's Damian Pierce and you swing this thing heavily to Devin Singletary, it better work.
Oh, sure.
That's my thing.
I mean, you're out of options. Yeah. You're out of. I mean, you let a guy that was supposed to be your bell cow run behind a bunch of second and third string offensive linemen and struggle. Then all of a sudden, guys start getting healthy. You're 6, 7, 8 weeks into this system, and now Devin Singletary's your guy. It better work.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, like Landry, I'm not saying he's this guy.
Yeah.
But like if they had Derrick Henry, who I don't think that like the zone read cutback thing would be the best.
Yeah.
Thing for him, do you just say, well, we're going to run Singletary?
Well, that's a big leap there, though.
Derrick Henry can touch it 50 times.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is because that's not his fit. And Pierce, and that's not his fit. You just go away from.
What I'm saying is I'm not going to treat Damian Pierce like Derrick Henry.
I don't know that. I don't think Damian Pierce is a bell cow. Like that's, yeah. I think he's going to be in the league for a long time. I don't think he's a bell cow.
Yeah, I don't know if he's not.
Yeah, well, he didn't do it at Florida last level, and he kind of wore down. I think he's a 1A, 1B type of back, but I don't think he's a bell cow. I just don't.
His style, it'd be hard to be a bell cow, man. I mean, because he's not big enough to take it.
Unless you want to be walking like John Mclain at 30.
Yeah, look, I was all about feeding him as much as we possibly could last year until we figured out who the hell he was and what he was capable of. And at that point in time, it's like, hey, man, now you know who you got. To your point, I do. I think it's more of a split in time. But, boy, if there's a huge swing to Devin Singletary.
But, I mean, today's –
hey, we better have a 100-yard back, man.
Yeah. Today's bell cow is, 15 to 17 carries.
Right, that's exactly right.
Like, not the 30. Like, not the Jamal Anderson. What did Jamal Anderson touch him? 470 times 1 year with the Falcons.
I was surprised he could dance in that end zone. That was the most impressive thing. It wasn't just the dance, it was that he could still do it. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2 till he got hurt that first year when I drafted him in fantasy. The Drive is live.
Oh, there we go, baby. The Drive is live, baby. Tyler is in the building. Clinton is in the building. And I got to say, fellas, thank God that the Texans season means something right now, because usually it is the thought would have been coming off of that difficult way the season ended for the Astros to then move over to a team that is, all right, man, let's see what young guys are coming, right? What are they going to do? This is phase 1 or 2 of the rebuild, but now you're moving. It is easy to turn the page. Easy Astros to the Texans, Clint, when the Texans are in it. And the season matters.
The arrow's pointed up.
Be tempted. Well, I guess you are turning the page from the Astros to the Rockets. But, I mean, hell, I think there is some belief even to that point. But at least, like, right into it, you got a game Sunday that really matters in a big ball game. So, thank goodness that the Texans are not the Texans from the last couple of years, and that it is easier to shift your mind from that Astros finish to this Texans, because the Texans are in a real team and a real shot to get to the playoffs.
Ron, I got me some Texans gear. The only let me tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what. You like that thing at Academy Sports and Outdoors right there. Everybody watching on YouTube, you can get one of these fine looking lids now. Academy Sports and Outdoors. But the only Texans gear that I purchased was the black on black lid when I first started working here.
Yeah.
I felt the need. I felt compelled based on what I've been watching that product out there, man. DeMeco and CJ and Bobby and Will and them boys on that defense, man. The product I'm watching, I'm like, man, you know what? Let me ease in. Let me ease on in this Academy Sports and Outdoors, and let me go beyond the Astros section and take a peek at what kind of Texans gear they got. And I'll be damned if I didn't find me a nice short sleeve half zip, really nice, and this nice lid, Bob.
You got it all.
Oh, snapback 950.
Well, I think Tyler
ain't no big deal.
I think that's what Tyler needs to do.
What's
I think
that?
Tyler needs to go buy. I think that would really make him feel good.
Yeah, I can't buy any World Series gear.
2022.
No. The other man, go get you a new Rockets jersey. Go get you a new Rockets shirt. Let's start with the shirt. Let's start with the shirt. Go. Hey, treat yourself to a CJ Stroud jersey.
Ooh.
That's the one you'd get, right?
Yeah.
Treat yourself, right? You know he's going to be here. Treat yourself to get your Tank Dell. Go do something. That'll make you feel a lot better. I think. Treat yourself.
I do need some new gear.
I think you're down a few bucks at that Astros game.
Oh.
I think what you should do. I think what you should do the most cost effective.
By the way, the Phillies lost too. He had money.
Oh, you was riding them Phillies
Going
too.
to the Phillies.
Oh my God, Sunday can't get here quick enough for you.
Yeah.
I think you should maybe just take the weekend off, man.
Well, no. Here's what he can do though.
Probably not bad
cost
advice.
effective. One of those bets. Well, you don't bet a ton. In terms of every bet. So maybe this will count for two bets. You can get the money back, right? Take that Mills jersey. Get somebody to switch that 0 to a 2. Take the Mills off the back and put Collins on there. Boom.
Bam.
Not a bad idea.
Save you $100.
That Mills jersey ain't doing nothing right now but taking up space.
It ain't doing nothing. You have mothballs in it. You have moths living in that damn thing before too long.
I need to do something.
Some more Kingwood moths.
I think you should burn the Mills jersey.
Burn it?
He just burned about $700. Well, counting the tickets and everything for Game 7. You want him to do.
I just don't think he should still have that jersey in his closet.
He should change it to a Nico jersey.
I don't even think you should change it because we all know what it really is.
You know how
I think you just walk completely away, get a barrel, and just.
You know how clean you could look in that Nico Collins jersey next home game.
Just go get a Nico Collins jersey. I wouldn't get the Nico one. I think you got to be very smart and everybody around understand.
It's got to start with a 1, Ron. It's got to start with a 1. It's got to be in his closet.
I don't think that's good mojo to try to revive because that player might start playing like. Well,
let's talk about this. If it was your $100 that you were going to just burn and go speed,
I would.
You'd be changing a number
for that. I'd let it go. First off, I would have never bought the damn thing.
You'd be changing a number, trying to work a deal on that too. Look, $10 for that too? No, let me get that too for $8.
I would have not bought the damn thing to begin with.
Yeah, I can't miss on whatever next jersey I purchase. I cannot miss.
No,
Nico ain't going nowhere, cuz.
Nico
ain't going nowhere.
I wouldn't. That's a dicey one.
Nah, Nico ain't going nowhere. They look at
you need a for sure thing.
Nick's going to get fired for Nico to be gone.
You need a for sure thing, and there's about
Nick going to hold on to Nico now.
There's about 2 or 3 on the roster. It's 7 and it's 51. Those are for sure. I think you could step out on faith on 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can run with 5. I would mess with 12, man. I need to see the contract.
I'm telling you,
I need to see the contract done.
Nico ain't going nowhere.
I need to see the contract done.
That's the only hope that Nick's first draft got. Them other ones, all of them gone.
Stay away from 2-4. That's one to stay away from. Stay away from the field currently.
Where is Stingley?
I think 3, you got a shot. I think 3, there's a long enough time. I think 4 years you'd be good.
But right now, 7's the lock.
7,
or as close as you can be to a lock.
7, man. You're 7 is it.
Yeah.
I
can't miss.
I was going to say something that I thought in my mind may get sensitive, so I didn't say it. But 7 is it. 7 and 51. You got 7 and 51. Come hell or high water, I'll be shocked at this point if they don't get some sort of a second contract.
I think that's fair.
And I don't know about. I'm certain about 751. I feel like that he will be productive enough that he'll get one. So those two you're good with. So I just think
it's good advice.
I think you should maybe just really treat yourself. By the way, speaking of 7, you're maybe not a better person to answer this question, Clint. Not you, Tyler. Clint, maybe not be a better person. So so we got the matchup coming up on Sunday, the Panthers and the Texans, and we obviously know what that means. The 1 and 2 picks, C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, are matching up in this thing, and we wanted Bryce, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Tyler, you wanted Bryce.
I did.
Right? Most people wanted Bryce, and most people had Bryce rated as the number 1 quarterback in the draft. The Panthers moved up to get him, and it has not gone well. Hell, for Bryce right now, they are already through 6 weeks. They're moving from Frank Wright to a guy who hadn't called plays yet in Thomas Brown.
Wow.
They're moving to that in 6 weeks. They're doing that. They've had some issues on the offensive line. Of course, CJ and the Texans have as well. They've got some issues on the outside. It has not gone well for Bryce Young at this point. Then obviously we know C.J. Stroud is the odds-on rookie of the year offensively, and hell has probably an outside chance, or hell, not even an outside chance, a chance to make a Pro Bowl at this point right now through 6 weeks. Clint, if Bryce Young was here and we got our wish and I was still Ron the Show Hughley and Bryce Young was here,
would you still owe me the $100 that you?
Yes. Do you think
the showman?
Hey man, can we stick to the point here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Always got to bring up.
I didn't know a show would have paid that better.
Always got to bring up money. Damn it! You think if Bryce was here, it would look a lot different? You think if Bryce was here, at least for him and the Texans, things would look a lot different?
Yeah, I do.
So you do think it is a situation, coaching type of a thing that has also led a lot to where Bryce is right now?
Yeah, I just don't think – it's always a roll of the dice when these guys get drafted in the top 5. The organization you're stepping into is drafting top 5 for a reason, more times than not. And more of those organizations are dysfunctional than are ready to ascend. And, again, it's a roll of the dice. And when you look at it, he went to Carolina, and they clearly are behind the Texans in terms of getting their business in order and playing good football and building that roster offensively and defensively.
Which, are you surprised by that?
I am. I'm surprised that they aren't further along offensively. I'm surprised that I turned the TV on and Frank Reich and Thomas Brown and Josh McCown and all those guys that they've got around that quarterback. I'm shocked
they hired Jim Caldwell as an advisor as well. Yes,
I'm shocked that I turn on the Carolina tape or I watch a Carolina game and he appears overwhelmed, lost. It shocks me that those guys, those powers that be, have a quarterback the talent of Bryce Young, and he appears like his body language is bad. It's not good. Like I'm shocked that that's the state of their quarterback and their offense. Yes, but back to your question, like I knew there was one thing that C.J. Stroud had over Bryce Young and anybody else was I knew he was an elite passer of the football. Like I knew at the college level as a prospect, that box of elite passer from the pocket, on time, in rhythm, who's the best guy, I think it was C.J. Stroud 10 out of 10 times. And we said that then. Now, I'll be honest, I had no idea, no inclination that ability at the would not only transition to the NFL, but would improve at the NFL level. He consistently makes throws at the NFL level that I don't know that I saw him make consistently at Ohio State. Now, he may have not been asked to. It's a different offense, yada, yada, yada.
But just really saw one game against Georgia of him having to make more throws.
Yeah, that was off script stuff, out of off schedule, outside the pocket stuff. So that was eye opening. But I'm talking about from the pocket being surgical, and just dissecting defenses and unbelievable ball placement, accuracy, and timing and anticipation. And it's, every year a guy or two comes out, has it at the college level, but it doesn't transition right away, much less improve right away when you start getting snaps at the pro level. I in no way, shape, or form saw C.J. Stroud, or anybody else for that matter, transitioning to the NFL the way that C.J. Stroud has. So I can sit here today and tell you that I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that if Bryce Young was a Houston Texan, that he would be having the same success that C.J. Stroud is having.
But I do think he would be much better off.
Yes, two things can be true. Yes,
much better off. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it would be C.J. And this is somebody who's at this point 6 games in who's wrong about these two guys.
Yeah.
Right? I thought Bryce would be the one that has the best opportunity to get to an elite type level with what he could do. And right now, CJ is blowing that out of the water. Bobby Slowick and the crew and the guys around him, right? They've had some. See, one thing I don't think that Bryce would have handled this offensive line situation the way that CJ has. One, CJ's offensive line situation, you could argue, has been worse at times than it has been in Carolina. So I don't think he would have handled that well. But I do think the parts around him, now that we've seen them through 6 weeks, the Nico Collins, the Dalton Schultz, and Tank, and even Robert Woods, it's better, and the backs are better than what the Panthers can put across. And it just seems like this system under Bobby Slowick, because you talked about it before, is a quarterback-friendly system that they're running. And I do think Bryce would be in better hands here. But I don't think that they would be 3-3.
I don't think they'd be 3-3. Yeah. I don't think that he would be a national story. I don't think that that we would see even remotely close to the same quarterback play that we're seeing from C.J. Stroud. But again, I want to reiterate that this is not because I still think Bryce Young's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. But what we've seen C.J. Stroud do, I've never seen it. I mean, every time I say make that comment, people look up and they're like, "Oh, Dan Marino." Well, look, I mean, I wasn't studying Dan Marino when his damn rookie year. I'm sorry, I ain't got that.
Yes, you were.
I ain't got that tape in my back pocket.
Should have been.
I don't. Over the last 20, 25, I don't remember a quarterback coming in the league, starting right away, and watching the kid play and going, "This dude's doing the one thing that all the greats do." I mean, he's dissecting defense from the pocket. He's anticipating. The ball placement's ridiculous. I mean, all the mid-range stuff that he's doing at an elite level, like it usually takes guys multiple years to figure that out. I mean, we've seen just, I mean, monster arms and super athletic guys, and we've seen like super cerebral guys like Peyton Manning and but it still just wasn't to the degree that to me, what C.J. Stroud has done and how and I'm not saying he's better than those guys. I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer. I'm saying the first 2 months of his NFL season, there is tape that I believe you'll have a hard time finding over the last 25 years, a rookie, first 2 months in the league doing what C.J. Stroud's doing. Putting all that on tape. And I'm talking about the way he's doing it. I'm not talking about scoring points or throwing touchdowns or not throwing interceptions. I'm talking about the details of how he's playing the position. There may be a couple of them out there, but I ain't got them off the top of my dome.
From the text line, let's be honest, scouts thought CJ was stupid, and he clearly had the best arm talent. No, I don't think scouts think he was stupid. And
he had drafted second overall. If he was stupid, I think that is scared.
And still, I don't know that he has the best arm talent. Still out of it. Like I
agree with that. I agree with you right there.
I don't know that. I don't think what Clint is talking about and what we've been seeing. Arm talent is not what his potential greatness can be and what has got him here. It's everything that you've been talking about. It's still to this day, Anthony Richardson's arm talent is better.
Bryce's arm talent
and Bryce's arm
Will
talent.
Levis's arm talent's better than all of them. And when you talk about arm talent, we got to define it though. I mean, like most people don't understand the difference between arm talent and arm strength.
Just the amount of different angles and ways you could throw it.
Yeah, I mean, C.J. Stroud, first and foremost, is a big-bodied, pocket-passing, quarterback that stands on platform and repeats the same action and picks you apart doing it. These arm talent guys are, I mean, the best to ever do it arm talent wise is Pat Mahomes. If you watch, and because Pat Mahomes doesn't just have great arm talent, he chooses displaying his arm talent over doing things in a box, like doing things mechanically sound. He chooses to throw things underhanded and no look things and sidearm things and all that kind of jive. And so that's arm talent. And CJ, to me, I mean, CJ, the crazy thing is when you compare the last two big time Texans quarterbacks, they're very similar in that area. Like Deshaun doesn't have a real loose action where there's like crazy arm talent there. When he passed from the pocket and with his arm action, it was a pretty consistent same action, same stroke every damn time. They very rarely, if ever, did they even have the ability to drop down sidearm and do all that stuff. And trust me, again, I say that, and that's a huge plus. I am a old school in the pocket, distribute the football on time accurately guy. And CJ has shown us in a 2-month window that he can do it as well as anybody playing in the league right now.
Yeah. No, he is. It's clearly is better. But as you said, a lot of times, situation, who you go to, where you go to, what's around you, as we've seen time and time again, when you're not just special where your skills can just overtake everything, you can see situations with Bryce.
I would have lost a lot of money on that even after the draft. Bryce Young going to Frank Reich and Josh McCown and all those guys. And I mean,
but I still don't think it's over. Some people just take time.
I don't think it's over, but even with a skeleton crew of a support cast, I guess, even with that, I just thought, boy, you're gonna see some flashes of good. You're gonna over time they're gonna consistently get better. They're gonna trend in the right direction. Ugh.
We'll see.
I never thought I'd see like just a blank-faced Bryce Young this early in the season.
Yeah. We'll see. Hell, this late now. Hell, let's see what happens. It's week 8 coming up. All right. I'm not going to let an all-time great in this city steal my joy. He tried to yesterday. I'm not. We'll let you hear what I'm talking about coming up next.
It's Texans. Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
NBA is back, baby. Had me 2 good games yesterday to watch. Chilled back, stayed up late, watched my Lakers taking a L. It's all right, though. Could play in the second half if you like, AD. But 17 in the first half. Second half, nah, I'm good. 0 for 6. There you go. And then
nothing.
And then that Suns Warriors game was a good one last night too. But the Rockets get started tonight. They're in Orlando. It's a winnable game. One to get off to a good start. All right, the old Rooks against each other.
Hey, Houston fans! I am so happy.
Barry Smith, should be a good time. There we go. And look, Robert Horry tried like hell yesterday to as another former Houston athlete would say, steal my joy. That was. But
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
Almost staggered me.
He damn sure stole mine.
Did he get?
I mean, the bar
killed the vibe a bit.
There ain't no doubt. I was looking as much as I have in several years. I was looking forward to watching the Rockets. And as I've said before, I'm a basketball fan that just wants to see. I want to see guys moving. I want to see the ball moving. I want to see guys working together to get open looks. I want to see guys fighting for rebounds and busting their ass on defense. I don't necessarily need to watch my Rockets and say, yep, these boys right here are fixing to beat the Nuggets. I don't need to see that. I just want to watch and appreciate the product. And I had my mindset that's what I was going to get. And then here comes Big Shot.
Or he said, nah.
Here comes Big Shot.
Nah, man, look, 2-5. I'm not. Listen, he almost had me. He did. If you missed it, he was on with us yesterday. You can find it on the podcast page on Sports Radio 610. He was on with us yesterday at 4:40. But I did, man. I came into it waiting for him to come through. Hell, Tracy McGrady, we talked to him, seemed to feel pretty good about potentially the Rockets. There you go, man. They've made some moves. They go out and get Fred VanVleet, who you will hear and cannot pull that name. They go out and make some moves. They had a pretty good draft. Cam Whitmore looks like he could be something. Here's Robert Horry on the Rocket season next year. What do you expect from this team this year?
I to be honest with you, I expect the same thing as last year.
Oh, stop!
But when you bring in impactful players, you think of guys that can, the all-stars, turn the needle. Dylan Brooks, great defensive player, but he's not pushing the needle anywhere else. And then you look at, I expect, Jeff Green. I love Jeff Green. He's to that team, but let's be honest. VanVleet, $40 million a year. That's just unreal to me. And I think when you $40 million, you could spend that money on someone else that's going to be more impactful. I like VanVleet, but to me, I just think he's overpaid in the sense of that, and I didn't like that move by the Rockets. The Rockets are dear and to my heart. I want to be a part of this organization. I want to play for it. I play for the organization. I want to be in the front office one day. But that $40 million for VanVleet is just one of the ones I just can't get over.
First off, I want to know his career earnings. That $40 million seems to have been something that is really pushing him in a major way.
I bothered him.
He mentioned $40 million 3 or 4 times right there. So first off, I feel like it's the contract and the money that is pushing him on Fred. All right, for the first place. But no, listen. I'm going to be honest, fellas. I am really excited about the Rocket season and the potential of it. Now, Robert Horry shot it down. I talked to Brandon Scott. Brandon Scott pulled his pistol out and shot my excitement down.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Well, I know it.
That guy there.
He shot it down.
Does he carry a pistol?
Huh?
Does he carry a pistol?
I don't know. I could go either way on that. I could go either way. If in his vehicle he's got one in the glove box, I could go away. 724-610 text in. Does Brandon Scott, digital director and fill-in host on Sports Radio 610, carry a pistol? Your thoughts?
Is he strapped?
You said he took out his.
I know. I'm just saying he shot it like
down.
him and Robert Ory shot it down.
Oh, anybody in here acting like no bitches?
Yeah, that guy right there. He sounds like he carries a pistol. Now.
I'm not gonna lie.
Legal or illegal? It sounds like he carries.
I would believe his is legal. Okay, if he does carry one. Honestly, I think the Texans fellas are getting me excited about the potential of the Rockets. Because I look at what has happened with the Texans this year. They get a new coach, Clint, and DeMeco Ryans, and you can see the culture change there. I think Ime Udoka is a new coach that is even more proven than a guy like DeMeco Ryans. They've brought in some guys. I know that Robert Ory doesn't like Fred VanVleet, but this is a guy who's been a former All-Star, an adult in the room, Jeff Green, and Dylan Brooks. They've brought in guys. They've got some young guys, had a pretty good draft as well, 2 guys in the first round. They had their second first-round pick, who many people thought would be a top 10, top 8 pick, dropped to them. They already had some young guys. Jabari Smith has really started to take off in Summer League and in the preseason, and obviously the guys they already have. I'm not going crazy and saying playoffs or anything, but, I mean, I look at the Texans. I think of what they've been able to pull off. It has made me feel better about my thinking of what the Rockets could do, because I see similarities of their offseason they're able to do. And I am the Texans, I'm not going to lie, have gotten me to feeling better about what the Rockets potentially could do.
Well, look, if anybody can turn around from what the Texans were last year at this time to what they are right now at this time, that ought to give you hope.
Yeah, just give me hope.
I mean, if you can just do it at a 50% clip in which the Texans did, if you're the Rockets, and you're in a pretty good spot. So, look, you watch with a different eye. You're a little bit of different NBA fan. I just want to see a team. And I'll be honest with you. Big Shot took the wind out of my sails.
He took the wind out. But you know this, though, right? You know, in any sport, you have consistently have said reasons why, hey, man, in the NFL, back when there were 16 games, it's not that hard to go 8-8. And I think in the NBA, if you play hard and minimize mistakes and not turn the ball over 20 times a game and not just take bad shots, if you just play hard every night, because most teams don't do that, and you are well coached like I think they can be with Udoka, I think that is a first step to seeing a lot of improvement. I think that goes to what you've been saying. When I say playing hard, that means together and not just, hey, man, we're out all doing our one thing. No, we're coming together and we're following a game plan, following something. They didn't play hard on defense every night. Hell, almost no nights, unless they saw certain names, certain jerseys like the Bucks or the Lakers or something. I think if they do that, we'll see a ton of improvement, because they are a better basketball team. They've got better players in here. So I'm not going to let Robert Ory take it from me.
Well, I'm moving from where I was before, and I was just hoping they could discover 3 through 5, 3 through 8, right? I mean, continue figuring out your 3 through 5 and show me a product on the court that gets me excited. That looks like you're being coached, right? That looks like somebody out there is running the show. Somebody out there that knows what they're doing. That's not just an AAU all-star that knows they can get to the rim, and we don't have to talk about their athletic ability for an entire broadcast. Give me some semblance of a product that I'm like, yeah, man, I can see this working with a couple superstars that you throw in the mix and here or there. I can see this thing working. So find that 3 through 5, 3 through 8, and then let me see what your identity is.
I'm excited. Go get a W against the old Magic today. Go get a W. I'm excited about it. Robert Ory ain't gonna take the win out of my sails. Tried to. Damn sure tried to. All right, coming up. It's crazy where the Texans are right now. And maybe one thing that I don't think anybody thought of before the season, the Texans, they seem to be in this place right now as a football team. We'll discuss what that means coming up next. Hey, guys out there, Clint said, "You think he carries?" And most everyone, yes, absolutely. B. Scott is from my neighborhood. Hell yeah, he packs the pistol.
Do you think it's under the seat? Do you think it's in the console?
I think it's in the
slid
console.
Beside the seat, maybe?
I think it's in the console. I think it's I'm going to say console. If you had it be gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, places I don't want to get shot, I'm going to go console.
Is that what you call it?
What? The console.
Console?
Yeah. Actually, what
I'll be honest with you. If I didn't start this conversation, I wouldn't know what the hell you was talking about.
The console. Well, really what I normally call is the middle part.
I mean, what's wrong with a console?
No, it's the console. The middle part.
I think it slid beside the seat.
Nah, it's harder to reach.
That console and glove box over there is that's too. You got too many kids running around that car. He's got to have it close by.
Yeah,
them kids can't get to it.
Yeah, but he also don't want to be seen. Like to be seen at all. Like a flashlight pop in.
What do you think it is?
Y'all got to ask him about this at 440.
I'll text him right now. What kind of pistol do you have? Text him right now. B. Scott, right now.
I'm gonna guess it's a little on the smaller side.
What?
B. Scott's not a real showy guy, so it's not a Glock. It's not a 9.
You can't trust them guys in dreads.
He's got like a little Beretta.
What kind
Just
of
something. I think it's probably just something small.
Now the names of guns. This is where I check out. I'm not a gun person, so I don't know the names of them. I just maybe a Glock.
I watch enough First 48 to know there's some 40 cals out there. Some 9 millis out there. There's a 380 out there.
Like him, yeah, 9 milli.
Nah, I think it's too much. I think it's too much gun for B. Skeezy.
I got a Glock 40 at the house.
Mm-hmm. Too much gun for T. Skeezy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Hey, see,
I know my ass is skinny.
Hey, you gonna come in here with a broken wrist and a black eye? What happened? Well, I was.
Tyler seems like the fella that's got multiple firearms.
You would be accurate.
Tyler looks like he's at least 5 deep at the crib.
Yeah.
At least.
At least is right.
At least.
Got a small armory.
Let's see.
Shout out to Gramps.
Yep. 9 millimeter is what B. Skeezy is what he owns. That's what he just texted me back.
Ask him if it's in his console. Ask him if it's in his console and see if he comes back with anything other than what the hell is that? Then I got to wonder what you two been up to.
Well, it's called, isn't it?
No, it's a console.
You'd have to spell it out like console though, not console.
It's a console.
I don't even know how you'd spell that.
It's a console.
Skeezy, you got it in your console?
It's a console. What the hell are you saying? What are y'all saying?
It's a console.
And what am I saying?
Console.
Console.
Sound like y'all saying the same damn thing I'm saying.
It's kind of like Pearland and Pearland.
Yeah, sounds like the same thing. I know clearly you two know what the hell I'm talking about. It sounds like y'all saying the same thing. I want you to do it again. What am I saying, Tyler?
Console.
And what are you saying?
Console.
It's a soul, not a soul.
Sewell makes good cars from what I hear, though.
Yeah, maybe.
They pay us.
I don't think so. You can be honest.
As Richard Nixon said, I guess it's just kick old Ron today. That's what we're gonna do here.
You knew what you were doing. Console.
Console. It's a console. The middle part. You got that?
The middle part. I
you got that? The middle part in the car. Damn.
The middle part.
What do you call the glove box?
See, you know what? Fair game, dog. I'm never gonna let either one of y'all roll through again. All right. When y'all say good and when y'all say well and good incorrectly, I'm gonna correct all of them.
But that's grammar, not pronunciation.
All of it. Grammar. You say Waller or whatever the hell you were saying for 2 years, and I knew I knew what you meant. But
I'm a Waller fella.
I'm a Waller.
I'm a Waller fella.
We let you go. The next time you say Jeremy Pena's name wrong, I'm gonna be all over your ass. You keep calling that man Jeremy Pena, I'm gonna be all over your ass every time. You know what the hell I meant?
Well, that is a Pena.
It's Pena.
No,
all right, you said Pena for 3 years. That's people
Pena.
texted daily. What the hell is Pena? It's not. It's P-E.
It's Pena.
P-E. It's not. Not Pena. It's not anyway.
I had several Penas on my All-Star team at Pelly Park in Baytown, Texas. Every single one of them answered to Pena.
And every time you butcher Rory McIlroy's name, I'm also going to continue.
Rory McIlroy?
Yeah, it's not.
What is it?
Not McElroy. It's all right though, but I know what the hell you mean. You gonna mush me out there.
That's why. That's why I had to stop. For once, I would not have known what you meant if I wouldn't have started the conversation. If you came to me and said, "Hey, Clint, man, that console in your car," I would not know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
If you said console in your car,
but then that's it.
I have no clue.
Console. Okay.
I would have no clue.
All right.
I think Craig Consol's going to be the new manager for somebody.
He might. I think he's interviewing with the Mets. Actually,
the Mets. I knew it was somebody.
They're giving him permission. By the way, you can have all this fun in person with us tomorrow as the drive with Stoerner and Hughley will be out at Buffalo Wild Wings. We will be in Humble this time. Buffalo Wild Wings, come on out for a little Thirsty Thursday. Let's find out the address. I've got a sneaky feeling there's more than one Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. Let's get that address for you so the people can know. Come on out, have some wings, have some laughs, have some Bud Light, and hang out with us tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings for a little Thirsty Thursday. All right.
Leave your gun in your console.
Please.
Don't
in your
bring it in
glove
the
box, the middle part, wherever. and Jeremy Pena, you're also
you leave your gun in the console.
You can come on out too, man. We're not upset with you because you only had one extra base hit as you played every single day.
We won't ask you about it. Just
you don't have to pelvic thrust. Hell, you seem like you need a drink. All right. I would have been surprised if we'd have said, "Hey, we're less than a week away, the trade deadline, and hey, man, Texans probably really need to be looking at some of these guys." I would have never believed that was the conversation we would potentially be having right now, 6 days before it. And there are some potential big names that could be on the move, Clint. And the thought is, should the Texans be involved in this? Should the Texans be kicking the tires on some of these big names that people are looking at? Because the Texans are 3-3. They got a chance to be 4-3 after Sunday after they play the only winless team in the NFL. Should they potentially be involved in some of these big names?
I think they should, Ron. I think they should. Number one, you're not your typical first-year head coach, first-year quarterback. I mean, you're 3 years into this rebuild. You should be or be really, really close. You should be there or be really, really close to saying, hey, man, we got to make some moves and get some difference makers in here at certain positions. Yes. I think, and I think if you look at how their season has gone, it's a very convincing product. So I would say that they're even further along in the process than they thought they were going to be 6 games into the year. And so, yeah, look, I think this year goes from, hey man, let's see how CJ does. Let's see how all these pieces fit together. Let's see where we're at as a team. Now you look at each other and you legitimately start having playoff conversations. You immediately start having, hey man, we can win this division. I mean, and so with that said, I think you are squarely in a position where you've got to start accumulating difference-making level players. Now, a lot of folks would say, well, we'll wait till the offseason. Got a lot of salary cap. We can draft some more guys. We have some guys develop. We'll have some free agents that come available. We'll see what that pool looks like. But the first opportunity is going to be the trade deadline, and that's in 6 days. And I think the Texans should be players and serious players for guys that come available.
Yeah, and there's some positions where you could see it, like Carl Lawson for the Jets is an outside player. Chase Young, that would be one that is intriguing. That is a player for the Washington Commanders that's out there. Mike Evans is a name that's been floating around now. Now I know that the Giants have repeatedly said Saquon Barkley is not on the block, including today their head coach saying directly to reporters after he told Saquon he is not going anywhere, but that is a name that people still float around in the running back position. I don't know if that is one, but there are some guys that you would look at and say that could help you catch Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That could help you get in at the end.
I think all of those guys are going to be available. Derrick Henry's going to be available. Hopkins is going to be. There's going to be a bunch of guys available across the league. And the one that sticks out there to me is Saquon Barkley. Because I look at where Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans came from. Listen to what they've told us they want to do. Look at where they came from. I mean, 2 weeks ago when Kyle Shanahan was up there talking about how thankful he was for Christian McCaffrey. There is going to be very few and far between times that you can get a back that can improve your team potentially the way that Christian McCaffrey does in San Francisco and mean to that offense what Christian McCaffrey does in San Francisco. And I think all things considered, I think the offensive minds and the head coach here could potentially be interested in adding a guy like that because they've seen how well it's worked in San Francisco. And I think Saquon Barkley is a guy that could potentially bring some very similar things to the table that Christian McCaffrey can. And there ain't but a couple of those guys that can do that.
Yeah, the running game is something they got to improve.
If he is available, boy, that'd be you're going to set Houston on fire now.
Less than $10 million you'd have to pay. All right, coming up, a little Big Three. We'll get you updated on the Texans injury report. We are hoping that it is a lot better than it has been. We'll let you know the latest of what we know. And the Rockets get started, and we know what the World Series is going to look like. We know the matchup for the Texas Rangers. We'll get into all of that coming up next on The Drive.
Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Kirby Ice House, Upper Kirby, on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle between C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize back. It's an Internet Football Friday. Presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Texans prepare to face the Carolina Panthers on the road coming up after the bye week. Hello to everybody listening on Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, and everybody on
YouTube and Twitch?
And Twitch and YouTube is what I was going to say.
How we doing?
With YouTube and Twitch. I like that better. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch.
The Twitch tube.
Yeah, I like that combination. Hello, you can get involved on the show.
Ron looks nice today. Y'all get on YouTube and Twitch and check it out, man. Ron looks nice today.
Yeah, appreciate it. But Texans, as they get ready, the injury report, we'll get that when that fully comes out. And Clint has been saying this list better be shorter.
This
list better be shorter than it has been over the past, since the year has started. This is the latest update. And some good news, I would say. Laramie Tunsil, Tank Dell, Josh Jones, Tavier Thomas, they all practice, as well as Denzel Perryman. They've also shifted the starting lineup, and in the ones, Perryman is back at the mic with the Will Ben Cashman, and then Henry To'oTo'o as the Sam. So those are the three starting linebackers. If you notice, there is no Christian Harris there, and he is healthy. But those are the three starting lineups. Denzel missed the last game, should be back in there. Robert Woods is the only one not practicing, but he has been getting this Veterans Day off. This is becoming routine. The Wednesday he doesn't practice, and he comes back full on Thursday. But I think a big one here, Clint, and Tyler was saying it earlier and was asking us that question. Hassan Ridgeway, who has been on IR. There are several guys on IR that have been there, including Juice Scruggs, who we didn't hear any word or didn't practice today, and Derek Stingley Jr., who are able to come off. But Hassan Ridgeway was fully dressed and practiced today, one of the interior defensive linemen they signed. I think that is a big key, because you could argue that stopping the run has been the biggest issue for this team defensively. So to get him back will be I think
see back in the rotation, Ron, throughout the game, and regardless of what he brings to the table, whoever DeMeco Ryans wants to be in the ball game in critical situations at the end of the half and at the end of the fourth quarter, when you've got Hassan Ridgeway in there throughout the ball game to keep guys fresh, that is a huge boost to the defensive front. So getting him back healthy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that gives you your four inside guys. Your four inside guys. Malik Collins.
Yep.
Hassan Ridgeway.
And then the other kid they signed. I am just drawing a complete blank on the other on the other guy they signed. I know
98. He played really well.
I've completely drawn
Sheldon Rankins.
And then I was going to say Khalil Davis has been also a really good player for them, and Kurt Hinish have been good.
So really, those are your five guys that you can rotate through, and I feel like those are, again, if you just want to, in terms of keeping your main guys healthy and fresh in the fourth quarter, that would be that's a big plus.
So that should be better as well with those guys on the inside. Hassan Ridgeway being back, I wonder what move that's going to mean if one of those guys are not going to get sit. Now, Khalil Davis, to me, has been really good, forcing a fumble in the Atlanta game. That was a big play, and he's just been very physical at getting this defense pretty well. So we'll see if that is the case. Also, as we see Tank Dell's back, I was surprised a bit how much of a downfield game they had against the Saints without him. That was a question mark. Noah Brown was able to make some catches down the field, which was big. But Tank Dell has been their best at that. That is going to be a key to get him back as well coming up in this game to kind of continue that downfield throwing passing game. As you said, teams might really trying to suffocate the Texans offensively with that short passing.
Yeah, look, I just think that this Texans offense just takes a step forward when you add to the mix the Tank Dell dynamic. When you because it's a guy that can do things that there's just nobody else in the wide receiver room can do to that level. I understand Xavier Hutchinson. I understand that he took a couple of little speed sweeps. One of them didn't look so hot. The other one looked, I think, went for a first down, a big chunk or a decent gain. But Tank Dell just brings something, whether we're talking about that wide receiver run game or we're talking about in the quick game catching the ball and hitting the crease, or if we're talking about the ability to get over the top, man. Tank Dell, just for me personally, he brings a different vibe to my Texans watch.
Yeah. So Tank Dell should be back in this game for the Texans as well. We'll get the full injury report out. Also, in the updated roster there for the Texans in terms of their ones, who's going to be starting, they have moved Tavier Thomas back in their spot and put Jimmy Ward back at safety. So they had been playing Jimmy Ward a lot in that nickel. Tavier Thomas, he hasn't played in a while either. He should be back. It looks like he is going to take his role as the nickel corner, and we'll see what that actually means in terms of him being in coverage and how they play that. Because when he was playing, whenever they didn't go zone, he wasn't in the game. And when they wanted to actually cover and man, it was a tell he would come off the field and they would go in different places. So I'm not quite sure that means Jimmy Ward is just not going to be playing, slot at times. If that doesn't mean that's the case, especially with Derek Stingley out, I think we could still see Jimmy Ward in that spot, or we may see a lot more zone when they go into that deal when he's on the field as a nickel defender and passing down.
Yeah, Ron, I think there's a chance that we could see somebody else sprinkled in there. Because Jimmy Ward goes back to safety, Tavier Thomas goes to nickel. Even if you're of the camp and the belief that Tavier Thomas covers well enough, okay, we'll table that conversation. But if you think that's the case, then there still has to be a backup. Like who's the backup? And I do believe that you have suitable guys to back up, and you don't have to move Jimmy Ward if you don't want to. Now, their immediate move is something, and when Tavier Thomas isn't in the game, or if something happens to Tavier Thomas, to your point, maybe Jimmy Ward bumps back down, and MJ Stewart goes in the game at safety next to Jalen Petrie. That could to see who they have listed. Or really, I guess it won't be listed on a depth chart. I guess it would be more so watching the ball game who goes in that nickel defender slot behind Tavier Thomas, and possibly in more man situations where you want to cover up man to man.
Yeah, we'll see. So they're getting more healthy. Tavier Thomas hasn't been available. Tank Dell didn't play in the last game. Denzel Perryman didn't play in the last game. Hassan Ridgeway has been out for a minute. They're getting guys back after this bye week, so we should see the most full team of the Texans we've seen probably since week one. And hell, some of those guys weren't even there either. So they're getting more healthy, and this will be a good week to see what they're able to do against the Panthers.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, so we do know who the Rangers will be hosting as the World Series will get started on Friday, and Clint got his hope. He was going for the Diamondbacks. He's got some partners in Arizona that are going to be excited.
Boy, they're stoked right now.
Are they?
They're stoked right now.
Boy, just as stoked as Major League Baseball and Fox. Boy, that one, I cannot wait to see the ratings on the old Diamondbacks versus Rangers playoff. I mean, it's not small markets, but I wonder how many people outside of those markets are going to care. I wonder what you think Houston's going to watch this? Like, you think Houston's going to be in this? Because I think, as we've learned yesterday, many people so badly want the Rangers to lose. I wonder if the city of Houston hate watches the Rangers in this World Series coming up.
I don't know, man. I mean, I wonder how much I'm going to catch.
I was about to say, how much, Tyler, are you going to watch any of this?
Honestly, probably not. No.
You ain't got it in you.
Nah, I probably won't peep that one.
They'll probably get me real late. It's got to be like Saturdays. If they play Saturday, I'm out. I think
Saturdays or Sundays. Obviously,
Sunday. Luckily for them, they're off. They're gonna play Monday night. They're gonna play Friday and Saturday. Saturday, I'm out. I'm gonna watch college football.
Yes, agreed.
I'm gonna be taking in on that, and then Sunday they're off. Monday. What is Monday Night Football? Because I'll tell you.
Does it matter?
I mean, maybe. Maybe. If it's a bad game, I guess Troy and them ain't probably do. They probably said we ain't doing no more bad games.
Lions and Raiders.
Ew.
They might have me. They might get me for an inning or two. God, oh, is that what? Lions and Raiders?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I don't even think Jimmy G's playing.
The Lions are going to debut their new blue helmets. Does that do anything for you?
No, I don't like them. They're hideous.
They are hideous.
But
They are disgusting.
The fighting Dan Campbell after getting embarrassed last week. I mean, there may be a little bit of intrigue to watch them.
Bite a kneecap off.
Are they 5-2? Sitting at 5-2 right now. I think the Lions are.
Way ahead.
I may flip. The Raiders just do absolutely nothing for me. I just don't know Josh McDaniels. Good gosh.
And Jimmy G's not. I mean, he didn't play last week. Had some gentleman I believe named O'Connell playing at quarterback.
Hell, didn't what's his name? Didn't the other cat start? The cat that's back to hell. He was here. Brian Hoyer.
Oh, that's right. Brian Hoyer did get that. Oh, Brian Hoyer does absolutely nothing for me.
I mean,
so they might give me Monday. They might give me Monday and Tuesday. And by the way, this makes the Astros, like this 7-year run that they're on, so much impressive because, and this happened to the Astros too, but in games 6 and 7, if you look at the big bats for the Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, they went 1 for 28 in games 6 and 7. 1 for 28 in games 6 and 7. And the reason why I say this run is so impressive by the Astros, when you look at that happens a lot to teams. That derails teams a lot in the postseason where they just might have two of their big guns just go cold. Hell, I mean, you could look at it with the Astros. Kyle Tucker's swoon you could argue, is one of the things that derailed them from not making it to the World Series. But they've had it 7 years in a row where they've been able to kind of dance around that.
Yep.
Like that's 7. Like in those 7 years, it didn't hit them enough. It's happened to Atlanta 2 years in a row. The Dodgers had this happen with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, where they just went dead cold and they couldn't win a game. And the Astros have avoided that for 7 years. And even when Kyle Tucker just lost it, he's sitting there. They still get to Game 7. Yeah. Of this thing. 1 for 28. Good God Almighty! I mean, I know.
Yeah, it's not good.
That is not the same Arizona Diamondbacks team that we once played. At the end of the year, my God, how they held them down. And every time Bryce touched it, I thought it was going out. Like he's swinging it, but they go home. Boy, that's a rough one. A rough one for Fox. I'm sure they're fired up about this match.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, tonight the Rockets are in Orlando. Their season starts tonight. The Houston Rockets. We'll see if they could get better. This is just what I want from you. I want to understand what is your expectation for this team? What is your expectations for this team? And do wins matter for you right now? Are you to a point where wins don't matter at this point for you with the Rockets?
No. Wins don't matter for me. I'll be honest with you. I want to flip the TV on and watch a team that looks like they got a coach. That looks like they got a coach that has a plan, and they appear to be trying to execute that plan. I am so sick and tired of just literally watching AAU basketball and being pushed to the point of having to listen to people talk about how. I mean, hell, they're in the NBA. We know they're great athletes. I mean, that's the worst thing about really sports, but it's blatantly obvious in basketball because it's 5 guys and you're so up close and personal and you can see everybody moving and the damn camera angle. You can see it. You can see the entire plan or lack thereof. For me, that's the real turnoff in basketball is. Let's be honest. It could be a turn on. I love watching Golden State and the way that they play. I'd like to see a well-coached team that has a plan with some guys trying to execute it when I turn the game on and watch the Rockets.
I'm really excited. I'm really excited about their season. I take it to the same way that I did with the Texans. Before the Texans season, I was like, hey, I just want to see these guys look like they're not in their own way and look like they belong in the NFL and on the field with these teams. Not maybe they're going to be the Bills or be the Eagles or whoever the top teams are, but at least sit there and say, oh, yeah, they're in the same. Sometimes you would watch the Texans and think they're playing a different sport, like a different level of football. That's the same with the Rockets. Like you watch the Rockets, like, yeah, there's some flashes of guys, but they don't look like they're playing in the same kind of league as these others. They seem like in a different. I'm hoping with the new coach and experience they've had and the additions of veterans who have been around the league, I hope that they at least they're coming and this looks like they're playing in the same sport as Golden State or as all these other teams that are successful. In
the same vein, comparing it to the Texans, like I watch the Texans right now, and you can watch them and say, man, a difference-making, like a one more wide receiver, like a proven game-changing wide receiver would take this offense to another level. Like a left guard would take this offense to an entire different level. Right now, it may be one of the guys that are in-house, but a surefire running back that can do big things would take this offense to a whole nother level. Yeah. Defensively, you can do the same thing. And an edge or a D tackle that could penetrate in a bit, and I'm not talking about just in a good way. I'm talking about jump off the screen kind of way. A corner in this defense that's just locked down corner would change the absolute game. I would like to see a Rockets product that, boy, you add one or two top players.
Yeah, right now you're like,
and plug them in.
You can't even get to adding a top player right now. You're like, what are they doing out there? What are they doing? All right, coming up, gut feeling. The Astros are going to have to make some decisions on guys. Let's make some decisions on these same players. Do you want them back or do you want them gone? We'll discuss that next on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We've covered and rooted for whatever reason.
We'll let you know exactly when it is. Could be potentially coming up in the next segment. We'll let you hear what the quarterback has to say as he speaks to the media each and every Wednesday. And we will be live tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble for a little Thirsty Thursday. And I said earlier the address. The address is 6840 FM 1960 Humble, Texas. Right. That is the location. There are two locations in Humble, FM 1960.
Drive by that big old HEB if you know it, over there in Atascocita.
Yeah, right over there by it.
1960 location in Humble. Let's get it.
Let's get it, man.
Thirsty Thursday, man.
Let's go. Have us a good time, man. Come on out. Hang with us. I see some people on the text line asking which one it is. Someone says 5 miles.
1960, baby.
There you go.
That's those folks up in that neck of the woods, they know how to party.
Do they?
They know how to have a good time.
Facts.
We've had many. Well, we've done many a live broadcasts up there.
Sure we have.
Yeah, maybe not at the Buffalo Wild Wings, but up in that neck of the woods, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
They like to get down now.
I feel like they all like to get down.
It's a good point. Very, very good point.
Most places we go, they get down.
Get down with the get down.
I knew you were going to say that. I did. I really did. I felt that in my heart. So C.J. Stroud coming up. Make sure you stay tuned for that. All right, gut feeling on this, 713-572-4610. You can jump and be a part of this as well. The Astros going to have some decisions to make on certain guys to either bring back or to go ahead and move on from. And there are a few. Hector Neris is one who has a player option. If you look at the piece that our guy Adam Spillane wrote on Sports Radio 610, he said he believes that he'll turn that down. So he'll be a potential free agent as well, so you can add Hector Neris to that. But the 5 players when you add to it. I won't go through them. Let me know, is this a guy you want back or you want to move on from? Let's start with Hector Neris. Hector Neris, 34 years old. I would say this is the best Hector Neris we saw this year. He just got overused like hell. But is Hector Neris somebody you would want to bring back on a new contract?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't know what it's going to cost. We're not getting into the details of what a contract's going to look like. But do I, as an Astros fan, want Hector Neris back? Yes, sir.
Because remind you right now, what you have: Presley, Graveman, Abreu, and Rafael Montero. Of course, like those are the ones you definitely know that were used, and you would bring Hector Neris back.
Absolutely.
That age is the one thing I wonder about, and then how much it's going to cost. Because I mean, if Rafael Montero got 11 a year.
Yeah.
then I don't know if you could put that much in both. He's one I would like to have back, but I'm not sure. What about Michael Brantley? Michael Brantley only played 15 games this year, had the injury, then started to play more in the postseason. Is Michael Brantley somebody you want to bring back?
No, I would move on from Michael Brantley.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I like Unc. Ain't no doubt about it. But I think you want to talk about age and you want to talk about injury problems.
I can't do that again.
Yeah, I would move on from Michael Brantley.
Yeah, and I think you can do better. Like that is the spot to me. Well, you're not going, especially if you're not going to break off Kyle Tucker or Framber, which I don't think they will at this point, as they got 2 more years of control. Like infield or left field spot, an outfielder,
yep.
A real one that you can depend on every week. Like that to me feels like I think they tried to get cheap with Michael Brantley, and now Chaz and Dubon ended up playing, I think, above what they thought they were going to be. And I don't believe this is just a deal of, we always knew that Dubon and Chaz were going to be like that. I think they were very fortunate with that, but I think they should buckle down and go and get an outfielder to kind of fill the void there. That to me is a spot that they've got to go with.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It would. I mean, look, for whatever reason, I love White Boy Chaz. Obviously, I love Dubon, but I just don't know how, as an organization, like you consciously make the decision as a part of a plan of like, hey, we just going to platoon left and center the rest of the way. Moving forward, that our plan going into 2024 is,
I'm cool with one of them.
I agree. I mean, either get you a staple left fielder or a staple center fielder, and depending on what you do, obviously is going to impact how much Yordan Alvarez plays outfield, but it's also going to impact what you do at White Boy Chaz or Dubon. I mean, one of those two guys. But the plan of like, man, we just going. The only solid every day outfielder we have is Kyle Tucker. I don't like that as an approach. So I think they got to do something. I would move on from Brantley and then look for a more everyday guy in left or center.
No, I'm with you. Maldonado.
I would move on.
Yes, not even as a backup.
Well, Maldy don't want to be no backup, man. I mean, look, if he wanted to sit around and be a player manager or something,
you think he's still
player coach or something?
You think he still sees himself as a starter?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think he does. But yeah, I would move. I mean, Diaz is right there waiting in the wings, man. It's his time.
It's his time, and they'll have to probably figure out a backup catcher. But yeah, I think, and the time has run out. It's probably time to make a move. What about other pieces in the bullpen? Ryan Stanek, he is a free agent. Would you look at Tyler? Would you bring Ryan Stanek back?
I would. I like Stanek, even with his cart shenanigans.
I like Cart Stanek, but I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I would not bring Stanek back, and that pains me because he is a hog, brethren. But
y'all know I love Arkansas.
That's right. I mean, the one thing I don't know why Dusty and the Astros, whoever's making the decisions, last year when they got in the playoffs and the more games mattered, the less they trusted him, and even so this year he was a mop-up guy. I don't know why, but clearly there's a lack of trust, and clearly in that process of that lack of trust, they won a World Series without him. So I would move on with the pieces you got in place. I would move on from.
Yeah, because it seemed like they trust obviously Presley, Abreu, but Narrett was in front of him. Kendall Graveman probably.
Montero. Yeah, all them guys were in front of him. So yeah, I would move on from it.
I think at one point he jumped over Montero.
Did he? Yeah, I think Montero's really struggled there middle of the season now.
Yeah, I think he may have jumped. All right, coming up. We'll see. C.J. Stroud has spoken to the media. We'll potentially have that for you coming up next. You don't want to miss that. Stay tuned for the quarterback as he never loses a press conference. We'll hear from him coming up next. But before that, guys, now is
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we said, today is a day where you hear from DeMeco and C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud speaks to the media. We let you hear that. Here is the quarterback of your Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud.
That's my brother, man. Somebody I have a lot of respect for. Known him since like middle school. Got really close probably after high school, and always rooting for him. I know he's always rooting for me. So.
Do you remember when you guys first met and what made it where you only were good friends?
I don't even think we were friends at the time, but we played each other in the 7th grade or the 8th grade, one of the two, and they killed us like terribly. Like he played for the IE Ducks, I played for the Pomona Valley Steelers, and they put it to us. And I remember we played in the rain. He had a really good game. I played terrible. So this will be, I think, our second time playing each other, I believe. And we played each other a couple times, 7-on-7, in high school. So yeah, I think that was the first time we met.
Just as a quick follow-up, after knowing him for so long and being friends with him for a few years, how cool is it to be, facing off against him, being the top 2 picks in an NFL game now?
It's cool, yes, to just know that we're from the same area. We grew up knowing each other, and then our parents know each other. Our moms are really close. Our dads know each other, and it's cool just to see somebody as their journey has gone from high school to college and now into the league, and it's a blessing to have a brother like that to go through the same type of struggle, the same type of pressures and things like that. So we talk a lot about that stuff in the off season and things like that. So it's a blessing to have somebody like that in my life.
You said you played 7-on-7 together. What about 1-on-1 though?
Yeah, that's a great question. We hoop all the time. Rice is somebody that because we go with our quarterback trainer, we train with the same people in the off season. So our trainers tell us not to guard each other because we get too competitive. Because it gets crazy. He'll get me a day on the day, I'll get him on the next. So it's very back and forth. So he can hoop though for sure.
You had a number of honors and awards. You're such a fan of the game. To see the ball going in Canton, what was that like to see that honor in 6 games?
It's cool. I really don't think about it much. Yeah, I just try to stay even killed, on to the next. But you have to celebrate those small victories and those things, because I do work hard and on certain things like that. But it's never on like the front of my mind. Actually, Dylan Thompson, our player development guy, does a really good job of just. He sends me like scriptures. He sends me like certain sermons and like little quotes to like always keep. He helped me out a lot with stuff like that. So I'll try not to think about it too much, but at the same time, be grateful for it. He's quick, man. Like you can see it on the field. Like, he's super quick. He has a really good jump shot. He knows how to create space. He's a sneaky like fouler. Like, so he'll like hand check you, and when you try to go up, like he'll just move his hand. So you think his hand will be there, you'll get the foul, and like throw your jump shot off. He talks a little bit, so a little bit of everything. But nah, he might be small, but he's pretty strong. He's low to the ground, so he's able to kind of hand check you and keep you in line when you're going to the basket. But I try to put him in the post, and sometimes that doesn't even work. So we often are just going. He has a really good handle, and I have a decent handle too. So like that's usually where we try to get each other.
What was your game day experience like?
Oh, it was cool. I had a good time just being back up there in Columbus with some teammates and being on set with Kirk and them. And I think that was my first time doing like a live analyzation of like what's going on in those games and trying to analyze those. And I think I tried to do my best and just try to get some insight on like what it is to be the quarterback of that team going against the other team or whatever. So it was a good time.
Staying with that, obviously what's happening with Michigan, this video of you in a game last year, you go away from you referenced your sideline, Michigan staff maybe sign stealing or things like that. Were you aware of anything like that? Did you guys feel like there was something funny? And I guess what is your reaction to what's been happening now?
I don't know what's going on. That's my first time hearing that. Yeah, I don't really. Man, it's in my past life. Like, I ain't got nothing. Like, I'm not the type of person to go back and be like, oh, they did that. They like they beat us. It is what it is. I'm not super happy with that, but like, man, I'm in the NFL now. Like, I'm not worried about what happened in college. But we had an idea on maybe if that stuff was going on, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm not here to go back and forth with that. I'm a Texan now, and it is what it is. I'm not tripping off that.
As far as being a rookie quarterback, it's never easy for anyone. Bryce has had a tough time, I guess many would say. Have you communicated with him throughout the season? It seems like you're a positive guy, maybe helping him along. Is there?
I don't honestly and personally, watching the film and watching every game of his, I don't think he in any way, aspect, or form he's playing bad. That's what people think if you're not winning or like you have a turnover here and there. Bryce is playing some really good football. So I just don't think people watch in depth, like if you're a quarterback, so I think he's playing really well. Of course, like it's always things you can clean up. I can clean up a lot of things, and I'm not here to be his coach or be that or be that. I'm here just to support. So we texted a couple weeks ago, just checking in on each other, and it was nothing about football. That's not our relationship. So I think he's playing good, and I think he'll continue to be great in his game because he has that swagger and mentality and that type of playing style. So.
When you look at the Panthers' defense, especially Brian Burns, what are some things that jump out about them and the challenges for you all in competing against them on Sunday?
Yeah, I think Brian Burns is definitely the core leader on that defense. I think Brown, number 95, the D tackle, is a really great player as well. They have some good DBs, solid really all around, really hard to run the ball against them. Of course, in the passing world, their corners play really matchy, and even though they're soft sometimes, they still take advantage of stealing some short routes, and they jump a lot of things. I know they had the pick six against Miami, which was really a really good play. So got to be on alert for all those tight windows, things like that. They do a good job of getting their hands on the ball and tipping the ball up and getting picks from those. So I got to be on my A game. They switch up their coverages. They do some good blitzes and things like that. So really good overall defense, and I have to be on my A game.
After the bye, if you did something like
evaluation, what are some of the areas you think you can improve on to, continue this momentum and finish out the strong?
Yeah, it's a lot of things to improve on. A lot personally, a lot as a team, a lot as offense, defense, special teams. Offensively, we want to get better in the red zone and third down. Getting better at that all around, and even sometimes even working on being better on third down is not getting to that, and just finishing drives in the red zone. So that's definitely me personally, just being better with my eyes and keep my eyes down the field, not looking at the rush, and getting through my progressions better, things like that. So all things that can be fixed, which is a good thing. And like you said, just want to keep that momentum rolling and keep that swagger that we're playing with. So those are some things that we want to keep as well.
Last two will do Will and then DJ. Nico was talking about there's a real hunger in this building to achieve more. Like, you've achieved more in this building already than it has been in recent years, but there's a real hunger, like not even close to finished. What does that feel like? What are the conversations like? Like, how real is that hunger to really achieve something?
Yeah, it's every day. I mean, you can feel in the locker room, like, every day guys want to be here. We want to work hard. We want to do extra because we know what we have in the tank, and we know we haven't put a full game together yet. And it's exciting to see that we still have some in the tank because I think we've put a lot of great stuff on film. But there's always those 1 or 2 plays or 3 plays that we're off on, and if we can clean those up, especially going into November, December, where you're fighting for the division, you're fighting to make the playoffs. For us, I mean, we feel like we're right in the race and we can do it. But it's that little extra holding yourself accountable while also holding your teammate accountable. So we know that we have a lot of work to do and a lot in the tank left, which is exciting. We were all ready to get back from the bye week, and I think we needed that break mentally, just getting away from the building and doing some things with your family, just getting away from football so you can lock in for these next however weeks we have to put it all together, man, and go on special things. So really excited to get back and to start playing again. But, I mean, Nico hit it on the nail, man. We have a lot left in the tank that we want to hit.
Important question. One, how much do you think Ohio State prepared you for the NFL, and do you think that narrative about Ohio State quarterback is fair?
Yeah, I was really well prepared coming from Ohio State. It's a special place, not only in between the lines, but outside of it. Like, the attention that you get, being that constant person people are looking toward as a leader, not only on the field but off, like walk around campus. Those are things in the NFL, man, that you can't really get prepared for until you do it. But for me, luckily, I feel like Ohio State's a mini NFL team. The attention that we get, the fan base that we have, all the critics that we get, things like that. So it definitely helped me a lot. And on the narrative, man, I mean, I feel like as a player, everybody is going to have something to say regardless of what's going on and how people look at the truth. And I mean, just like we have a job, the media has a job, you guys have a job, and it's to write stories and get people to tune in. So I think stories have been written about Ohio State quarterbacks that aren't necessarily true. And for me, I mean, that's fine. There's a million things out there that's clickbait and stuff like that. But it's my job to go out there and prove that wrong and try to prove that, I mean, we're getting prepared the right way at Ohio State. I think that we've had kind of a short stick, we've had a lot of running quarterbacks. We went to Dwayne, which RP to my brother there, man. I think he was on a really trailblazing, upscale, positive route on getting his career back and playing at a high level. And talking to some of the people at the Steelers, man, he was close to being the Dwayne we knew that he could beat. So, man, RP to my brother there, man. And I think Justin is doing great and amazing things. I know he just got hurt, but I know once he gets back, he's going to continue to do great things. And me, I'm trying to just do what I can do in that race as well. But I definitely think that we'll show that we can be great coming from Ohio State, and I'm blessed to be a part of that fraternity, that brotherhood.
All right, that is your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as someone said on the text line. Whenever I hear C.J. talk about opposing defenses, I can tell he really studied film, as someone here on the text line said. But C.J. Stroud, that's him. Each and every Wednesday we let you hear that right here on The Drive. And I'm sure, Clint, you got some potential reaction to some of the things that he had to say at Clint Stoerner's football.
Yeah, look, we always got to react. We always got to react to the to the QB now. I mean, I don't know if there was any football horny clip of the day in there, but overall, we can damn sure react to them. We'll do that at Clint Stoerner's Football at 4. And NFL trade deadline is 6 days away, Ron. And ESPN, they put out a little players you to watch, maybe expected to be traded. I think you'll be surprised who the Texans player was, and there's some players out there that I wouldn't mind the Texans going and getting. So we'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio.
To hearing who you wouldn't mind the Texans potentially going to go get. I hope guys are out there going out and taking their health serious and going out and making sure they have all the numbers that they need to know. And we would tell you the first thing to do is find a provider you can trust. We've done that. Clint and I have done that, and that provider is Low T Center.
Absolutely, man. Absolute game changer for me. So anybody out there, any of you guys out there that maybe you've been feeling tired and grumpy, maybe you've sensed a little lack of motivation and drive, it's perfectly normal. We all deal with it as we age, 30, 40, 50 years old. Maybe it's high cholesterol. Maybe it's a little stubborn weight gain or loss of muscle mass that's bothering you. The good thing is Low T Center, they're out there and they're waiting for you, man. It's quick. It's easy. It's only $25. You take a simple blood test. You get the results back in 25 minutes, and boom, you got the info in front of you to make a good, solid, sound decision about how you fight Father Time with Low T Center. It's been good for me. That's for dang sure, Ron.
One of my favorite parts about Low T Center is it's not like a typical doctor's office where you got to wait a long time. You go right in, and it's a Low T Center. It's a concierge medicine exclusively for men, and that right there is something that targets men specifically. So go to lowtcenter.com, book your appointment online today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Robert Ory, he joins us. This is the first year I think a lot of Rockets fans feel like there is a level of excitement. You feel like you got a real coach here. They brought in some free agents. What do you team this year?
I to be honest with you, I expect the same thing as last year.
Oh, stop.
Ride home with Clint and Show. 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Be to Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Tachus. On 69, the East Tex Freeway, southbound before Kelly Street, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Traffic slowing you down? Does your internet slow down too? Tachus Fiber Internet offers speeds as fast as light over 100% pure fiber optic network. Find out more at tachus.com/radio. That's TACHUS.com/radio. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys and Buffalo Bills both need a little jolt in their 2023 season if they want to have the best opportunity to not disappoint their fans the rest of the way. Jerry Jones needs someone to complement Tony Pollard in the backfield and should be trying to trade for Derrick Henry. The Bills need to ask Josh Allen to do less, and with Joe Shane and Brandon Beane's familiarity with one another, a deal for Saquon Barkley should be plausible. I'm Zach Gelb.
Hey, did you know Vistaprint prints everything a small business needs? Like if a barbershop needs signage, we print outdoor signs, posters, and banners. Or if a ballet school needs merch,
1, 2,
we print tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats. Or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh,
for Mike?
Vistaprint designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, and anything. Building endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at Vistaprint.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Now I'm getting a cold.
Honey.
Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Suitmart is your fashion source for men's apparel. Shop Suitmart's new fall 10,000 new arrivals. Fashion suits, two-piece sets, velvet jackets, long-sleeve button-down shirts, shoes, hats, and so much more. Suitmart Fashion at Suitmart Pricing. As your fashion source, Suitmart provides great looks at great prices. Check out Suitmart's new fall arrivals now and in the coming weeks. Suitmart Murphy is temporarily closed, but you can still shop Suitmart South Main and Suitmart North Freeway for all your men's clothing needs.
Be part of the plan that sets the vision of what transportation will look like in years to come. Texas is experiencing incredible growth, and we don't expect it to slow down anytime soon. The future is full of challenges and opportunities. TxDOT is looking toward the future. We've created a virtual public meeting and interactive survey. This survey will give you a chance to tell us what our transportation priorities should be for the next 25 years. Go to connectingtexas2050.com and make your voice heard. That's connectingtexas2050.com.
Uber Eats is the presenting sponsor of this year's Texas State Network High School football. Delivering countdown to kickoff, the halftime report, and the scoreboard, and wrap-up shows after the games. We know you're counting on your team to deliver a win this week. We also
The 31st, whatever day that falls on, I believe it's Tuesday. We're 6 days from the NFL trade line. Boy, that thing snuck up on me, man.
Yeah, I didn't know it was always this. I guess it is week 8.
I mean, I guess when you got a team in like the Astros that just live in the ALCS, things like the NFL trade deadline sneak up on you. But nonetheless, the trade deadline is right around the corner. And while I know a lot of rebuilding football teams choose to wait until there's a new season and make these kind of decisions in the offseason, I think the Texans are a little bit different, Ron. I don't know what the hell they're going to do, but I think they're a little bit different. I mean, reality. I know this is all new to us because DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud just jumped on the scene, but reality is, I mean, we're 3 years into this rebuild. I mean, we're 3 years into it. We had a Coley year. Actually, we had a Bill O'Brien year where he was fired in week 4. So you had a Romeo Crennel year. Then you had a David Culley year. Then you had the Lovie Smith year. Now you've got the DeMeco Ryans era taking off here. And so really we're 3, if not 4 years into teardown/rebuild. Clearly in the rebuild phase right now. And all of a sudden the season starts and you're thinking, okay, let's see how this staff works together. Okay, let's see how C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, the second and third overall pick this year, see how we can work them in, see how all these pieces work together. Give DeMeco Ryans time to figure out what the hell he has in this locker room. Nick Caserio's already he's 2 years into this thing of weeding out all of the bad apples, if you will, and getting the right kind of people in here. We've heard all the coach speak, right? But not a whole lot was expected of the Texans. In fact, I believe, what did Vegas have, Tyler? Did Vegas have them at a 4.5? Is that what the win total was to start the year?
What I got that was half, but I think it had climbed. It was somewhere around 4.5, 5.5. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, either way, right? I mean, they didn't expect the Texans to be worth a damn this year, and I think to be honest with you, I think it was fair given what the organization had been through. But you fast forward to right now, Ron. I think my point is that at the beginning of the year, I think if we'd had a real conversation about the trade deadline, we'd have been like, we're still trying to figure out who these guys are we got in the house. Let's be patient.
The hell we going to win trade deadline?
Right. Well, now you fast forward 7 weeks, 6 ball games and a bye week, and you're sitting here with a team that's got a quarterback that's playing as good as anybody in the league. You've got a team that is, I think the product is as good as anybody in the division. I know the Jacksonville Jaguars are 5-2, but you already beat them, and you beat them convincingly, and your product tells me that when you get them in your own building, you're going to have a chance. You're going to have a chance to beat them. They haven't been healthy. They're getting healthier. This is a team that I would have rolled my eyes if we were talking about winning the division and a playoff team before the season started. Now, I thought they could potentially get to 8 or 9 wins looking at their schedule, but winning the division and playoffs, for whatever reason, that would have been a little bit foreign to me. Right now, we look at this football team, Ron, and I have no problem talking about winning the division or potentially being in the playoffs.
No, and I think they should operate that way.
Sure.
They should be operating in that space. Like, I'll say this. I wouldn't have left some conversation in the trade deadline. You know, we've seen some teams like plan and trade for the future, right?
Sure.
Like, and say, hey, man, we're going to, like the Bears. Now, it didn't work out. But at the time, people were like, oh, I can understand when they traded and they were sorry, but they traded for Chase Claypool in the middle of the year. We're like, hey, we're going to try to add for the future. That would have been cool. But this isn't just add for the future. You're looking at things like, hey, this could push them over the top to get one of those last playoff spots. This could push them over the top to catch the Jags.
Well, I think one, Ron, what we're talking about, this could potentially be a playoff team, and winning the division, I think, is a real goal, an attainable goal. Number two, I think if you look on both sides of the football, I'm convinced that Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans, the play callers for this football team, they are weapons on the sideline, and they have an identity. And these are the guys that are going to be calling plays and game planning for the Texans moving forward. And I think we can watch the product and say, boy, the systems are good. On the defense side of football, they're really good. But you can look at this and go, okay, now you plug in better players, not all of them, just 4 or 5 better players, top-end players. Boy, this thing could really take off. And if not now, then when, right, is where I'm at. After watching this team for 7 weeks, or 6 weeks and watch the NFL for 7, I think the Texans, to your point, are at a spot where it's very likely that they're going to operate of like, hey man, let's accumulate talent. If one of the big time players, it's a game changer, why wait till the offseason to do it?
Are there some that you that tickle you a little bit?
Oh yeah. There's some that tickle me a bit, but let me hit you with this one first. So ESPN did the article, right? And the article was basically one player from each team that you need to keep your eye on that could potentially be dealt by their respective team by next Tuesday. We'll start with the Texans. The Texans, the player listed was Denzel Perryman, linebacker.
Oh, to be potentially traded.
To potentially be traded from the Texans. Now, before I walked in here this morning and you told me Denzel Perryman was back in the starting lineup and he's the guy that they're going to roll with, yeah. I thought Henry To'oTo'o and Blake Cashman and Christian Harris and them boys, and I thought they could hold it down. Them youngsters could hold it down, but it looks like Denzel Perryman may be back in that role of being a bigger key to this defense than maybe what I thought after the last couple of weeks. We'll see how that happens. So I think he is a piece that, because of who the Texans have in-house, could potentially trade, yes. But I don't know how much Denzel Perryman is bringing in return. You know, it's I mean the trade, yes, I think because of who's in-house with the Texans, it could be a potential trade. But I don't know that I wouldn't prefer to have Denzel Perryman rather than some low draft pick that you're gonna get for him.
Well, my reason is one I could get to a point where I see them saying to themselves, "Yo, we've liked what we and Blake Cashman and even Christian here. We like the linebacking core. We could roll without him, and even to a point of we want Henry to actually move into that. We want that and maybe to move him out of the way. But boy, there's one thing to me that has been maybe the subject of the year for the Texans outside of the growth of C.J. Stroud, and that is the injury issue. And they've suffered so many injuries and had so many guys. I'd almost wonder is the whatever round pick you'd get for Denzel Perryman, if the injury risk is that worth it? Because they've had guys go down, and boy, you're an injury away to one of those guys up front at the linebacker spot. To then having it looks completely different.
Well, let's we'll see what happens with Denzel Perryman. There's some depth there, but you like to have depth there. I think when you look at who the quarterback of the defense could be, Henry To'oTo'o or Denzel Perryman, having two of those guys I think is probably the safest route moving forward for DeMeco. So I don't expect Denzel Perryman to be traded, but he is the one name that ESPN listed. They're instead of going down the whole list, I want to throw a couple of them out there and see what you guys think. And look, I don't know if these guys are going to be available. I don't know if the Texans are even interested. But your pipe dream, if you will, of the Texans acquiring one of these guys. Y'all think Chase Young is a real possibility? Defensive end, edge rusher out of with the what are they called now? The Commanders.
I think it could be, and that is certainly somebody I would take an absolute risk on. One, I don't think the price is going to be as high as it would be, and I mean, when he's been right, he's been really, really good. When he's been right, he's had the injury issue, but they don't have anybody like that on this team. To be honest, right now, size and everything, they don't have anybody like that. I would certainly do that.
Yeah, well, you talk about a guy that hasn't lived up to the hype necessarily, as you mentioned, injuries and. For whatever reason, you're going to get. I think that next contract would be significantly cheaper than potentially the production that you could get out of a Chase Young. Again, that would be big for me. Also on my level one, a little different reason. Obviously, a great player, but some local ties here. The Bucks, the player that they had for the Tampa Bay Bucks, potentially being traded is Mike Evans. How about Mike Evans returning home? Old Galveston ball guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you don't have. Like I like what I'm pleasantly surprised of what we've seen from this receiving core. You ain't got nobody like Mike.
Right.
Now you don't have as you would say, a coverage dictator, somebody that you know what the hell it can do and will flat out make CJ better. There, hell yeah, you would go that weapon. Now you start to put him together.
Yeah.
With those receivers. Yeah, I'm about it.
I got one more
all day,
Tyler. I got one more, and this one, the more we talk about it turns because I've got a little substance behind it. It's not just this guy may be on the block. It's the talk of the town. Blah blah blah.
Getting that blood flow going for you.
Yeah. This is one, and I've always been a big fan of this guy, but I don't believe it's Saquon Barkley. All right, up in New York. I just don't trust the organization up in New York. I believe that they would trade Saquon Barkley. And I'll be honest with you, I believe that Saquon Barkley should go to them after giving him everything he's got for a handful of years and say, "Hey, look, man, let me get me up out of here. It's time to move on." But Saquon Barkley is a guy that from the impact that he could have on your team, I don't think it's quite Christian McCaffrey, but it's close.
That's what you're saying, what the impact he had on the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, that move, Kyle Shanahan is on record of talking about how huge that move was for him. Now, we'll see if it'll win him a Super Bowl or not, but just from a usage perspective, from a weapon perspective, I mean, what he brings to the table is just put your offense on a whole nother planet. And I don't know. I think I would prefer to have Christian McCaffrey over Saquon Barkley, but Saquon Barkley's in that conversation. I wouldn't be mad if I had to settle for Saquon. And I say that because I don't think Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans are too far away from the line of thinking of Kyle Shanahan. And if you're Bobby Slowick, hell, Bobby was there when a trade was made. Hell, both of them were.
Yeah, they were.
I forgot they were there.
They were there last year.
If the impact of Christian McCaffrey is as big as Kyle Shanahan says it was, and both of those guys sat there and witnessed it, and then the Texans get an opportunity with a guy on a trade block like Saquon Barkley, which it's reported he's not, and his organization's not going to trade him. But if he were, and the Texans had a chance to get him, Ron, I don't know that I don't know that he wouldn't be first on my list in terms of need and what he would do to this offense and what he's capable of doing. Saquon Barkley would be my top 3 or 4 guys if everybody was available.
Yeah. I don't know. I
mean, could you imagine what he could do in his offense?
Yeah, I do, and I mean, he is a great player. We saw he was I think the driving force of the turnaround for the Giants last year. I don't know. I get what you're saying. They've got to improve the run game. That's the number one thing offensively. You would look that they can improve.
But that would. I mean, that's the weapon. Just the weapon of that dude on your offense.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about a dude that scares coordinators,
and it's a 1-year thing. That's the other thing. Man. I wonder what you give up. It's a 1-year thing, or maybe you sign him to a longer term thing or whatever. You're right. Overall, let me pull it. Overall, to get your hands on Saquon Barkley, a potential difference-making player on the offensive side of the ball.
I'm sitting there, Ron. I'm thinking, man, as a Texans fan, I would be through the roof. I don't even care what it costs. I mean, look, within reason. I don't care if you can go get that caliber player and add him to this offense with the play caller and a quarterback already in place and the head coach and the culture, all that stuff in place, man. It's plug and play. That dude just takes the Houston Texans, the entire team, definitely the offense, but I think he would take the entire team to a whole nother level. And my biggest point about Saquon Barkley is, it's a big if he becomes available, is there just ain't. I mean, you got Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley. I mean, you got maybe 4 or 5 dudes in the league that bring the same skill set to the table as Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey bring to the table. I don't know, man. I just, when I got to looking at this ESPN list, I thought, boy, if Saquon Barkley comes available, I hope the Texans are knee deep in that conversation for damn sure. A couple of other guys real quick. Jets defensive end Carl Lawson.
In on it.
That is a guy that would be coming from a similar situation, system. DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh, obviously with the Jets. Bengals wide receiver, which we've heard this for months now, T. Higgins possibly being on the trade block as well. He is another guy that I would think the Texans would potentially be interested in, even though with the emergence of Nico Collins, you can never have too many, but with the emergence of Nico Collins, that big-bodied ex-receiver, I think I think they feel pretty good about the one that they have.
Yeah. Clint, Tyler, there is some news, some franchise-changing news from the Houston Astros. We will give you the latest on that. You do not want to miss that. Things will be different. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, folks, it's that time of year, man. We got nonstop live sports to watch night in and night out. I mean, now the NBA is cranked up. We got the World Series cranking up. Heck, this bye week here for the Texans has come and gone. Now we got 11 straight weeks of Sunday ball with our Texans. We got college football rocking and rolling. There's not a better place to watch it than Twin Peaks, your neighborhood lodge, baby. There's not a better place to watch it. TVs everywhere, solid made-from-scratch menu. Your favorite, my favorite, let me speak for myself, 29-degree man-sized draft. And, hey, for all those of us, let me say us, that like that hard stuff, man, Twin Peaks has a big-time tequila and bourbon selection as well, but I always tend to sit down, watch live sports, and drink them 29-degree man-sized drafts. We've got 5 lodges around the city, baby. If you're hearing me right now, there's one of them right around the corner, and it's always on time. It's Wednesday. We got a lingerie contest. We got brews and bourbons going on as well. Twin Peaks is the place to be, y'all. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
It's Texans game week. C.J. Stroud and company head to Carolina to battle Bryce Young and the Panthers on Sunday. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Yeah! Insider 10. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website.
Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, there is breaking news. As I said on the other side, things will be different. Tyler, what is the breaking news?
Yeah, man, things is going to be different indeed. We have it now, and it's from our Odyssey MLB Insider. He is reporting it is official. Dusty Baker is going to be retiring as the manager of the Houston Astros after 26 seasons in Major League Baseball. Dusty is hitting the old Dusty Trail.
Thank you. He said, "I'm gone," is what he
this
had.
Guy's so grumpy today.
He had to say, "No, stop it. I do that all. You're not going to suck me in. You're grumpy. Come on. When you say something silly.
Who's smiling right now and who's got a scowl on their face? That's you.
Yeah. When you say something silly and ridiculous to try to get that emotion out of me.
That's a common phrase.
Hit the old Dusty Trail.
That's professional right there.
Thanks a lot. Dusty, yeah, he's out here. Dusty Baker. They're going to have, I think, as Tyler said, a news conference or press conference tomorrow. You played it yesterday, and that is the case. We kind of heard the way Dusty approached it after the loss in Game 7 was a lot different than the way he approached things the previous years about coming back. As he is out, Dusty said to Bob Nightingale, "I am very grateful and thankful to Jim Crane and the Houston Astros for giving me this opportunity and to win a championship." Baker told the USA Today, "I felt like they've been good to me and I've been good for them. What I really appreciate is that Jim has totally been honest and transparent with me on all things." So there will be a new manager. And by the way, as we said, tomorrow a press conference will be held at 11 a.m. including Jim Crane, general manager Dana Brown, and Dusty Baker as they will, I think, discuss talk about Dusty's retirement and then potentially the next move. So Dusty Baker is gone and is retiring as the manager of the Houston Astros.
Solid article. I hadn't finished it. Solid article by Bob Nightingale. You read a couple of quotes out of the article about Dusty Baker. What a career, man. You know, I mean, what an unbelievable career. Was it 19 years in the league, 26 years as a manager, I believe, is what I recall. Feels like he's still got a lot to offer baseball in the front office with the team, and whether it's the Astros or somebody out west closer to his home in Sacramento, he says. But what a career, man. I mean, it's as I said before, as a manager, a coach, a play caller, a decision maker in pro sports, 99% of your decisions are going to get questioned one way or another. You're the voice of and the face of the organization, particularly in baseball, and a lot of games, a lot of lineups, a lot of decisions have to be made. People are going to be critical of it. I'm critical of it. Everybody's critical of it. But when it all comes down to it, man, Dusty Baker, for me personally, you talk about a dude that's fun as hell to cover. You got to. I mean, in our business, man, we've got to listen to a lot of audio. We got to listen to press conferences, and in this instance, where Dusty talks to the media, he is as entertaining as there is.
I'm doing the World Series.
As interesting as there is. Yeah, that's part of him. Yeah, I mean, but no, I mean, just seriously, man, what a joy to cover and listen to, and again, criticize, and I mean, it's been a fun ride, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah, he was, and I think we've said it several times. He was the perfect dude for them and Jim Crane to bring in when they brought him in. You're coming off of having to fire A.J. Hinch, and you're coming in right off the cheating scandal situation and COVID, and they bring in Dusty Baker, and he has continued this crazy run that the Astros are on. So things will will be different. That's the thing I'll remember about Dusty is like this just kind of in a weird situation, how bad this was with the Astros. He became the perfect person to come and fill that role, and he did. And in his 4 years, they made it to the ALCS all 4 years, won the division title 3 years, and made it to 2 World Series and won a championship. It's pretty good.
Yeah. He by the way, Ron, he turned that thing up on you, didn't he?
Man, he's ready to get to the end. Damn, Dusty. Pour one out.
I know people are going to be talking about it, but Dusty met with Jim Crane yesterday and informed him that he was going to retire. Said he knew that all along, but didn't want to be a distraction, so he waited till now to inform Jim Crane. So again, great article by Bob Nightingale on USA Today. If anybody wants to check that out on these Astros and Dusty Baker.
Yep, he is out of here. I'm really intrigued on where they go next. I am really intrigued on where they go next in terms of manager, and it's just come across breaking news on ESPN. Dusty Baker out of there.
Well, I mean, here's the interesting thing, Ron. We had the conversation a couple of days ago. What if Dusty Baker's let go? And I said, well, look, I don't believe in letting go, especially of a guy that's a first ballot Hall of Famer and he's won a World Series with this organization. I don't believe in letting that guy go until you know who in the hell you're going to replace him with. Like we ain't just going to let loose a Dusty Baker and then go, okay, well, who wants the job? Let's run about 10 guys through here. Like you got to have a pretty damn good idea of who you want.
And I would imagine if Dusty said he's known for a year, they've probably known as well. So they've had time to prepare for it, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, but where I was going with that is if Dusty walked in and said, "Hey guys, I'm done. This is I'm calling it up. I'm retiring." Now the Astros, hopefully, to your point, they've known for a while. They've been searching. They've got a short list. Hopefully, this wasn't a surprise to them.
No, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they and I think there are many who believe that they will upgrade at this position. I hope so. That would be.
Yes, they're gonna hire.
That'd
be sweet.
That'd be hard to upgrade, in my opinion. My opinion, the best manager of the organization, and at the very least, the most successful manager of the organization, whether he was drugged by other players or by his players or not. To find somebody that improves that will be very, very difficult. But shout out to old Dusty. By the way, real quick, y'all think Dusty's done?
I do.
Like you think that?
I think he's about to go sip him some wine.
You don't think as soon as Craig,
hang out with those dogs,
as soon as Craig Counsell takes this job with the Mets and the Brewers may start sniffing around that
Craig Counsell?
I don't know.
That Dusty slides himself to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm Dusty, I damn sure don't want to go.
By the way, that San Diego Padres job is open right now.
Ooh, there you
Bob
go.
Melvin just took the gig in San Francisco.
Well, he said something a little closer to my Sacramento home, and
that would fit it. The Padres Padres. That's a team that's got players.
Plug and play, man.
Dusty is the manager of the Padres.
Nah, man, he needs to go hang out with them dogs.
I hope he shuts it down, man. Just go live in San Diego, man.
72. Go live a little bit, Dusty.
Is that how old he is? I thought Dusty was 74.
I think that article I just read said 72.
72, yeah.
I mean, just
people texting in, we want Strom.
He ain't much younger.
Brent Strom. I think he's older.
Yeah,
he's
He's in the World Series
he's
again.
The World Series. He's in the. He's the pitching coach. It will be some change. It will be some changes. If you missed it, Dusty Baker has decided to retire from Major League Baseball, and the Astros will be looking for a new manager. There will be a press conference held tomorrow, 11 a.m. Jim Crane, General Manager Dana Brown, and Dusty Baker as well. So we'll learn more about that coming up. It is Wednesday, and that means at 4:40 we talk to Brandon Scott. We get the Texans report. That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, anybody out there that's dealing with balding, thinning up top, maybe you're
there today as they had their first heavy practice as they prepare to play the Panthers, as well as he heard from DeMeco and C.J. Stroud. So we'll talk to him as we usually do. Come on out with us tomorrow, though. We will be the drive will be out live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble, and that's right off FM 1960. So come on out there. As Tyler said, if you're familiar, right by I believe the big ass HEB is what he said.
Yeah, there's a couple of them on 1960, but you want the one by the big old HEB in Atascocita.
That's right. So come on out, hang out with us, Buffalo Wild Wings. Grab some wings, some Bud Light, and have a chance to win some prizes, right? And I'm telling you, the funny thing is when you get there, and it's as if no one believes us until we start announcing winners. And then everybody in the place, once we announce the first winner, like you can win, it's real, you can really win, and then they come sprinting up. The first one, we probably had like 8 people look at us last week. like we were crazy. And then the first person won, and then everybody in the Buffalo Wild Wings start running up and signing their names. And it was just, look, we gave away another projector last week. So,
never know, man.
Never know. Yeah. So come on out, have a good time with us tomorrow in Humble. That is off FM 1960. Come out and have a blast with us on a little Thirsty Thursday as we get rolling. We'll get with. Oh, you got something?
Well, I feel like folks, when we do that, I feel like folks, which I understand, they feel like they got to come up and give an email address and a phone number and all that kind of jive, and then you caught into this junk mail, and we all get it, but you don't. Not with us. It's just a name. Just a name. Put your name on there. It's just a simple old raffle, man. Old school way of doing things, man. You just come in there, put your name in the raffle, drink a couple cold beers, and hell, you may win something.
That's it, man. You may win something. You got yourself a real good shot.
You may find somebody in there at the bar that you want to make out with in the car.
Yep.
Then again, you may
You
may just win. Never know, man. So come on out.
Never know, man. You never know what happens. Buffalo Wild Wings on Tuesdays on the drive. All right, the injury report for the Texans is it out, Tyler? Is the injury report out for the Texans? I believe
yes, it is.
The official injury report is out for the Texans, and we'll get the thoughts from Brandon Scott as soon as he arrives. But we do know the depth chart has had some changes in it there, Clint, and one of the big ones is it looks like Denzel Perryman, who had been out as a full participant, he is going to be, as Brandon Scott walks in, he is going to be back at the middle linebacker spot with Cashman and Henry To'oTo'o on the sides of him. It looks like he is going to be back in. And another thing, they're kicking Jimmy Ward back to safety, and Tavierre Thomas looks like, who was a full participant today, will be playing that nickel corner. So there's some changes there as they get more guys back.
Options, man. I know that the depth chart in terms of starters has changed. We'll see exactly how that nickel position, how it plays out. We'll see exactly how much Denzel Perryman plays versus Henry To'oTo'o. That you got options, and they're getting healthy with depth as well, man. So we'll see what the starting lineup looks like. The depth charts are obviously something for us to check out and lead up to the game. But man, it's coming out of a bye week on both sides of the football. They're getting some key guys back, and definitely some key depth back.
Brandon, does it feel like as you're out there, this is the most guys you've been able to see not off? The guys, the healthiest that they have been in a long time? It certainly looks like that.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely the healthiest and the strongest that the Texans have been probably since they started the season. You can maybe even argue since before then. And especially given how they responded when they have been undermanned or unhealthy. Like, we've seen them play well without key guys. So that makes you feel even better than you did before when they were first without key guys, right? So you know what they can do without these guys, and now you see that some of these guys are coming back. And to me, the big addition, each side of the ball, one's a starter or I guess not neither's a starter, but one's a borderline starter and one's a key rotational guy on the defensive line. Talking about Tank Dell, I know Clint Stoerner is the president of the Tank Dell fan club, and rightfully so. I mean, you're not ridiculous for this. I mean, the guy is just a playmaker, right?
Yep.
So you add him into the mix after a game, and I think this is key too offensively. I make this point. This has got to be the best that you felt about the Texans' collection of weapons and then them all being healthy at the same time. So at what point have you felt as good as you do about the combination of Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, who now has 3 touchdowns in 3 consecutive, a touchdown in 3 consecutive games, and then of course you throw even Noah Brown out there who made some plays in the last game. Like their collection of weapons. We were talking about this in the offseason and the preseason and in training camp about, man, we don't really know about that wide receiving core. We don't really know what C.J. Stroud has to work with. Now we feel a lot better about it, and they're all together. And then Hassan Ridgeway on the defensive side of the ball. And I think it's especially important if you note that Sheldon Rankins didn't practice with a knee. And so Sheldon Rankins had a pretty big game against the Saints, right?
Yes.
Probably his biggest game since he's been here. Hassan Ridgeway, I look at them sort of similar, different players, but I look at them both as veterans that were brought in that have played in a similar system. Ridgeway himself played in the 49ers system. I think started 7 games with DeMeco last year. So to me, and he's by far their biggest defensive lineman. But I don't think people realize that. By far their biggest interior defensive lineman. So when you talk about stopping the run, that's all the Panthers. They know the ball very well. So to me, they got some real key figures back.
Yeah, those are big. I was talking about this earlier, and I know you're in the camp as well. Hell, I don't know anybody that didn't, to be honest with you. The Tank Dell return, man, and I mean, look, I've been high on him from a scheme standpoint and from what he can bring, but I'm just talking about it from a fan's perspective at this point, man.
Yep.
Am I crazy to think, like, to hear Tank Dell's back in the game this Sunday, there's just a little different vibe, a little different buzz about this offense, an offense that – has been good. You got plenty of reason to be excited about other players, but to me, Tank Dell just brings a little different dynamic. There's a thought that, boy, he could hit his head on the goalpost from taking a handoff to catching a ball underneath to taking it deep. That's just a different vibe about this offense when he's out there, man.
Yeah, I think it's something to be said for a dude that size that's not just a specialty cat, and we've had that discussion as well. Like he's not just a slot dude or a gadget guy. Like, and you've noted this too, Clint. Like, he's a guy that can run the full route tree.
No question.
And can be a threat on all levels of the field. For a quarterback in the passing game, we saw them try to mix him up in the running game. They just couldn't block it well enough.
Yep.
So there are so many different ways. You're looking at a guy this size, and I think there's some appeal to watching a dude that's like regular person size out there doing non-regular person things. And then he's not just a gadget guy. He can do so many different things out there. So from a fan perspective, really from an entertainment perspective, it's 2 things. You got Nico Collins and the potential to be running dudes over, and then you got Tank Dell with the potential to make –
The crazy thing with him, too, and I don't know if this is a good thing for his longevity in the league, but like legit, I can see every time he touches the ball, he's trying to hit a seam and score.
Yeah.
Like there's no – like you watch – like Nico's running a good clean route, and then even after he catches it, he's looking to make a guy miss or run a guy over, and even like Devin Singletary's a shifty dude. He's real patient. And he's kind of looking for a seam. I feel like when Tank gets that thing, it's just like hell. I don't care if I got to run through a brick wall to try to get there. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah,
now, I don't know if it's a good thing or not because he's $170. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but
I look at it
entertainment value. It's through the roof.
For one, it's that returner in him, and I look at him just trying not to get hit every time he get the ball. Hey, look, man, the only thing keep me from getting hit is if I hit that end zone or the sideline.
Brandon Scott with this Texans report. You were there with the presser today. What jumped out from DeMeco Ryans as he spoke to the media?
No, I just thought it was funny hearing DeMeco Ryans talk about analytics and how coaches, all the numbers that they take into account. And DeMeco, like, he don't have me fooled for a second. Like, I know that DeMeco is into the numbers, but as a player and as a linebacker and all of the kind of the macho that goes into it, he wants to speak to the physicality of the game. He doesn't want to get too caught up in DVOA and win rates and whatever it is the next-gen stats has come up with this year that we got to learn about. Like, DeMeco Ryans is all about imposing that physicality on the game, and I can appreciate that. I think the players can appreciate that. As a former player, heard a lot from C.J. Stroud, his relationship with Bryce Young. You figured that was going to be a part of the narrative as well, with those guys going 1-2, but also being friends and all of that. So there was some cool moments in that. Just listening to him talking, really more than anything, man, just being back. As much as I was ready for, because you get a break, you're always gonna be ready for a break.
Sure. But
as much as I was ready for that bye week, I was just as ready to get back to it. So it was just good to see the guys back on the field, see them healthy, and hear them talking like a football team that's going to be competitive.
It's good to have a winning team to cover, ain't it? I mean, it's good to need to come back, want to come back. What you got going on SportsRadio610.com, man?
Oh man, we're just going to be looking obviously at this Dusty Baker situation. You guys broke that news in the previous segment. I plan to be at the press conference tomorrow at 11.
Oh, good for you.
So we'll have all of that on SportsRadio610.com. I can assure you that John Mclain will be sending me some kind of content tonight because he does so every night.
I just don't know.
No, he knows something. He knows something because he's gonna send me. He's gonna write it and he's gonna send it to me. So look out for whatever John Mclain has next. But also really digging deep into this week and to these next 11 weeks now. Like, I mean, with the Astros losing, and after this Dusty Baker thing wraps itself up, and we'll cover the managerial search and all of that. But man, we got 11 straight weeks of football, man, and a football team with a chance. I ain't predicting nothing, but I'm saying with a chance though.
No, there's definitely a chance.
Yeah, it's real.
Yes,
I'm with it.
Got the trade
you're telling me there's a chance.
Trade deadline coming up next week. Yes. We'll see you on that at all. But yes, an absolute team with the chance. That's Brandon Scott. He joins us every single Wednesday for his Texans report. As the injury thing is not as big of a deal this week. Nope. It's not as big of a deal. It's just Sheldon Rankins right now, and as things seem to get better with this team injury wise.
And you swap him for Ridgeway. It's all good. You swap him for a bigger dude. I mean, if you're only gonna have one, it's all
like
good.
to have them both. Is what you want. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. You heard Dusty. You heard Brandon just talk about the big news with Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker retires as the manager of the Astros. But is he done? We'll discuss that and continue to fill you in on where the Texans are as they get ready for their game on Sunday. All of that coming up next.
free. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily, with Dirty the DILF. And Psycho T has the latest for you. And the latest is big news, not surprising news, but news that is big anyway. Dusty Baker, who has been the manager for the Houston Astros the last 4 years, has been a manager in baseball for 26 seasons, has managed 5 teams. All 5 of his teams have gone to the postseason, and he won a title here with the Astros and had great success in his time as a manager. He has decided to hang him up. He is, and I checked it, I think he is 74 years old. 74 years
is he?
old. 74.
I don't know if my eyes deceive me or if Bob Nightingale put 72 in there. But either way you slice it, man.
We know Bob and his Tito's and a pinch of cranberry could mix up a 2 or a 4 allegedly. So it could have been.
It was probably me, man.
I would lean towards Bob.
Southeast Texas hayseed, man. Sometimes I don't read real well.
I'd lean towards Bob. But he is done. He is done as a manager. Not a surprise. The other day after Game 7, you could see the hint. He's mentioned his grandkids and clearly his 2 hunting dogs that he hadn't seen since February 10th. And when you start giving specific dates of the last time your ass been home, it might be time. And I feel like his wife is saying, "Hey, let's do something. Let's do something at our house. Bring your ass home. Let's go." And so Dusty Baker is hanging him up. Clint, and I'll go to the people, 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. When you think about Dusty Baker with the Astros, what's the thought process, the memory that comes to mind about Dusty?
Well, I look at extreme players manager, which I'm always, as a former player, I'm always a huge fan of that guy and that approach from a manager or a head coach. And so I love the way personally that he went about his business. I know. Myself and a lot of folks are critical of decisions of all the coaches in the city. But when it comes down to the day-to-day cover of Dusty Baker, man, it was an absolute joy. So, I mean, my experience as a professional athlete, I love and respect and respond to that player's coach more so than anybody. And then as a member of the media sitting here covering, listening to Dusty every single day, it don't get much better, man. I mean, it just doesn't get much better than the way that guy goes about his business in terms of a daily routine and for us to cover, man. So those are the 2 things. Obviously, the guy's a Hall of Famer, won a World Series here. All those things come to mind, but man, it was a joy for me to be able to cover a guy like that on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, Dusty Baker, as written in this piece by Bob Nightingale, one of the most successful managers in baseball history. There will be a press conference tomorrow at 11 o'clock at Minute Maid. As we just heard, Brandon Scott said he'll be there. I'm sure Adam Spolane will be there as well. Sports Radio 610 will have it covered. Dusty, and speaking of Bob Nightingale, said, "I'm very grateful and thankful to Jim Crane and the Houston Astros for giving me this opportunity and to win a championship." Baker went on to say, "I felt like they've been good for me, and I've been good for them. What I really appreciate is that Jim has been totally honest and transparent with me on all things." When I think about Dusty, fellas, I think about, like, all right, as a guy who's a great manager, as you said, first ballot Hall of Famer, 7th all time in wins. You think, like, all right, what is his trait? Like, what's his thing that makes him special? And I think it is clearly the fact that, boy, his players all love him and his players all trust him, and he can just by a look, by a small conversation, can gain their confidence and help their confidence grow in a major way. Now, sometimes he's stuck with guys too long, and sometimes that came that became annoying in the field, and it backfired on him at times. But that's his secret thing of he can hold together all kinds of personalities. If you think about the personalities he's managed over his time with Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds and you know, all the guys here, he's been able to hold all of that together and hold things together. And to me this year, with all the injuries and all the stuff that happened, to kind of hold things together, to me that's his secret thing that makes him great. As you called it, players manager, like that, like his group will run through a wall.
Yeah, the other thing, too, in my time here with Dusty, covering Dusty, the COVID-19 stuff, the on the backside of the cheating scandal, that
was big.
You know, I just don't know that there's a better fit out there in that moment for my team, the Astros. You know, after going through what they had gone through, to go out and be able to get a guy that was well on his way, if not already there, in the Hall of Fame with all the experience that he had, and also was the type of manager that you needed, just regardless of how long he'd been in the game or that he'd played before. He was just that personality that you need at that moment in time. I think for me that'll be a big part of the memory and what you think of when you think of Dusty Baker is, boy, that wasn't a – you know, that wasn't an easy job to take over a team that was getting booed. And
he embraced it. Hey man, y'all gonna stop talking about our play. He was a part of it.
Well, because he took it personal. Yeah. Like once he became the manager, I mean, that's his squad, and he took it personal. And I think that the fit and the timing for Dusty Baker when he took the job. Had they not gone on and went to more ALCSs and not won more World Series, that still was a tremendous hire and fit at that point in time. Fast forward, you've been to more ALCSs, you've won a World Series. It all started in that moment in time. It was good times, man.
My favorite is old HIPAA. When he found that he could just use HIPAA as
I'm not a doctor.
As a get out of jail free card. That's what I'm admit. Yeah, man, HIPAA. Hey, is he feeling? Is he not feeling? Let's go with HIPAA.
Well,
that's my favorite. Tyler,
and the next day he'd tell you exactly how the accident happened. Somebody else let the cat out of the bag.
Or Dana would.
Right.
Yeah. Because Tyler said in my ear that time when he went off on Joe Kelly, get back on the mound.
Oh, yeah.
Get on the mound, little
That was so freaking bad.
Hey, real quick. Y'all think Dusty really done, though? Y'all think Dusty just done with the Astros? I'm just saying.
I really do.
Do you? That San Diego Padre job being open.
But that job
that
is
right there. Like, hey, because I don't think it would take Dusty long. Hey, Manny Machado, got to handle him. Fernando Tatis, got to handle him. Well, there's somebody. They got the shortstop they got from Boston, Xander Bogaerts. Soto is over there. How could I forget him? Hey, Dusty, sure you want to go out? You got an ownership that's
right down the coast from home in Sacramento.
75 every day, baby. 75 every
on
day.
that West Coast.
Come on. You sure you out?
That one, because
Dusty would be the type of person
that you need
to get over the hump that they would need.
Look, I think he's done. Just all the vibes. I just feel like that 74 man Dusty got to call that thing up, but. That'd be a hard one to turn down.
Let that owner get him 15 minutes with Dusty.
That'd be a hard time to turn that one down.
Come to his wife.
Didn't Dusty just say about a week ago? I saw him sitting doing a little special. I think it was after the Altuve home run in Game 5. He was doing a little special, and he said something about being 74 and still making a dang good living. Most guys his age ain't making no money.
That's it. As pissed off as Dusty was in Game 5, that looks like a man that's got another year in him. As he flipped off his hat and refused to leave the dugout. Like, I'm just going to sit here.
Got his blood pressure up. He damn sure got it in him.
I'm going to sit here. So we'll see. I hope he is. But
I'm glad you brought that up. That is by far my favorite Dusty moment.
What?
When he went over and sat, he knew his ass was kicked out of the game, and he just sat there.
No,
that whole deal of when he got heated and was getting after the umps.
Tossed that hat off.
And then he tossed the hat, pointing the finger. Then he goes over there and just sits down, knowing they got to come back.
Later, he said, "Well, I would. was going to make the man. I was going to sit here.
Yes, that's my favorite Dusty moment. By far, to be honest with you.
HIPAA.
I'm from a different generation.
5 o'clock fire.
That's a good one, too. All right, the official injury report is out. And Clint, there were two that did not practice today, and that is Robert Woods, and his is rest, his vet day, as he generally gets that on Wednesday. And then Sheldon Rankins. He is the only one that did not practice today outside of Robert Woods. That's one to look at. But Hassan Ridgeway, who's been on IR, he returns to practice and was limited with that calf. But everybody else looks like they're in a good spot, including guys who didn't play last week, and even more than that, Tavier Thomas, who's been out for a few weeks, Denzel Perryman, who didn't play last week. He was a full participant as well. Tank Dell, I know one you were looking at with the concussion, who didn't play last week. He is a full participant.
Couple things here, Ron. Can we take Titus Howard off this damn thing?
No, his hand.
Can we take Josh Jones off this thing?
No.
Can we take Tavier Thomas off this thing now?
Well, no.
We got guys full practice. He was full practice last week.
But he didn't play, though.
Or 2 weeks ago.
Tavier's got to be on it. He didn't play.
I'm
with you on Titus.
I need this thing to shorten up a bit. The other thing is this. Could you imagine the life that old Bob Woods is living? Robert Woods. I mean, you got a pretty damn good life if you during the season or I think about what Robert Woods do. It's a bye week, bro. He didn't play Sunday.
They got to get rest though. They got to rest them legs.
I know. I get it. I'm not hating. Hell, I'm jealous that
listen. I don't know how old Robert Woods is, but the way that they're messing with him, I feel like he's 35.
Look,
is he 31? He's 31.
31.
This feels
31
35
with the hairline of a 35.
Now that's
hairline of older, man.
Hey, here's the deal.
Just come down,
but think about it, Ron. Think about his week, Ron. My man goes out there, plays a game on Sunday.
He's playing a lot better than I thought he would.
Monday comes in, watches the film, gets a little jog in, a little sweat, and probably gets a little lift in. Right? You do that with Red. Yep. Tuesday, off day. Wednesday, off day. Thursday, practice, good, solid, hard practice. Friday, an accelerated walkthrough. Saturday, you got to fly. Sunday, you play again.
Beautiful.
I mean, think about that. My man's is practicing 1.5 days. 1.5 days and playing on Sunday, making $7 million a year. God, dog.
Y'all, do y'all remember how much money they guaranteed Robert Woods?
I don't remember what the guarantee. All of it. Was it all of it?
$10 million. That's a 10
it was a 2-year deal, right? Where 7.5.
But $10 million off the rip. $10 million guaranteed off the rip. That's an investment, man.
Hey, man.
They don't want Robert Woods to break. That's $10 million.
I know Laramie's over there looking at this like, hold on. I got to get this treatment.
That's just
whenever I'm healthy, I got to get this treatment.
It's just the world we're living in, right? I mean, it just.
Gary's 38.
Yeah. I mean, there's a handful of them over there that's a little bit older, but I mean, it just what a life.
I'd have thought Rob was 37.
My man's really legitimately working about. And now, look, I'm not, again, this is no disrespect. I know there's more goes on behind the scenes, but legit working about 3.5 days a week and making $7 million a year. Ooh, what a life, baby. Do you think, Rob?
Go ahead, Rob, man. We'll see you at practice tomorrow. As he had ribs earlier, now it's a foot, and now Bob. Bob's out here just arrested.
I tell you what else I want to know though too. I want to know what the workouts look like. I just don't believe. Like I was going in there and killing it. I knew I wasn't going to play. I mean, I knew I wasn't going to play. So I was just like, hey, I'm just going to go in here and kill these weights. I'm trying to get stronger, trying to get fast. I wonder what Robert Woods.
Well, they don't want him to overwork
what is his obviously, what does his Monday run look like? Recovery day look like?
Light.
And what does the 1 or 2 days that he's doing weights, what does that look like?
Light, man. We got it.
It's super light. What a life, man. Good for you, Robert Woods.
10 million.
5 o'clock fire.
7 mil big one. And he's playing. All right, more in the NFL. Brock Purdy, he is now unlikely to play Sunday versus the Bengals. Because he has been placed in concussion protocol. And to this, the last player to be in concussion protocol who played the same week was in 2022. when Kenny Pickett and was cleared to play in Week 7. So he is likely to be out, and for the Browns, and this is something to look at as well for the Texans with that pick, Deshaun Watson is going to miss another week. They've already declared that today on Wednesday, and P.J. Walker will get the start. So Deshaun Watson and Brock Purdy are out of this game, and it looks like Sam Darnold is going to get the start potentially for the 49ers. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, man, it's Halloween. Hope we doesn't see too many ghosts.
Hey, I see what you did there. I thought you were going to make fun of his head, the size of his head or something, because he does it like a cartoon character. What does
Ron's disgusted. Go ahead.
Hey,
I don't even remember what I was going to.
I mean, how many years did Sam Darnold have to play in the league before he got to play in a game with like some legit help around him? Like at least
I don't think he even got Garrett Wilson. Did he get it? I don't think he got a touch at Garrett.
I don't think he
Garrett's
did.
a rookie last year.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, could you, like his whole career has been because he went to Carolina after that, right?
Yeah,
wasn't the Jets in Carolina?
Yeah, I guess he had DJ Moore. I guess.
Yeah, but he had DJ Moore. But wasn't that the Baker Mayfield stuff?
Yeah, it was Baker, him, and Matt Rule.
Matt Rule, and then the receiver. What was the receiver?
Oh, Robbie Anderson.
That didn't like Baker before he ever got
Chosen,
there.
excuse me. That's his name.
That's right.
The sense of humor that
it will be interesting to see what old Sammy can do with a supporting cast that is held really second to none in the league.
And then the Deshaun situation is interesting. Then I saw a report from Adam Schefter that it said his injury is something that would put a major league pitcher down for 4 to 6 weeks with the rotator cuff issue, and many people are saying he's been cleared. How come he's not playing? The Deshaun situation is interesting, but maybe the more interesting thing is that they've continued to win despite him being out.
That defense is freakish, man. If you just get a really good P.J. Walker or you get an average Deshaun Watson, I mean that team's going to contend.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, coming up, the Texans, they take on Bryce Young and the Panthers, and I want to get this thought from you, Clinton. The people can jump in as well. As we understand, C.J. Stroud has clearly been the better quarterback of the two that went 1 and 2 in the draft. But do you think things would be different if Bryce Young was actually the quarterback of the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's Texans Game Week. CJ.
in Carolina. He is continuing his tour of kicking it at sporting events. God, I didn't even think about that. Oh my God, Tyler, we've got to do that this week. It just hit me.
What hit you?
If they lose Sunday and Tyler is in attendance at Game 7 this week and the Astros lose, and then if he's in attendance in a matchup between C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young and they lose, you know what? I'm not even going to think that through. That's going to be a tough week for him.
It ain't going to happen.
See that?
See, just got me.
What day was that? Monday? That was Game 7 or Tuesday? Monday, right?
Monday. Well, it was Monday. It's Wednesday. It was Monday.
So you're right. Yeah. That will be a hellacious
start to finish
and very expensive.
Yep, with you in the building.
7-day span.
I'm not worried
now
about
we're
it.
talking flights and hotels too, and dinners, and because I know your betting app works in Carolina.
I know in Charlotte they're about to go out on the town.
Ooh, man, I had some good times in Charlotte when I was with SEC Network.
I never have.
I love it.
I'm gonna be there 3 nights.
I love it.
I haven't been to Charlotte a long time. I was a kid.
Yeah, I had a good time. If we'd have been a little closer to the town, it could have got hairy. It could have got real hairy. My man.
I
Chris,
never quite know what he means when he says.
Well, I mean,
it
could have been bad. My man Chris Doring, it still works for the SEC Network.
Shout out to you, Chris.
You know, Chris,
you can get under.
He would first tell you about it. You tell if Chris Doring walked in here and sat down with us, you'd know in 5 minutes. My man gets it. my man ain't. He is all gas, no brakes, brother. And I think he had just. He's probably a year or two removed from a marriage, and
this is getting good.
Oh boy, I mean, a night on the town, like a night out on the town with Chris Doring is like a night out on the town, like mature. Don't get me wrong.
Sure,
it's not like we were when we were 24.
No, it's just not a smash and grab.
No, the rate in which it's all gas, no brakes. Is just like I got to look at like Chris, bro.
We got to get up.
I'm 37, bro.
Oh yeah.
I'm 36, man. What are we doing? Like, it's time to go home, man.
You're done?
I mean, we're at a Halloween party. We're the only ones without a costume, man. It's time for us to go home. He said, one more drink, man. One more drink.
One more.
He's ready.
Got one more to close.
Yeah, if we'd been a little closer, boy, it'd have got hairy. I've been to there's a couple of restaurant bars there that are big. I mean, it's awesome.
Let's put a pin in that one, Tyler. You heading down to Carolina. There's something there about you, boy.
Who's going with you?
Just me and the wife.
So you all were both in attendance in Minute Maid for Game 7, and now you'll both be in. Okay.
Fact.
This is.
So we can blame it on Megan.
This is getting better.
Who's watching the dogs?
My dad.
I knew that was coming.
Yep. Old grandpa coming to watch the puppers.
Good for him. All right. As
grand dogs.
As Tyler would be down there to witness this game. This is interesting because we all were Bryce Young people.
Correct.
We wanted Bryce. We were hoping they would. We were ones that were upset that the Colts game ended the way it did because you lost out on your opportunity to get Bryce Young. But clearly,
very disappointed.
Clearly 6 games in for both of them. It is clear C.J. Stroud is unquestionably the best between the two right now. How much of that do you think that has to do, Clint, with where the two went? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you'd have told me, Frank, like there was more of a history of knowing with the Frank Reich and Jim Caldwell being a part of the staff and Thomas Brown coming from the Rams and their staff compared to what we're going to see from Bobby Slowick and his staff. But clearly the advantage of staff, offense, and talent around goes to CJ. Do you think things would be different? Do you think things would be different for Bryce? We would be looking at Bryce differently if he had come here to Houston under Bobby Slowick and this group.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do. I believe what Bobby Slowick and this crew has done has been very, very, very quarterback friendly. I do believe that Bryce Young would probably be viewed slightly different than what he is in Carolina right now. Although I believe, look, we're 6-7 weeks into this thing. I don't believe anybody's writing off Bryce Young, but I think he would be better off in this situation. Again, we forget the Texans right now. We forget they are 3+ years into a rebuild. I mean, right? I mean, this is. I mean, really, I'm not 3. I guess 2+, 2.5 years into this rebuild, where they just cleaned house and kind of started over this year in Carolina. So, there has been. I know it's hard to believe, but there has been some work done here over the last couple of years by Nick Caserio and company to weed out all the bad apples and get the culture the right way and get the right people in the building, kind of thing. And I think CJ's benefiting from that. But look, I'll say this: I think. I am shocked with how I've probably watched 2 or 3 games just here or there of the Carolina Panthers, and every time I turn the game on, Bryce Young looks overwhelmed. He looks like a rookie quarterback that doesn't have answers, right? To me, and I'm not talking about his plays good or bad or good throws or bad. I'm talking about his facial expression, his body language. He looks like he's in a bad spot. I am shocked that with Frank Reich, Thomas Brown, and Josh McCown, that they've allowed their quarterback to be in that spot, and that offense doesn't look better. I don't care about the resources and all that. I am shocked that offense has not won a ball game. And I do believe that Bryce Young would be better here. Now, I say all that to say that I do not believe that he would be on C.J. Stroud's level.
Wouldn't be doing this.
I don't believe that he would be anywhere close to C.J. Stroud's level. I'll argue C.J. Stroud in the career, and I know we're 6 weeks in, 7 weeks, 2 months. I mean, he's further along in his NFL career than he was in his college career. I mean, he's doing things and throwing the football better and making better decisions. He's more impressive at the NFL level than he was at the college level. And so I am as blown away as I am that Carolina, Bryce Young, Frank Reich, all those guys aren't putting a better offensive product on the field. I am blown away with how C.J. Stroud has transitioned from the college game to the NFL game. I knew he was the more elite pocket passer. On schedule, on platform, I knew he was a ball placement. I knew he had all those qualities that a lot of college prospects have, top college prospects. I had no idea. And I'm amazed at how they've transitioned, not only transitioned, but they've improved at the pro level. I don't think there's any way, shape, or form Bryce Young would be doing what C.J. Stroud is doing right now. I think
I'm with you on that. I think he would be absolutely better here. And I still am not one that's like, oh, boy, this thing is over. I mean, Bryce Young doesn't have a chance. This 6 games in, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens after this bye week continuing on. But I don't think that Bryce would be able to hide deficiencies in the manner that C.J. Stroud. And frankly, I didn't think C.J. Stroud would be able to do it.
I agree with that,
Not
too.
6 games in. Yep. But he hides deficiency with the help of Bobby Slowick, but helps hide the deficiency of what has been the carousel of offensive linemen in and out, and against teams like Pittsburgh that he's had this with. The Saints, yes, has had high success doing this.
Along with what you're saying, Ron, like he has been the reason, not the sole reason, but he has been a big reason why Nico Collins has been able to. Right now, if Pro Bowl votes went out, I would imagine Nico Collins would be in the mix.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I know he's not going to win the popularity contest right now, but I mean, he would be.
Numbers will line up.
Numbers will line up, no question. And that's my point is, and I'm not knocking Nico. I'm just saying, like, Nico's not going out there and beating man-to-man coverage and catching a bunch of 50-50 balls. I mean, he's running routes and running good routes and catching balls in voids of zones, and those balls, the ball placement, are in a position where he can run away from defenders and run through balls and be in position to catch it and field the contact kind of thing. I mean, he's a big reason why Nico Collins has arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up, the Rockets get going tonight. Let's see if a legend for the Houston Rockets will get you excited and ready to go as they kick off their season in Orlando tonight. And we got to circle back around to the big story right now, and that is Dusty Baker. He has retired as the manager of your Houston Astros. We'll continue that conversation
#1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. And visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
To everybody on Twitch and as well as YouTube, we love the chat on there. As my man Juan said, Tyler, I like that shirt. Ron, button your damn shirt up. No, I don't know. I'm inspired.
I think you got to take the undershirt off and have your taco meat
and just come on out.
I think
this is what I did when I was in Miami.
For the Twitch folk.
When I was in Miami, that's what I wore. No, I'm inspired by our former Texans insider,
Brooks
Cabina. When I went to his going away party, Brooks was in. He had on a corduroy short outfit, all matching,
all corduroy.
But on one side it was a light brown, and the other side it was a dark brown.
Stylish.
And he was no undershirt.
Right.
But one button. He had just one button in the button-up shirt of the corduroy. I said, "Look at this freaking guy."
I bet
that sounds like a Brooks.
That was
tall, lean, drink
I
water,
mean, I'm
boy.
telling you, man. He had one button. I said, I like that. And I put this on. I said, "This is for you, Brooks."
Did you send him a picture?
I said, "But I'm a little bigger, so I'm gonna go 2 buttons." I'm gonna go 2 buttons. Hey, remember, guys, real quick, Clint, we're out tomorrow. We're out on the road as a little Thirsty Thursday, as we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble, the location, right off FM 1960. Come on out and hang out with the location by the huge HEB. Come on out and have a good time. Thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings as well as Bud Light. Have some wings, win some prizes potentially. We'll be out there tomorrow. And if you're wondering, Friday, little football Friday as we get you ready for the Texans and the Panthers, we'll be out here at Kirby Ice House, the one on the east side, right here by the station here. So come on out Thursday and Friday with us as we intend to have us a good time.
I got I've experienced something today that I think is you guys might want to hear the story after what y'all put me through yesterday.
The hell we put you through yesterday?
When I said that I'm rooting for the Rangers in the World Series because I'm a Texas guy and
you bring it back up.
You put yourself.
Well, I know the text line's really, really loud, and I've been told that
you had 4 with you.
I've been told that the other shows here in the station are really dragging me for that.
Oh, are they also getting you too?
That's what I heard. It's what I don't know. I didn't hear it in my own ears, but it's what I heard.
I did.
Through the grapevine.
Payne and Pendergast and in the loop.
I'm down there at Potbelly's getting me a little sandwich.
Ooh, I love this.
Great sandwich, by the way.
Get the wreck?
Yes, original wreck.
Great.
And I'm in line. You know, I'm in line, and I don't know 3 people from the start. You know, so I'm patient, just kind of sitting there by myself, quiet. And the old boy in front of me, he's probably 55. You know, he was dressed pretty nice. And he looks up at the old boy taking the order, and he says, and dang Astros, man. Tough week, man. Got lost, blah, blah. They're going back and forth about the Astros. He says, that's all right, I guess, man. He said, at least we got a team in Texas that's representing us in the World Series. The World Series is going to have a little bit – after all, the World Series is going to have a little of that Southern hospitality after all. And he said, yeah, that's right. And he just kept it moving.
You didn't say nothing to him?
No, I didn't. I just smiled and said, yeah, that's what I figured. Silent majority.
I'm glad you found one.
Oh, I didn't find nothing. Hell, I was just in line to get me a sandwich, and I sat right there.
It's clearly a silent minority.
It was about a 55-year-old white man and about 27, 28-year-old Hispanic man, both obviously Astro fans, and both of them had no problem with at least there's a team in Texas. Better than not having a team in Texas in the World Series.
Yeah.
So I just don't know that I'm that it's so that uncommon.
It's hard for me to believe, if I'm being honest.
It's pretty uncommon. I think there are some. I told you you're a different fan. There are some fans that go in your camp. Not many, but there's some fans that go in your camp.
I think there's a lot. I honestly think you head east and you go over. I got about 20 guys in my group over. Maybe 2 of them would put effort into hating.
Well, 2 just said F the Rangers on the text.
It doesn't take much effort.
Yeah.
Comes pretty natural for me.
I'm telling you, there's a couple of Tylers in the group.
There's more than a.
Sounds like you got some good friends, cool people to be hanging around.
I just find it uncommon. People from Houston are like, "Hey, let's go Dallas."
It's so uncommon that I stopped in line to get me a sandwich today, and two grown ass men sat there and just agreed upon the same thing. So uncommon.
It is. I mean, yeah, it is. You found a couple.
Hell, I need to buy me a lottery ticket. I guess.
Allegedly, you found a couple.
I'm not sure I believe it. You started that story with, I was patiently waiting in line. Patiently. That's the part I said, oh, something's fishy here.
You don't think I have any patience?
Minimal. Little. Poquito.
Well, I mean, for ignorance.
A lot of people.
You're right. I have very little.
All right.
From the text line. That actually sounds like something stupid Ron would say. First off, your mama. And second, no. I am not. I don't want any of the teams that I hate to win. Ever.
Nope.
Not me. I'm usually with you, Clint.
Tyler, you hate the Rangers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you hate the Rangers?
I pretty much sports hate anything in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area, Arlington.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You hate the Cowboys?
Yes. Oh, probably more so some of their ignorant ass fans than the actual team, but yeah, their fans make it easy.
Oh,
like that would be tough for you if the Cowboys.
Yes is a short answer, but not as tough as this Rangers crap
because they beat you.
Yeah,
and you were there for it.
If the Cowboys and the Bills were in the Super Bowl this year, you'd root for the Bills?
Absolutely, 110%.
Oh wow! Damn.
I think I'd root for the Bills.
Are y'all serious?
Hell yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm dead ass serious.
like we're the
that is some serious hate, man.
Yes. Yeah,
that don't just happen. Like that don't just happen overnight.
No, but you're born into it.
It's burning inside of me.
Yes, I would think. But
that flame never goes out.
Burning inside of me.
It's a burning fire that will go on for all of my eternity.
God, man, I've been raised in Kansas City to where my mom really enjoys when Vince Coleman for the Cardinals, the tarp accidentally rolled over his ankles and he was put out for the rest of the World Series, which helped the Cardinals lose. He was standing behind the tarp. Our older listeners will remember this in the 80s. He was standing behind the tarp and they accidentally let the tarp run, and it rolled his ass up. And
I will.
Your mom never forgot.
My mom tells me that story, and the gleam in her eyes is.
It's much like really how I remember the Rangers being 1 out away from winning a World Series. I'll never forget that.
Tyler, I will be honest, Tyler.
And you hate the Cardinals.
Oh, twice. Twice.
It feel great, didn't it?
I'll be honest. I thought the young that was taking the order. I do firmly believe that he would have had a different response had he not been at work.
Yes, I think so too. No, I don't.
The gentleman was dead ass serious. Like he was dead serious.
Yeah.
Like he was just one of them nice guys. Like,
no, I know there's people out there that agree with you.
I do, because I could see the Hispanic dude. We were looking at each other. I was looking at the back of the head of the older gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that had that been one of his boys or something, I believe that there would have been, and he wouldn't have been at work. I believe I do believe it would have been a different response.
A different thing. Yeah, no, I can hear that. Hey, Robert Ory. As I see it here, it's 6:00 here, coming up soon. The Rockets are going to start their season in Orlando, and let's see. Robert Ory won 2 championships here with the Rockets. This is what he had to say. Let's see if Robert Ory is ready to get us excited. Here's Robert Ory about what he expects to see from the Rockets this season. Take it away, Bob. What do you expect from this team this year?
know what? I to be honest with you, I expect the same thing as last year.
Oh, stop!
But you know, when you bring in impactful players, you think of guys that can, the all-stars, turn the needle. Dylan Brooks, great defensive player, but he's not pushing the needle anywhere else. And then you look at, I expect, Jeff Green. I love Jeff Green. He's gonna bring some veteran leadership to that team. But let's be honest, Van Vliet, $40 million a year. That's just unreal to me. And I think when you $40 million, you could spend that money on someone else that's going to be more impactful. I like Van. He's overpaid in the sense of that, and I didn't like that move by the Rockets. The Rockets are dear and to my heart. I want to be a part of this organization. I want to play for it. I play for the organization. I want to be in the front office one day. But that $40 million for Van Vliet is just one of the ones I just can't get over.
All right, 3 times he mentioned the $40 million.
Yeah,
that seems to be a sticking point.
You think Rob? I guess he's not going to be in that front office anytime soon.
I'm about to say, Rob, man.
He didn't like either one of the additions or the money they spent.
Just like Jeff Green
or the outlook on the season. He liked Jeff Green. That was it.
Love Jeff Green. I'm not going to let Rob take it from me. All right, I'm excited about this team. I'm excited about this group, and I think they've got a real coach that can be a difference maker. And to me, Clint, if this team can just get, which I think a coach can do, we're watching DeMeco do this, if they can just play hard every night, hard and together every night, and minimize their mistakes, they will improve immensely because they ain't done none of that. And they got talent, right? Obviously, they don't have the talent that the Suns or the Nuggets are rolling, but they got talent. And on most nights, if they just play hard and together and minimize mistakes, they will improve in a major way, and we'll start to see some of these young guys improve. So I'm excited and amped with the coach they have and some of the leaders that they have that I think can really push that thing that they need to do.
Look, he took a little of the wind out of my sails. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'm basketball. I want to be able to turn the TV on, and I want to see at least some pieces in place to trending in the right direction, ascending. I want to see a group that looks like they're being coached, that looks like there's a plan, looks like the leaders on the team, the ball handlers, are trying to execute that plan. I expect to see that. And when he said more of the same, I thought, oh, hell no. Like, I've got to see that, Ron. I want to be able to see something this year to where I go, okay, you plug in 2 superstars, maybe a role player here, there, and this system, this coach, this effort, like you said, play hard.
Yes.
This is going to work. Yeah. This is going to be fun to watch. Like, I think it's fair to expect to see that this year.
Yeah. Coming up next, Nick Caserio right here on Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. And hey, fun time. Catch us tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings, FM 1960 in Humble. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Thanks to Brandon Scott, who joined the show. CJ Stroud, if you missed that, you can hear that on the Odyssey app as well. I'm Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. I think I'm going to leave this piece today and give me some puppy chow. It's got a taste for it.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoot here at 427 and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python. What do you think about my pythons?
I like them, man. They look good on you.
Would you wear them?
No.
Always seems to know the way.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Kirby Ice House, Upper Kirby, on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you